Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 British Chess Championships, coming live from St George's Hall in Liverpool. Really excited to be here. Been joined by Nicholas Pert, who is the former British champion in 2021, I believe, and that was in Hull. We're in another northern venue. It's getting very exciting, Nick. Michael Adams is leading, but today he's playing an aggressive player in Daniel Fernandez, who doesn't have a great record against Michael Adams, but will be looking to maybe play a slightly more solid opening, because I think in the past he's often played slightly dubious systems against Michael Adams 1e4.
Hi, Danny. Yes, certainly getting quite exciting. Obviously, Michael Adams, 8 times British champion, is trying to hunt down the record held by Jonathan Penrose of 10 British Championship titles. So he currently leads by half a point from quite a large field of players. Playing against Daniel Fernandez. And now Daniel Fernandez is a very interesting player. He's got quite a broad opening repertoire. He did mention yesterday that he actually has a 0-3 record against Michael Adams. Although when I checked online, he has actually drawn in an online game. But certainly in over-the-board games, he's down 3-0. And I believe the openings which he's played in the past are the Sicilian, the Caro-Kann, and the Scandinavian. So he's actually going for a Petrov, it seems, today. Maybe just trying a different opening again. So far, he hasn't had a lot of luck against Michael Adams. But the one thing in his favour is obviously Mickey's a slightly older player. So every time he plays against Mickey is getting a little bit older. So you imagine that will give him a slightly better chance.
So when he gets older, Daniel gets younger.
But Daniel, I mean, how old is Daniel? He must be in his 20s. So
I think so, yeah.
So he's probably getting, I guess, if your peak age is, let's say, around 30.
28 maybe.
28 for you.
No, I think he's 28.
Oh, he's
I think
28,
he's
okay.
No, not 28 for me. But,
Yeah,
I agree with you. Your peak age is probably in your 30s. By the way, this could be history unfolding as we speak, guys, because playing on board 4, I believe, is an 11-year-old called Supratit Banerjee. So we could be looking at history being made, Nick. An 11-year-old British champion. It's only half a point behind. If Michael Adams fails to win today and Supratit Banerjee wins on board 4 against Amit Ghazi, Supratit has just beaten 2 GMs in a row. He's now looking for the hat trick. However, I do think that Amit is a slightly stronger player than Simon Williams and Mark Hebden these days. I would say Amit is also a slightly stronger player than myself.
Yeah, I mean, Amit is also quite a consistent player, whereas I guess players like Simon Williams, Mark Hebden, they can play at an incredibly high level, but maybe don't quite have the same consistency as Amit.
Sure.
One thing we've noticed about Amit in this tournament so far is that he has actually reached some quite promising positions, but he just hasn't managed to always convert them. But he's playing well, and I think, when he saw those pairings last night, he'd probably be quite happy to play Supratit. Having said that, Supratit has just beaten 2 GMs. I mean, I don't think there's any other 11-year-olds in the world who have beaten 3 GMs in a row. Do you know any 11-year-olds that have managed that feat?
Not really, no. I mean, we're living in unusual times. I mean, I was mentioning this yesterday. We have had very young winners of national championships, because Bobby Fischer famously won the US championships when he was only 14, I believe. And in recent years, Ali Reza Firouzja, who's originally from Iran, did win the Iranian championships at age 12, which is a remarkable achievement itself, as Iran is also quite a strong chess country. And Daniel Dada is one of European top younger players, won the Belgium championships. But still, for an 11-year-old to win the British Championship is unheard of. And now we're not having to wait for these people to break through. They're breaking through right now. Bodhana, Supratit, people like that are breaking through right now. So we've got a situation where Shreyas Royal could take over the #1 spot, but he might not be there for very long if Supratit and Bodhana get their skates on. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, it could be an interesting situation. I mean, it's a bit of a chess boom in England at the moment, where we have lots of very promising players coming through. Talking a little bit about the pairings today. So obviously, Michael Adams currently half a point in the lead, playing Daniel Fernandez. He'd probably be quite happy with that pairing, given the head-to-head record, but still a little bit dangerous for him. No, can we pull up the other pairings there? So I think we've got,
Sure.
obviously we discussed Amit Ghazi against Supratit. We've got Yishen Han against Nikita Vitugov. So obviously Nikita, the top seed, really needs to win this game. But Yishin's looked quite solid, and he's actually playing Queen C2 Nimzo Indian, I can see. So he's going for quite a solid opening as
Let's have a
well.
look at that game.
Maybe we can have a quick look at that game.
Yeah, I think Nikita, I agree with you. He's stuck in his famous draw rut, but he hasn't done much wrong. Yesterday, actually, he was actually worse in the final position against Adams. Interesting that Adams was happy to take a draw there. So I think Adams is already thinking strategically. He's thinking, right, I've nullified one of my main rivals. I'm half a point ahead of him. But is he maybe taking it? Is there a danger you're taking it too cautiously with that attitude? If he doesn't win today, you would expect probably Nikita and possibly Gawain to catch him up. He could be heading for another playoff, right?
Well, I guess his mindset has always been try to press for the win with whites and just try and play solidly with black. And certainly black against Nikita, when you're half a point ahead of the field, going into that game, he would have been happy with a draw. So, yeah, it's certainly understandable that he took a draw even from a slightly better position. And now he's probably backing himself against the 2,500 level players.
What move would you expect here, Nick? Would you just castles is quite normal, or would you expect D5? C5 is, I think C5 is actually the best move, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually played D6, which is a slightly unusual move. You say castles is a very popular option. C5 definitely very popular. D5 also an option. D6 is a little bit unusual, but perhaps he's just trying to, reach a slightly more double-edged position against Yishin, because if you play down these main lines, they can be quite forcing and quite drawish. So he's probably just trying to back himself to outplay Yishin.
By the way, guys, this looks like a blunder because it looks like it allows this followed by the pin, but this just doesn't work for white because you can simply take. After pawn takes, you have the option to either capture it first or just simply play this immediately. Black would win a pawn and probably have a winning position already. So white generally in these positions, Magnus Carlsen's played this move. I'll play this move myself. It's just basically a solid attempt to get in the game. Sometimes black plays C5. It's not the most tested move, but it's fairly solid. Black would try to go for C5. What would you expect Nikita to play? I think actually it's...
I think Yishin's actually played E3, which seems quite solid. I would imagine you could have played E4 as well. I don't really know the theory, but
solid choice.
he's.
Right?
I think he's just going to be happy to try and get a draw today with white because he's still searching for the GM norm. So he has actually shown in the past he's quite happy to take draws against the strong players.
Is he scoring heavily enough to get the GM norm though? If he seems to be drawing a lot of games, is that quite going to be enough? I feel like he needs to win at least one or two more games to get the GM norm. Well, he's drawing with the 2600, so that obviously won't harm his performance, right?
Yeah, I mean, he won his first 3 games, and then he drew with Amit, who's a 2500, and he drew with Daniel, who's a 2500. If he draws with Nikita, 2676, you imagine he must be more or less online for a 2600 performance.
If he wins today, then he's in a great spot. But I think if he draws and then he plays like a 2400 or whatever, he might be under pressure to win a game, is my feeling.
Yeah, I mean, given that he's not likely to keep playing all of the top seeds in the last 2 rounds, he probably will need to get 1.5 out of the last 2 if he draws today. But
I think he's going to lose. I think Nikita's going to come good in this game. I'll be honest. What's your feeling on the game on board 3?
Yeah, I mean, I probably think Nikita will do it as well. But I mean, that's quite a tough pairing for him. Yeah, board 3 is interesting. So Guain's been a little bit out of sorts this tournament, but he is starting to come back. He did win that Rook FNH pawn against Rook endgame yesterday that we looked at against Taran. And we sort of predicted that he might actually win that game.
What you predicted, yeah. I mean, your predictions have been spot on. As your brother said, I'm just here for the padding.
Yeah.
Very, very generous of him.
I don't know, I'm sure you've got some good predictions as well, Danny.
Well, in this position, black played knight c6. Now, the old move was bishop e5, Nick, but the Guain just played queen e3. Now, I do believe that he actually had this as black. I could be wrong. Against a little-known Norwegian player called Magnus Carlsen in the London Chess Classic a while, several years ago. I could be wrong. I have a feeling he had a system like this. And, of course, unsurprisingly, he lost the game. However, after g6, one of black's ideas in these kind of positions is to bring the bishop out and then possibly exchange it for knight to reduce some of white's space advantage. White played bishop e2, so black was probably thinking about playing bishop g7. Now, after bishop g7, you could consider the move h3, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally not a huge fan of bringing my queen out early. I mean, I do understand that he's playing it for surprise value a little bit, but it doesn't feel like it's all that testing for black. It just feels like he's trying to get a position. I don't know what your feelings are on this opening.
Well, yeah, since you say about the Queen coming out early, he actually did that. We saw that in the first round against, long, it seems like a lifetime ago now, the first round. We've been here so long, right? But against Bodhana, he brought his Queen out to D4, but that was an E4, E5 opening. So now we're getting, obviously, certain players have certain tendencies in that regard, and he's decided to bring the Queen out. So often what tends to happen, Nick, I mean, I'm not a great expert in these positions by any means. You probably know more about it than I do, but I think you often get like a Maroczy bind type position that will, obviously, there might be a threat of E5 here, but let's say black played knight D7 to nullify that. You could play the move C4. That's often what happens, that white will play with his structure and make it very difficult for black to break out this cramped position. We're getting a few moves. I think Sawsbor seems fairly well prepared for this.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in the game against Bodhana is obviously when the queen came out to D4, the knights had already been exchanged. There was no way to attack the queen, so it was much safer. Whereas in this position, obviously, it's been attacked straight away, and it might end up getting attacked again. So as you say, Shawspor does seem to be fairly comfortable with this opening, but it will just be a game. Guain's just going to have to try and play on and try and win in the middle game.
So let's go to board 4, and this is really, interesting pairing because we've got an 11-year-old playing on board 4. It's clearly, if he's doing this when he's 11, he's clearly got a very bright future. He's going to be up there with the elite British players, you would hope. Obviously, early years in his chess career, he's playing against Ami. I don't know about you, Nick, but I'm team Ami all the way. I want Ami to win the tournament. I would say my top 3 that I'm rooting for, top 4 would be Ami, Daniel Fernandez. Matthew Wadsworth is becoming an increasingly sympathetic figure as the chess goes on. Obviously, Marcus Harvey was rooting for, but I think he might be a little bit too far behind. And you've also got, Brandon's fallen away. And the other person I would say is Shreyas. So who are you rooting for? As, forgetting about who might win it, who are you rooting for?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess the players that you grew up with, you're most likely to back. But obviously, it would be interesting if we had a winner who was somebody new. So it would be nice to see. I'd like to see probably one of the players that I've worked with win, maybe someone like Daniel Fernandez or Matthew Wadsworth. Sure. Also, I would have obviously liked someone like Mark Hebden to win, or Simon Williams, or friends that we've known, over the years. But they're just too far behind now. In this game, I actually think Amit will be quite happy with this pairing. He would definitely be targeting a win. He's going for a kind of flank opening, and seems interesting. Do you think he might, just punt H4? That's probably not his style, is it? He'll probably just play Bishop E2 and keep it solid.
So Nick's saying H4. The idea behind that is playing knight G5, presumably, Nick, right?
Yeah, I just made it up just now.
Okay.
It's probably not really Amit's style.
We can do the whole opening check. What is the moves here? There's not many moves. H4 is one of the main moves.
Oh, wow. Okay. So good instincts.
I would imagine that Amit knows this position or has some inkling. So A3.
It's played A3.
Yeah, it's the other move.
But H4 actually seems to score better when you check the opening theory. I actually didn't know it was a theoretical move, but it just looks quite interesting.
It looks quite natural. And the thing is, I was mentioning this earlier, I was doing a lecture at the museum, the World Museum, which funnily enough, actually, it was a tournament that took place in that same venue in 2008, all the way back then. And I mentioned that when white plays H4, because computers love the move H4. However, obviously Ami's played A3, but if you play H4, what I tend to find is H4 is a good idea when black isn't putting you under any pressure in the centre. However, if there's stuff going on in the centre, it's generally not a good idea to push your H-pawn. I mean, the old wise saying was you meet a flank attack with a break in the centre. Now, anyway, A3 was played. What do you think?
I mean, A3 obviously quite a sensible move, stopping knight B4, and you've still got the option of playing H4 later on. I think Amit will really be hoping to get something out of this opening. He seems to really know what he's doing, and Supratit is already a little bit off guard, probably feeling a bit uncomfortable. A lot of black's pieces are over towards the queen side, so That's why I'm tempted to go for a kingside attack. Well, I'm not sure if Amit will do that or not, but
What counter move do you think Black is thinking about here? What do you think
yeah,
Super
definitely
is thinking
B6
about?
makes sense, doesn't it?
B6.
B6, bishop B7, just to develop your last minor piece.
Okay, so let's leave that game for now because Super Tit is thinking about, got his head in his hands. He's clearly thinking very deep. With another very big game on board five, we've got huge games today. Matthew Wadsworth, Shreyas Royal. Where would you say, like, you would go down to the winner to? Because we go down to say maybe, would you go down as far as Glenn Fleer and say that he's got some sort of theoretical chance, or do you think Marcus Harvey, or do you think they're just out of it now?
Yeah, I imagine the winner will come from one of the players who's within the chasing pack, or of course Michael Adams. I think the players who are point down have really got a lot to prove. I mean, of course they could win the remaining 3 games, but also none of them have sort of shown the same form as these top players. And this is actually a little bit of an maybe unfortunate pairing for both players because both of them have been playing quite well. Shreyas is, a very talented player, and it was maybe a bit unlucky against Michael Adams that he had such a bad opening because it was interesting that he commented afterwards that he felt Mickey didn't play as accurately as he could have done, trying to finish Shreyas off from obviously a very good position. And we did also note ourselves they spent quite a lot of time, so he might not be quite as sharp as obviously he was a few years ago. So Shreyas is a very strong player. And Matthew, as we've seen, he's an incredible defender. He's a bit like a Virgil van Dijk of the chess world, just trying to, gets to sort of quite bad positions, but then he's quite good at saving them, as we saw yesterday, and we've seen on a couple of other occasions as well. So this could be an interesting one. I think if I was in Shreyas' position now, I'd try and keep it a bit murky. I wouldn't really want to simplify the position too much. And it does seem as though we're in for quite an interesting game here.
It's similar structure to what we got in the Amit game, right? It's like an English type setup. White is very solid. Black is just fiddling around a little bit. But Black seems to be doing reasonably well, in my opinion. This is the danger with these English setups as white, is you don't really gain any advantage if people know what they're doing. But at the same time, your position's very solid, and I think the plan is just to outplay them later.
Yeah, I think Shreyas will be quite happy with this opening. Looks like he's going to get all his pieces developed pretty easily. Nothing too concrete happening. As you say, Matthew's played moves like A3 and H4, which are quite slow moves. And Shreyas can just get on with developing his pieces now.
What about D3, Nick? I mean, that looks like a natural move, right?
Yeah, I mean, White could easily play D3, Bishop G7 from Black.
What if I went Queen D7? Because my idea is if you castle, I might want to go for a Bishop H3. I mean, of course, Bishop G7 looks more natural, actually.
You can still play Queen D7 next move and go for that plan.
There's not much going on in that game at the moment. I mean, it's difficult to find games. Let's go back to the board one.
I think Shreyas will be quite happy with the opening.
Sure. Let's go back to board one. So we left it in the Petrov. Petrov, very theoretical openings. It's all been analysed to death, apparently. So there's several choices here, Nick. I mean, for example, you can go C4. That's very typical. But then you go down a long theoretical line. We've seen that with Michael Adams. He tends to avoid very long theoretical lines. So he went for something solid. I think you could also go knight C3 here, Nick. It's another line. And just allow your pawns to be doubled and take back. But he went knight BD2. So a black play decided to take. And just went Bishop G4. Very solid stuff. And one of the, obviously, advantages of the Petrov, Nick, is it's just very solid for Black. It's very hard for Black to go wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually commented the best strategy against Mickey is just to play solidly for a draw. When you try and get too ambitious, that's actually when he's at his most dangerous. So I think, especially given their head-to-head record, Daniel probably would be happy just to make a draw today and then 2 more games. He'll be half a point behind Mickey, but then he can just try and win his last 2 games.
I think so. I think he's changed up his strategy from where he's played Mickey before. So far, it looks like it's been successful. I think he'll get a result in this game. I really do. I get a really strong feeling. Every time I predicted Mickey's result wrong. It's interesting what you're saying about you think the best strategy is to get result against Mickey is to actually play solidly. That's interesting. Because I remember speaking to Neil McDonald once, and we were talking about some foreign cell game that Michael Adams had against Etienne Bacrot. And he said that Bacrot made a mistake of just trying to attack Mickey. said Mickey's like a great counter-attacking player.
Yeah.
So it kind of backs up what you were saying, actually. But bishop f4, so how would black continue?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. I think he's a very dangerous counter-attacking player, and if you just play solidly against him, he's normally, doesn't he tries a little bit, and then he normally just agrees to a draw. So I think,
Well, it depends who he's playing, right? I mean, if he's playing like a 150 player, he's probably going to like.
Well, we saw Glenn Fleer have that strategy against him in round 2. He just played a solid game against him and made a draw. I mean, Mickey isn't the kind of player that will take unnecessary risks just to win a game.
So what's your candidate moves here as black? Queen d7 maybe appealing, or bishop d6, or
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, bishop d6 is an idea, isn't it? And one thing you have to watch out for always is make sure bishop h7 never works, but it can't work here because you've got this clever queen takes g5 idea. Which...
So what Nick is saying is you line up at knight g5 by taking here the famous Greek gift sacrifice, which is named was Greek gift. I think it was Pliny the Elder, who was some sort of historian, who said that beware Greeks bearing gifts relating to that Trojan horse.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I've found a bit strange about the naming of the Greek gift is the Greek gift actually was like a horse that you gave away. But
I've given away a few horses in a betting shop over the years.
But in the chess world, you actually sacrifice a bishop for the Greek gift, so it doesn't seem like the right name. If it was a knight sacrifice, then Greek gift would actually stand better.
That's true. Yeah.
After bishop d6, they can take on d6, can't they?
Right. Oh, and then
if you take with the queen,
that makes sense.
Now bishop h7.
Otherwise you'd be doing well, but this is very good for white. Actually, just winning for white, so you can't do. So Nick was saying, basically, very clever point, that you have to take with a pawn, which is not ideal, but you probably avoid that. But you have other good options, maybe rook e8 to move queen d7. Looks very solid for black to me, but
yeah,
obviously, although objectively looks very solid, you still have to be accurate here.
You can maybe consider bishop h5 with the idea of bishop g6, I guess. That might be an idea. It's a bit slow.
Completely.
Yeah, it does feel as though black should be okay, but like you say, you just have to be a bit careful here. Maybe your queen d7 is the best option because
feels natural.
You can move your a rook to e8 like I like to do.
Maybe here
you can try and play bishop f5.
Here I think you can always go here, Nick.
Yeah, I don't think Mickey will play bishop b5. He'll probably play rook e1.
Rook e1, right. And now
rook a e8.
Yeah, it looks like a good suggestion. Yeah, very solid. Maybe bishop f5, like you say, at some point will be played, or it's just hard for white to make progress. I mean, I would say this position is more or less dead equal, almost. Maybe tiny edge for white, yeah?
Yeah, I think black has to probably play about...
It says actually bishop d6 is the best move.
So what does it say? It says bishop d6 is the best move. After bishop
what about
takes...
queen d7? It doesn't like queen d7.
No, after bishop d6, bishop takes d6. What does it suggest?
Queen takes. Actually, this is good.
So we missed something.
Oh, we've forgotten about we forgot about this.
Oh right, okay.
So this is actually winning for black.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's quite shocking analysis. We got a bit lazy there.
Yeah.
I think Daniel will see that. I think bishop d6 is definitely a move you want. Because funny enough,
he's played bishop d6, so maybe you've seen that.
Yeah, I mean, it might still be in his prep.
But I mean, obviously Mickey won't take on h7 without triple checking that. But bishop d6 looks like a nice move then, because if you can swap off those dark square bishops, it's really getting close to an equal game.
Yeah, and if you go here, I think the most testing move, I really think this is nothing if you take. So if you go here, queen f6, yeah, I mean, it's really, really solid for that. I mean, yeah, it's already looking quite good for Daniel. Hopefully, I feel a bit sorry for him if he lost this game, given his bad record against Mickey, and I think a draw would be quite likely, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's quite a good approach from Daniel. Just play solidly for the draw. Yeah, Mickey's not the kind of player that will overpress, so I could see this ending in a draw quite soon.
Also, okay, he's got 2 games left after this, Mickey. It's not guaranteed to play Guain, because Guain could lose a game, right? And then he won't have to play him, or Guain might have to play Vitugov at the end. So therefore, he could get a weekie towards the end of the tournament. I don't know if there are weekies here, but sometimes you get that, don't you? You played everybody, and then you get nice pairings at the end. I mean, you must have found that sometimes.
I tend to find you play everyone apart from one player, and then that's the player you get in the last round.
Ah, right. But you know
Um,
what I mean, like, but those tend to be over maybe even longer tournaments, 9 round tournaments that you play. Like tournaments like the British Rapid play, sometimes you end up playing, maybe not so much now because they've got stronger fields, but you end up playing quite weak players towards the end of the tournament because you basically played all the top players in the middle of the tournament.
yeah, but I think this competition, there's enough good players that you're just going to get.
Yeah.
You get another 2,500 player.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so not much going on. Any games further down you want to look? What about Marcus High versus Peter Wells? Also want to look at Richard's game. We had
Okay.
Richard come in the commentary room. So look at Marcus Harvey looking to bounce back. There's not much going on in this game. They're still in theory. Peter Wells is thinking. So, yeah, I think we should move on quickly. There's not much to say about that.
Yeah,
What do you reckon?
it's quite a sort of solid position. Obviously, Black's got a choice of moves here: E6, Knight F6. D takes C4 is a little bit risky. I don't think Peter Wells will go for that.
You know, there's a trick here, Nick. Sorry to interrupt. I think there's some sort of trick that if you do something like this, let's say you went knight d7 and you castle, there is some kind of bishop takes f3. I've seen this. I think I've even played it as black like years ago in a tournament in Copenhagen. And after bishop takes f3, you go knight e5. That's a nice trick because you're basically hitting the bishop and the pawn, and if white takes, you get this great structure here. Or even pawn takes also playable, but you're better already.
Yeah, I think Marcus will see that coming though. I mean, Amit's played this kind of opening before as well, hasn't he? But he's gone for an early Queen B3, which is
Quite aggressive.
sort of unusual. I think one of the ideas after Queen B6, you can sometimes play D3 and then Bishop E3,
Absolutely.
and try to attack that Queen and try to force Black to take you.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Korchnoi used to play like this. I saw a game recently where he lost to Karpov years ago where he did this D3 and Bishop E3, but I can't actually remember how that game went. I think Karpov may have exchanged queens actually, but he seemed to nullify it quite well. But again, you know, my memory is defective. I think we should move on. That game's a little bit dull at the moment, not much going on. Let's have a look at your brother's game against Kobe Cavallion, who's a young player. Also, I think we need to look at Lan Yao because we haven't mentioned her much this tournament.
Yeah, the women's tournament is getting quite tense. We could look at some of the top female players as well, because I think Lan Yao is tied for the lead at the moment.
So D4 was played. So Richard went into Open Sicilian. You know, that's good. It shows that he's trying to take it on rather than avoidance strategy. Knight F6, Bishop C4, typical move. Castles, Bishop B3. Now, Black goes for a solid line here. There's several moves you can play. I think even A5 is maybe a move, Nick, or just going D6. But he's gone Knight G4. And Kobe's gone Knight G4, sorry. And white is thinking, I think the main line is taking on G4 from memory.
Yeah. I think because there were some sort of tricks. I mean, Richard played Bishop B3, obviously played quite quickly. If you don't play Bishop B3, there are some little tricks you have to watch out for in some of these lines.
Like maybe
I mean,
E4, yeah.
Sometimes you have that move. I'm not sure if you have it there.
No, possibly not.
There's some lines where you
this
can
whole
play,
Bobby Fischer versus Reshevsky theory.
I think if you play F3 instead of castles,
Quite the same.
you might walk into some
Queen B6.
Queen B6 move, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is...
And another tricky line is if you play Queen D... Well, Queen D2 here just looks bad because of Knight G4. I think there was some line where you play Queen A5 and you got some Knight takes E4 tricks, but I'm trying to remember exactly how it goes. But Bishop B3 probably sidesteps a lot of those tricks.
That's a very sensible move. And he's got Knight G4. I think he'll take... After Knight D4, I believe maybe it's Queen D1 even, weirdly.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying to allow Knight takes Bishop, that's the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can go E5 as well. I mean, I've seen Chris Ward play like this, former British champion. Maybe I'm getting the positions confused. Maybe the white pawn was on C4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Bishop's on C4, I think. Because if I was black, I wouldn't play E5. I would just take on B3, Bishop pair.
Bishop pair looks good here. And then maybe some move like D6 looks solid enough.
As long as you don't lose the A pawn.
Maybe b6 as well, yeah. Because
Yeah.
as you say, like maybe there might be some issue with a7, maybe b6, Nick. Unless I'm walking to queen d5 now. Keep blundering.
What does White need to play Queen D1 if you've got the bishop on B3? Can you just
Maybe I'm
cast?
getting the lines confused, Nick. Yeah.
Is castle way too
I think
risky?
do you want to castle queenside?
I just think that's the kind of move Richard might play. It's probably too risky. Maybe we'll just castle kingside and play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, you are walking into d5 eventually. I don't know if black trades first or goes d5.
Can we just castle queenside just see what
Yeah.
happens? 'Cause it could be like really
For the
dubious,
laughs, for
but
the giggles.
we'll just see if we get any action going.
Very aggressive by Nick Pert. I think he's been here too long. He's just going all in on every game. You want to go h4.
Actually,
don't
to
you?
be honest, I see some problems with our own queen if black moves a d pawn. Where are we going to put the queen?
Don't know where you put the queen, yeah.
Yeah, we can maybe just drop back, do you think? Drop queen g3.
Yeah, you are covering this square.
Yeah. Yeah, d5. We've got the rook on the d file, which is quite nice.
Although, can I do this? Or is it too much?
I mean, you can play it, yeah.
You can play it.
E5 probably for white.
e5, yeah.
We'll just take your d pawn.
Almost tempted to sack the queen here, but there is queen a5, right? Queen a5, bishop d4, and then there's like queen a1 ideas. I don't know if they're
It's a bit murky, isn't it?
It's a little bit unpleasant. I want to avoid this. I mean, the line we're talking about is this. Obviously, black has other moves, but
I don't think Richard's going to
I
cross the
don't
queen
think I
side.
like
It feels too risky. I think that position is probably okay, but in general, it feels too risky to cast the queen side.
the queen g4. I don't know how much this is fair. He has played queen g4. So the main line here is you do take with a knight, and queen d1's the main
Yeah.
move actually.
You
So
can
maybe
castle.
I was remembering the theory. So after knight b3, a b3, you actually do go b6.
What about queen h4 instead of queen d1, just to try
I think
and
that is a line as well, yeah.
just to try and get
I've
those
seen
dark
that
square
line
bishops off.
before, which actually makes some sense, right? I think Gawain would do that, right? He's quite an aggressive player. Loves to go queen h4, bishop h6. Gawain Jones, obviously playing on one of the high boards today. Yeah, then d6. I mean, it's the reason I like this line actually for black, I think is just clarifying, right? You're quickly going to a position where you've hoovered off some material and a position is fairly strategically clarified. You got the bishop pair, as we see in the game, if we just go back to the game.
Yeah, I think actually this knight g4 is quite a good response to bishop b3 because when you take on d4, you're attacking that light square bishop. Because normally you wouldn't be attacking that bishop, which makes a huge difference. So it's just quite a good way to try and simplify the position.
So actually, the engine stop line is this, and wow, you can play d6. So I think taking on a7 feels slightly anti-positional in this one moment.
Probably just queen d2 is most likely.
Something
I mean, you
like
could
queen
play
d2.
h4. Richard might play h4.
Looks slightly better for white. Okay, so let's move on to some of the women's boards. So we haven't looked at there's a lot of people we just blank, right?
Well, what about Stuart? Do you want to quickly look at Stephen Corner's game because it's
Absolutely.
worth noting that
Where's that game? Oh, here we
that
go.
Siva is actually in that group, isn't he? On
Oh, absolutely.
half point behind Michael Adams.
Has he got the massive overcoat again today? Because yesterday he was sweltering. It was sweltering in heat, and he was wearing a huge sort of sports jacket. So maybe he's discarded it today and wearing a skimpy t-shirt.
Yes, his level of chess might go down. There's quite a lot of people playing these kind of wing openings, but he has actually transposed to a d4 opening by playing d4.
That's weird that he's gone bishop e2 and then bishop d3 later. Can you explain why he might have done that? I have no idea myself.
I think he's just wasted a tempo, to be honest.
It doesn't make any sense. Oh, hang on a minute. I think Jonah Willow's played lines like this. Not Jonah Willow. Jacob Connor Boswell has also played in the tournament. And black does have ideas of going knight e4. That, for example, queen c2 looks more natural than rook c1, but you could do something like this, where you get a reasonable kind of stonewall Dutch structure for black with f5 coming, potential attack on the king side.
But
So,
what else says? Why didn't he move 8 when he played bishop e2? If you go back to move 8 after
Yeah,
after knight
absolutely. It doesn't
bd7,
make any sense at all.
why did he play? He played bishop e2 castles and then bishop d3.
Very strange. Very strange.
Yeah, why didn't he just play bishop d3 straight away?
Very strange. Very strange. Well, Stephen, yeah, maybe I'll come in a commentary with him later and explain the reasoning behind that. Maybe he's just trying to avoid theory.
There's some e5 move he might be trying to avoid. I'm not sure.
That's what I wondered, yeah. Okay, so we got this is the position we got on the board. What would you be thinking here? It's white to move, I believe. Stephen Gordon, think. What would you be doing here? Would you be pushing e4 or would you be building up?
I mean, yeah, obviously e4 is the main break. I don't really like having my queen opposite black's rook on d8, so I would be a bit nervous about opening the position.
X-ray to the queen. That's what somebody called it once when I edited a chessable course.
Yeah, because it feels like there's lots of pieces in the way, but you play e4 and suddenly all those pieces start disappearing.
Queen c2 kind of strikes me as a... I mean, there is some idea that sometimes black can take some of the heat out of the move by move bishop a3, but that's a little bit slow there. It doesn't feel very intuitive.
I'd probably play queen c2 and rook d1. If black tries e5, you could possibly consider playing either e4 straight away or maybe even take on d5 and then e4. And then your rook is opposite the black queen, so
right.
The tactics might work out in white's favour.
I mean, one of the things I notice about, when you do play the Slav, you have games against Slav. I have a lot of games as white against Slav because I tend to play d4. The computer always loves black in the Slav. Yeah, I think maybe because of the solidity of the setup. And you always get great counter-attacking opportunities. I mean, we saw that game earlier in talk where your brother beat Lawrence Webb. I know it was kind of a bit more of a grindy kind of endgame, right? But, it kind of backs up my point that the Slav, I think, is one of black's better openings against 1d4, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I've also sort of Queen's Gambit. Quite like Queen's Gambit positions with, e6, d5, knight f6. They tend to also be well regarded by the computer.
I'm going to go e4. What are you doing against e4?
I mean, there's sort of a number of options here. I guess one option you can play is taking on c4 and then playing e5.
Yeah, that's a very nice option.
That's quite a common idea.
So if white takes to the pawn, I guess you do this anyway. And yeah, the center looks a little bit unwieldy for white, I would say. So I think you would probably take with a bishop, the bish. And then maybe e5 would happen anyway. And yeah, this is not really that impressive for white, at first glance. I mean, knight h4 maybe, but then there's always g6 just to nullify that knight. Maybe there's some weird line like this, but it's not going to work, is it? Because it's not going to work, I don't think.
No.
So, yeah, so it's not a straightforward one. I think Stephen's going to play a build-up move.
Yeah, queen c2 looks quite natural. And
yeah.
Also, if black is slow, you can play rook d1 and then go for e4.
I don't think this is going to be theory because he's wasted a move with a bishop. But there's so much theory now, I wouldn't be shocked. It is still theory. Unbelievable. And the main line is e4, but queen c2. What is the top move? The top move
is quite a rare position.
Is e4.
Or queen
c2, e4. So this line that you can also, of course, take here, which actually is a very safe way to play. It's just this, chopping some wood. You could even get a rep, Nick, a very dull rep. This is a very typical idea. Bishop.
You can't repeat though for white.
You can't repeat. Sorry, that's a good point. You can't. Doesn't quite work, right? So yeah, I mean, so essentially, that would be an idea if the rook was on another square. So okay, but as you say, if you take what is, so we were looking at this line, but the engine says that actually white is slightly better here because of the anchored pawn. That surprises me because I'm in love with squares, right? And that square on c5, black just owns that square for all of time. But I guess you can't do much with it because you go there. Knight looks pretty on c5. But how do you follow it up? Not so obvious.
It's only very marginally better for white, and I think that's due to the extra space. The computers always like extra space, don't they?
Absolutely right. Okay, so there's not. Okay, let's head back to these female games that we were talking about. The women's games. So Lanya has got a tough pairing because William Claridge Hansen has been playing extremely well. So that's going to be an interesting. I personally make Lanyard a favourite for this game because I think he's got more experience in these kind of critical rounds. But we'll see.
Yeah, I saw William played the endgame yesterday against Bazakutska with a rook and 2 pawns against bishop
Oh
and knight.
yeah, you were calling it as a win, weren't you?
Well, he got up to about +5 or +6, so he had an overwhelming position, and then he blundered one of his pawns. So he had the win in the bag. So he'd probably be quite disappointed. But I still think, he's been playing against the top players. Lanyao hasn't really been. I think she lost in round 1. She probably hasn't played the same field. So
No, that's right. Yeah, she's played a much. You get that in Swiss system, Nick. You get players who play a much lower quality field. I remember one year I played in the British Championships, and you were there actually, because I think you played Peter Wells. His last round of Scarborough British Championships, and I played Nigel Davis. And I remember Nigel lost in one of the early rounds, so I was playing a much stronger field. But then Nigel wiped me out in the final round, played a great game, wiped me out, right? And, fairly. And then I was really annoyed because I thought, I played a really strong field. Nigel has hardly played any good players, I played like all the top players. But ultimately, it's about how you perform, right, on that day. Actually, I remember I left the venue and you were coming back with Peter Wells, and then you asked me how I got on, and I just sort of like, yeah, and walked on. You both sort of burst out. You burst out laughing, yeah. I went back.
I don't think I'd be laughing, but
You were, mate.
was I?
Yeah.
I'd laugh afterwards.
Yeah, sorry to put you in it.
No, but I've also had that in years where I've played like absolutely everyone. We've actually tended to make quite fast starts ourselves, both of us.
Yeah, that's
So we end up just playing everyone, and then I don't really like the Swiss system because
No.
players come through from below and they haven't
Absolutely.
played anyone at all. And that's one of the things which I think I suggested earlier in the tournament about the pairings, that they should actually be based on how difficult your field has been up to that point. And if you've played a harder field, you should get an easier pairing because, it's really unfair if you played everybody and then you get another hard pairing. But yeah, I actually think William is quite a big favourite for this game just because he's been playing, we have different opinions, but he's been playing all the top players and he's been causing them problems as well. He beat Daniel Fernandez. He's, was unlucky not to beat Bazakutska. He's been playing really well.
He's a form horse. I personally, I'm all in Lanyao here. But, that's what it's all about. That's why we've got two commentators who have different opinions, right? Your opinion always tends to be right. Mine always tends to be wrong, but there's still opinions, right? Okay, so in this position, it looks fairly balanced in the middle game. I guess, one of the reasons why White plays A4 there, Nick, I think, is to basically discourage this very typical free move C5, because C5 potentially can be met with A takes B5, but maybe Black might be considering something along those lines anyway. And then, okay, it's White to move.
Yeah, I mean, C5 is the key break. If Black achieves C5,
Sure.
then it normally equalises without any trouble at all.
Sure. I mean, I think William's a bit of a raw talent because, like you said, like yesterday was winning and he messed it up. And that's what I get the impression. He doesn't have much experience, but he's clearly a good player. He can get a lot better. But yeah, I think this game is fairly equal. Let's move on to one of the other women's boards. We haven't looked at...
I mean, you just skip past Elmira.
Yeah, let's look at Elmira because we haven't discussed her. She's a good player, and I think she's won the English Women's Champion before. I'm not sure if she won it this year, but she
was definitely in the playoffs. I can't remember if she won or not.
She's playing this barrier attack, which is not called the barrier attack on chess.com. It's called the Indian Game Knights Variation East Indian Defense. I think barrier attack's a much simpler name, right? Barry. And I think it was called Barry because Mark Hebden kind of popularised its own. I think he used to call it a load of old Barry.
Oh, so he actually named the opening, did he? I knew you played it all the time.
Well, there was a toilet variation as well, which Magnus Carlsen, when he was quizzed on these openings, somehow he knew the toilet variation. I think it's a line in the Sicilian defence where you go something like this. F4, D5, Knight C3, the toilet variation. You play a move quickly so you can go to the toilet. but amazingly, Magnus Carlsen knew the name and he knew who created it, which was Mark Hebden, right? Probably after a few pints, right? But
so Mark Hebden's actually named a few openings then.
Yeah, the Barry, yeah. So the Barry, obviously the critical move would be D5. It's quite.
You've had this against Mark Edden before, haven't you?
Yeah, many times. I mean, one interesting variation actually is, say if you go, do you normally go bishop f4, right? And after bishop g7, e3, bishop g4, there's a nice trap here after queen d3. That I think if you take, you can go queen b5 check. That's quite a nice trap, but we're kind of going off on a little bit of a tangent. Let's see what happened in the game. So black just allowed this e4 move, which of course transposes to a Pert variation, or Pitz's. I'm not sure how you pronounce Pert, but
Pietz, is it?
Pietz, exactly. My pronunciations definitely need to be improved. Yeah, but Jonah, as you would expect, is keeping all the tension in the position. He's not going for any kind of early piece exchanges. He has exchanged on d4. I would have expected knight takes there, but he's taken with a bishop, which looks perfectly fine. So after rook e8, you could feasibly get what bishop d3 looks like a very natural move here, or possibly knight d2. Nick, I mean, what would you go for here?
Yeah, I sort of feel like black's relatively comfortable. We can play obviously bishop e6, knight d7 quite quickly.
Sure.
And must be close to equal.
I think Jonah will be looking to win this game. He's had some up and downs in this tournament, but overall he hasn't performed terribly. It's one of these people that, you know, is kind of like a Switzerland in this tournament. It's like neutral. It's not been great, but it's not been a disaster. Okay, I think we should look further down, look at some of the other women's pairings. And we've also got, there's Harriet Hunt there on board 19. So that's a crucial game. We haven't looked at Harriet Hunt that much this tournament. We did look at a very important game set against Matthew Wadsworth, which was a real battle. So Harriet's gone for Ryla pairs like we had in the, obviously black didn't go for the Petrov like we've had in the board one game between Michael Adams and Daniel Fernandez. However, we're getting a main line.
Yeah, I mean, Harriet, I think, is half a point behind Lanyao and Elmira. So she really needs to win this game to try and stay in contention to win the ladies' prize. And I think she's played these E4 systems pretty much her whole life, so she'll be quite comfortable. I noticed Mickey likes to play with these two knights in front of the king as well, knight on f3, knight on g3. I tend to find that they're quite good because not only can you use them for defense to stop any potential attack, but you can quite often use them for attacking ideas as well.
Sure. I mean, this is like the class. Sorry to interrupt, but this is like the classical way to play the Rider Pairs. Is why exactly what you're saying. You put the knight on f3, you put the knight on g3, and sometimes you play h3, and even bring the knight back to h2 so you can push the f pawn. Another idea is maybe to bring the knight into h4 and then, you know, focus on that weak square on f5. Black can have problems meeting that because obviously g6 is going to drop the h6 pawn. So sometimes, yeah, rook e8 makes a lot of sense because you want to go bishop f8 in many situations so that you can meet knight h4 with g6 or just play g6 anyway.
Yeah, I like the g6 move against these two knights because you just control the f5 square. I mean, also when white plays knight h4, they have to be a little bit careful of knight takes e4 tricks as well.
Sure, yeah.
Which sometimes can be on.
At the moment for white, right? This is probably a bit ropey for white. Yeah. So what Nick's saying is basically just a pawn blunder. Yeah. So after rook e8's been played, what would you expect Harriet to play? I guess h3 looks very natural here, right?
Yeah, I think h3.
It's probably still theory.
I imagine it's still theory, yeah.
So black would want to play d5, but the problem with d5 immediately is you have to calculate whether that drops the e5 pawn. So white, let's say white takes, possibly actually might take on b5 first, then trade, and after taking on d5, knight takes e5 is coming in. But actually now I'm seeing a problem, Nick, that after bishop d5, knight e5, knight takes e5, rook takes e5, there is a bishop takes g2, which is actually kind of annoying for white due to the weakness on long diagonal. That variation was a bit random. I'm sure white has other options after d5 anyway. Sure.
So I think we're going to take a short break just to update a couple of technical issues, but we'll be back.
Well, thanks for watching, guys. But hang around because we're basically just going on a very short break. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Right, we're going to have a look at Bod Hannah's game. So Bod Hannah, is a year younger even than Supratit Banerjee. So she's another massively, massive potential junior player. So she's playing white in this game. And she decides to opt for a c3 Sicilian setup, which seems quite sensible given black's played an early g6. Interesting that black went for an early d4. It's very typical of Bod Hannah. She likes to just play simple positional moves, nothing special, very solid player. And she tends to outplay her opponents later in the game. There's a kind of a touch of a Magnus Carlsen or a Capablanca about her play. I would imagine that Magnus Carlsen is probably one of her chess heroes. So rook e1's played. So black now, Nick, is probably solid enough here, but needs to develop. So how would black develop? Do you think knight h6 is going to be played?
Yes, I think just to quickly recap the score. So Elmira has 4 points, Lanyao 4 points as well, Harriet Hunt 3.5. Elmira was the English ladies champion, and Bodhana on 3. So she's a point behind Lanyao and Elmira. But yeah, certainly black could consider knight h6 to try and bring the knight in. You could play e6, but it would weaken the dark squares a bit, so you'd be a little bit reluctant to play that move. The
I'd
white
be very
knight might
worried
come
about
in.
knight a3 or probably knight d2 and then knight c4. Just to show how it can go a little bit wrong for black.
Black can get castled, so it's not maybe the end of the world, but you might be a bit reluctant to play that move if you don't have to play
Maybe
it.
bishop f4 first, Nick, and after this. So now I go here, maybe. Although you do have knight d5, which is kind of a bit annoying. Bishop g3, and when you castle, maybe I'd argue that this is a bit better for white. Possibly, yeah, knight a3 or knight d2 is slightly more accurate than bishop f4. So e6 is a move. I think black might also consider playing knight h6.
Yeah, I think knight h6 is a bit safer. You're not really committing to moving the e pawn yet. Plus, also you might have later on have the option of f6. You're thinking about e6 for white, are you?
Yeah, I'm just Mr. Aggressive, right? You're Mr. Patient, and I'm Mr. I can't be bothered to maneuver around. I'm just going to get on with it.
But
If only we could combine our two superpowers,
it'd just be an all-round weak GM.
Yeah. Who would you like out of all the players? Which ability would you take? Like, let's say positional play. Who would you take out of all the players in the tournament?
Well, I mean, overall, the top players are obviously just the strongest players, aren't they? But I guess Nikita's quite good positioning, and Mickey, they're very good positional players. Matthew's a very good defender.
Sure.
In terms of like aggressive players, probably Gawain is the strongest attacking player. Someone like Simon Williams is quite a natural attacker.
Absolutely. E6. So if you take on E6, my idea, Nick, I don't know if it's any good, is to toy with ideas like Queen B3, putting pressure on the E6 pawn. And if black goes E5, try and defend that pawn, you do have the option of chopping off the knight and then taking on E5, which I think would slightly favour white, maybe more than slightly favour white.
And black would struggle to castle there. So yeah, so they might play E6 just to stop E6. There is that
Yeah, doing more
consideration.
moves. So he's thinking about it. Is this still theory? It isn't theory. When did they leave theory? I wonder. Probably quite early in the game, actually. And Bod Hannah does tend to avoid a lot of main lines. Already they're out of theory, even by this point. I think this looks not like a great position for black, I'll be honest. I mean, the engine is giving probably a slight edge for white. Yeah, only a slight edge. Knight h6 is the top move. E6 is playable. So, good chance for Bod Hannah. She probably could have won yesterday. She was quite close to winning yesterday, right?
But she was also quite close to losing as well earlier in the game. White had a huge attack, didn't they? And then
That's right. That's right.
sort of
You pointed that out.
counterattacked.
By the way, David Eggleston. I think we should go to David Eggleston's game because he's doing reasonably well against Stuart Conquest. Interestingly enough,
It's quite a strange opening choice from Stuart. It's not taking any of the centre at all.
so we mentioned a sniper variation, which is popularised by FM Charlie Story, who's based in the northeast area. Although I believe he was born in Manchester, but That would be with an immediate c5, but Stuart went for d6, which would be like a modern defense, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, as you say, he's allowing white to take the center, but that's often the way that you can get a dynamic, unbalanced game. I think he's thinking that David is just a great theoretician. I want to get just a game and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably also considering the tournament situation and feeling he needs to try and play for a win today.
He's rolling the dice, right? He's rolling the dice. I mean, there is a knight takes e4, but I don't think that completely equalizes. I think, well, actually, I mean, that would have definitely been a consideration. But as you say, he's probably going for more of a tense approach. This might peter out. You know, you could either take and go knight takes.
Yeah, knight takes e4 in those positions is supposed to be quite a good idea normally.
And then after this, chops. But then bishop takes. I think this might even be some kind of theory. And as you say, probably okay for black.
But it's
Oh, brilliant.
It's normally a case that black knight's not on c6 already, so the knight can go to d7 and then to f6 to attack that bishop. But probably just doesn't want to simplify the position so much, and he's just looking to keep it a bit more double-edged.
So the position we got on the board. By the way, we're live on chess.com, which is amazing. You know, hopefully that means we got more viewers than we usually get. We usually get 2 or 3. And one man and his dog. But we're getting very exciting games in the British Championship. We're going to go back to the top boards in a second, but let's have a look at this game. So what would you play here? It's white to move. What are you playing here, Nick?
I mean, obviously, probably considering the breaks in the centre, I generally would try and improve my rooks first. Or certainly the f1 rook, you could move that to e1. You might want to drop your bishop back from c4 as well, because you're always considering black playing d5 at some point, or this knight takes e4 and d5 move.
You know, when I wrote this book, Mate in the Castle King, which, by the way, was by far my biggest selling book, and the reason why was because it got translated into Chinese. And the day it was released in China, you know, it had sold like 4,000 copies, right? All these Chinese kids buying this book, right? But I remember one thing that stood out was whenever white exchanged the dark square bishops, it just seemed to win every game. Because bishop h6, you know, exchange off, you weaken the dark squares, it becomes a much easier job attacking. I'm not sure if white would do that straight away, but that's something to bear in mind. I think we should go back to top boards because these are the games that people tuned in to see. Let's have a look. Michael Adams playing on board 1 against Daniel Fernandez, just gone rookie 3. Which, by the way, unsurprisingly, given that Michael Adams is a walking engine, I believe that's the top engine move.
Yeah, so you're quite famous in China, are you?
Wow. I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but I was told that was the first, because essentially a friend of mine, Crystal, that's not her original name.
Where did you meet Crystal?
Well, no, she's the wife of Adam Ashton. She's a very nice lady. She does a bit of coaching with Chinese students. She put my book up for a vote because they were voting on which book would get translated from English into Chinese. And there hadn't been a book translated from English into Chinese in many, many years. And for like a Western chess book, obviously other types of books probably have been, but not a Western chess book. And I was very lucky to win that vote. So obviously, yeah, the sales just rocketed after that. If we could break the Chinese market.
I mean, Chinese have got quite a lot of good chess players, haven't they?
Well, they've got quite a large population as well. But the problem is that to publish in China, you need to get permission from the Chinese government properly. You know, you can't just start a business in China. But what would you play here as black? So he's clearly intending to go rook to e1. This is a big test for Daniel. Big test. Slight edge for white. Two bishops. If you trade, the argument is you could make lots of trades here. The argument is that, yeah, it looks drawish, but it's not because you're just suffering. You know, white's ready to go e4. Yeah, even though the position looks drawish, there's no easy way to actually liquidate and just kill the game off.
Yeah, this knight on c6 is a little bit misplaced as well. It's interesting how, you know, both players are obviously not wanting to capture the other player's bishop. You can't get the knight to e6 very easily
Yeah,
because you
exactly.
can't play knight d8, which is a
Can't play
problem.
98 because immediate back rank problem. Yeah,
Exactly.
you just lose a whole rook. So maybe G6, I think, was actually coming up as quite an important move, actually, by the way, just to solidify black structure. Let's say rook e1 would be played. Yeah, it's a tough defense, this, I think, like, in a practical sense, because there's just no easy way to
Maybe you can play king f8. Can you
King
just
f8
keep the
looks
tension?
sensible. Yeah, yeah. So this is a big test for Daniel. He looks very calm. I've always said like he's like Mr. Cool. He could be the next James Bond.
But it might work out okay for black. I mean, you're not too worried about white playing bishop takes d6. You just have to live with those double pawns, but at least they control a lot of squares. Do you think black will consider playing f5, or is that too risky?
No, absolutely. Yeah. By the way, we've had some comments on YouTube. Somebody said, Oak Tree said, I still don't understand why Adams took the draw in a better position yesterday. Is he giving Nikita Vitugov a better paycheck? Yeah, I think, as I mentioned this earlier, I think he's just thinking strategically. He's thinking, I'll nullify one of my main rivals. Yeah, maybe I was better, maybe I wasn't, but I move on to next game. Obviously, if you're completely winning against somebody who may or may not be the same rating as you, you're probably going to play on, right? But it wasn't so clear, and I think he always had it in his mind that would be a good result. But I think now in this position, he's going to try and win against Daniel, right?
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players who tries harder with the white pieces, and he also respects the high-rated players. So,
Sure.
yeah, I'm sure that when he went into the game with Nikita, he was happy to make a draw.
Let's go back to Nikita because Nikita really needs to win today. I don't think he can afford another draw, Nick. I think that's just going to lose too much momentum. However, his position seems okay, but not great, is what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad for black, is it? I guess he might try and swap off a piece. He might be a little bit nervous about this f5 square, slightly weak.
Maybe knight c5 for black
Exactly.
is an option. Knight c5. I think White's last move was intended against that. He's probably going to chop skis and start getting the Hoover out with something like 94. But the Hoover here might be a bit defective. Might be a bad Hoover because after f5, black gains some useful space. So maybe the first Hoover is okay, but the second Hoover, maybe you don't Hoover and you just go something like bishop d2, intending bishop c3. Yeah, hard to see how black equalises completely, or
What do you think black's worse here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometimes you know me, I'm always like bigging up the top players. I always think they're better and they're going to win, but I'm not massively in love with black's position here. I mean, if we check it, we always do this game, don't we, Nick? And you always win. Who is better? And who do you think is better? What do you think the evaluation is?
I don't say I always win. Normally, you're quite accurate with your evaluation. I think it's quite close to equal.
I'm going to say plus 0.5 for white. Let's have a little check-sees. No, black's my evaluations need to be improved, right? This is why is black better here? I mean,
Only 0.03.
okay, B6
It's about equal.
actually it's changed again. Yeah, I think it's about so you were spot on there. Let's move away from that game for obvious reasons. Let's move on to Gawain Jones. Yeah, this is actually very unclear, right? So
Yeah, he spent a lot of moves with his queen, hasn't he?
we left it around about here. Black played g6, bishop e2, bishop g7, cackles, knight f6, h3, castles, rook d1, knight drop. Yeah, I mentioned that before because knight d7 looks a bit strange. Like, why are you bothering to move the knight again? But white had a threat of e5. So if you play like a developing move, like say for example b6, white has this annoying move e5. He's going to try and drive your knight back anyway. So black decided to avoid that with knight d7. Knight jumped out to c3. And very sort of slow build up by Gawain, but no easy way for black to kill the game off. So knight e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop g5, f6 looks weakening, but yeah, that's a very strange move. Why didn't he just play bishop e3? What's the logic behind bishop c1, Nick? 'Cause I really don't understand that move at all.
I mean, maybe he was afraid of knight c4 from black.
Yeah.
And then he would have to either move the bishop or take the knight.
Yeah, so you lose the bishop pair, and we've been banging on all week that the bishop pair is very strong in chess. Queen a8 maybe at some point, or queen c8 to e6 looks quite good for black. And you've also got this kind of x-ray along the fourth rank to the queen. So going back to this position, he went bishop c1 Gawain, and black is thinking, I think practically this looks quite good for white, but I think if black defends fairly well over the next few moves, he probably will get an acceptable position. This is a key moment for Majika. It's not a player we're very familiar with in English chess. I never heard of him before this tournament, I must admit, or I think I'd seen him play the 4NCL maybe, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's got to decide what to do about this pawn on f6. Does he want to just live with it there, or is he going to try and play f5 at some point? I mean, f5 is quite a double-edged move. I don't know what you think about playing it almost straight away, or whether you build it up.
Yeah, I like it, yeah. Aggression. Given how cautious you are, whenever you suggest an aggressive move, it always tends to be quite a good move, right? You tend to be quite a patient player, I think it's fair to say, right?
Not always. I mean, it's just a critical move that I'd look at, but it might not necessarily be the best move. It's quite funny, Guain's plays so many moves with his bishop and his queen.
Yeah. He looks fairly confident there on the webcam, Gawain. He tends to be a fairly chilled out guy, and not a lot flusters him. Okay, let's have a look. A very important game, by the way, guys. Anyone watching, just tuned in. I mentioned this before, that we could be seeing history in the making here. We've got an 11-year-old on board 4. This is the future of English chess right here, right now. Supratit Banerjee is one of the best 11-year-olds in the world, and he's potentially going to win the British Championships, which would just be a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite a long way to go before he manages to win the British, but he has just beaten 2 Grandmasters in the last 2 games, winning against Grandmasters Mark Hebden and Simon Williams, who are both very experienced Grandmasters. So, he's made a good start. Obviously, his opponent, Amit Ghazi, is a very experienced player, recently gained the Grandmaster title, who's been working quite hard on his chess. So he probably will be targeting this game as a possible game to win and try and get himself maybe tied for the lead. So it's quite an interesting position. I feel as though I slightly prefer White's position here. I feel like White's got some attacking play on the king side, and he can just castle queen side and just try to cause black some problems.
Well, we were talking about raw talents earlier, and I think that Supratit is the definition of a raw talent. He hugely lacks experience, and this last move, a lot of players I think would be a bit wary of playing that move, because there's an obvious reply with just taking on f5 to me.
I mean, obviously black certainly can't recapture with the pawn. He would lose straight away to knight takes d5.
Yeah, just to show that the bishop come out to c4, and then this is just the game over. He resigns, so you can't do that. So your options are either rook takes f5, obviously ignore recapturing, or potentially maybe taking on c3. What do you think Supratit would go for if white does go for the obvious taking on f5?
I mean, I think he's planning knight takes c3. I mean, if you play rook takes f5,
yeah,
it's a bit ugly, it's a bit ugly. I mean, you're attacking the knight on f3, so would white play? I mean, you might play rook takes f5. Would white play knight? Would you move the knight? Would you play defend it? Knight g5 is the kind of obvious square for the knight.
Yeah, it's a hard one. It's a hard one to say. I mean, knight g5 you could play. You're not necessarily concerned about losing the pawn, because yes, black could do this, but they're risking a lot here. You've opened up the g file. If you can imagine a scenario where the knight moves from c3, could have immediately captured on d5. If the white rook was ever to go to g1, it would be game over. I mean, bishop d3 feels like a potential move there, and then
this is just completely crashing, isn't it? Because white's going to cast the queen side, and black's in a lot of trouble.
So I think you're right. I think his probably idea is to take. Now, I think his idea is that after queen takes, he can play bishop f6. Otherwise, none of this makes sense, because clearly you can't take back the pawn because immediate checkmate. So you have to go bishop f6. So he can calculate Supratit. He can calculate these short variations very well, probably calculate long variations very well as well. But after queen takes c3, bishop f6. So what would you recapture with, the pawn, or maybe you go f6 here? You just leave the knight and you play f6.
Yeah, I mean the sort of natural moves to take with the bishop on c3, but I think I would look for some sort of intermediate move.
I think maybe my idea is after rook takes, you have knight g5. The problem is, so if you move the knight, just to show that, there's queen h7, an immediate checkmate. However, there is bishop takes f6, Nick, and yeah, I'm not so clear, I would say. Pawn takes, you can still play this position. So I think this looks a little bit shaky for Supratit. I did say this is a good opportunity for Amit to potentially catch up. If Daniel Fernandez holds, Amit, he wins this game. Yeah, it's a tough pairing, isn't it, on paper? You don't want to play against Supratit with his 2200 rating. He's better than his 2200. Generally, what you find is juniors, they play for K factor of 40. I think Supratit recently was over 2300. But if you just have a little bit of a bad run, because you're playing off that K factor of 40, you can drop a lot of points.
I mean, do you want to have a quick look at that line? Knight takes c3.
Sure. So we're taking.
So taking
here,
f5,
right?
yeah. Knight takes c3. Just say we just play bishop takes.
Yeah.
What are you going to play now?
It looks ugly, doesn't it? Because if I take with a pawn, I feel like bishop c4 is huge for white. You know, just to show this looks super scary, right? Knight g5 maybe?
Yeah, why not knight g5?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, something like this, again, you can win pawns, but this is just, you know, I mean, you pretty much resign here. Rook g1 is coming.
It looks horrible.
This is a squash. This is a squash. So he's got a big problem here. Like, he probably has to take with a rook, Nick, but then bishop d3.
Would you play? Could you play bishop d3 instead of knight, or would you just play knight g5 again?
Yeah.
Maybe you could just play knight g5
I think I just
again.
blundered the knight. But you could do this because
You got some trick with bishop e4.
this is some trick. But I'm also wondering whether Supratit might even sack the exchange and go for some sort of light square compensation. Hard to believe, but as you say, you got a nice alternative. It's always important in chess to have alternatives. You know, say like you have backup variations, right? If one variation doesn't work, you have a backup variation. So you calculate your backup variations.
Yeah, it feels like White's got lots of backup variations.
Yeah. I think I mean, again, we could do the analysis game. What do you think? What do you think, Nick? Here,
I'd say maybe
it's a tricky one, isn't it?
1.8 for White.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't know exactly. I'm gonna say over 1. Yeah, you're probably spot on with your 1.8. Let's have a little look. No,
we're too optimistic.
No, we're too optimistic, right?
Supratit's still in the game.
So come on, Supratit. Come on, Ami. We need. Yeah, amazing. If okay, should we go down a little bit?
Do you want to see Simon Williams? See how he's getting on?
Absolutely. The Ginger GM.
Got a popular character on chess.com.
He's playing. By the way, I think you're right about William Claridge winning because he got a huge advantage already against Lan Yao. Well, nice advantage. So Simon is playing against someone who probably won't be that familiar to worldwide audiences in Rishi Vijay Kumar, but he's quite a talented young Scottish player. Scotland actually have quite a number of, mentioned Supratit Banerjee. He was actually a Scottish player until quite recently, but he joined the English Federation. Also got Freddie Gordon in his playing this tournament. He's a 14-year-old. I believe Richie is also a 14-year-old. So Simon's having to play all these kids. It's probably getting him down, right?
Well, he probably wants to be up on the top boards, and instead he's struggling
He's
to beat the juniors.
Underrated juniors, and this is what a lot of ancient GMs like myself are encountering, that we're playing against these underrated juniors, and our ratings are getting smashed to pieces, right? Have you found that, Nick?
I just find that I'm trying to play a bit less, and I don't meet so many of them. But they are very dangerous and obviously up and coming. I mean, it's a little bit less well known, but Simon's actually the world, I think, heavyweight chess boxing champion. Do you know that?
British.
Oh, I got a bit
Not
ahead of
world.
myself. British.
Or maybe
British
the
chess boxing
solar
champion.
system. Yeah. British chess
But it's
boxing.
quite unusual. There's actually quite a lot of boxers that actually like to play chess. Did you know that? I don't know if you know any of them.
Manny Pacquiao, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Manny Pacquiao was photographed with Nigel Short once, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I think Lennox Lewis is a chess
That's right,
player.
Lennox Lewis. My sister's seen Lennox Lewis in real life.
Has she?
I think so, because I think he was dating somebody who lived quite close to us when we were living in London. He's from that neck.
Mike Tyson, I think he's a chess player. Anthony Joshua.
Mike Tyson, yeah. There was an old story, wasn't there? Have you heard of a website called Quora? It's basically a question and answer website, and the question was, would prime Mike Tyson defeat a silverback gorilla? Because
Not an adult one.
no, there was a famous story where he was in Brooklyn Zoo with Robin Givens, and there was this gorilla bullying other gorillas in the enclosure, and he offered this zoo attendant $10,000 to open up the zoo enclosure and fight the gorilla, and the zoo attendant declined. But yeah, I agree with you. He probably wouldn't defeat an adult silverback gorilla. Certainly not now. Maybe prime Mike Tyson would.
I don't think so. I think gorillas are, at least 10 times stronger than humans.
No, they're not 10 times stronger actually. But
Silverback
they
male gorilla.
are stronger. They are
I think
stronger.
they're a lot stronger. We'll have to Google that one.
But chimpanzees are actually more ferocious. They're more chimpanzees are more dangerous because gorillas tend to be quite placid animals, whereas chimpanzees are slightly psychopathic. Anyway, we've gone off on a little bit of a tangent.
Someone said the Klitschko twins are good at chess. What do you think Simon's strategy would be if he fought against one of these guys in chess boxing? If he fought Anthony Joshua at chess boxing?
Well, he'd have to get the chess game on first, wouldn't he?
He would get about 4 minutes to play chess.
Yeah.
He's got to enter the boxing ring.
And then find some excuse to avoid a boxing ring. He's not going to fight against Anthony Joshua, is he?
So you have to just give up your title.
Yeah. Knight c5. So a usual move here would be queen c2, defending the pawn. There's not a lot going on here actually. It's a bit of a dull position, I'll be honest. Looks solid enough for black. Maybe e5, Nick, is a move. Maybe bishop a6 is an option. Exchanging off the light square bishops.
I guess, yeah, trying to stop... actually, after bishop a6, I was trying to make bishop e3 work, but I don't think it does work.
Oh, so your reasoning is here.
It doesn't work.
The knight, if the knight moves, there are a couple of options for black. If the knight moves,
take on e2, can he?
Could also maybe consider knight e3, but you can certainly take on e2. You're absolutely right. Now, if the queen takes, you obviously lost that option because black can just move. If you take, so Nick's idea was to take, hitting the rook, also hitting the bish, but unfortunately it's bishop d3, and that seems to get out of trouble. Okay, so there's not much going on in that game. I think we should go back to the top boards. Let's stick with the top boards for now. Very important. Michael Adams' game against Daniel Fernandez. We've got that line, haven't we? Which I think was actually one of the top engine lines. He's just gone rook e8 and then king f8. Very, very solid by Daniel. I predicted before this game, didn't I, or at the start of the game, that Daniel would get a draw, right?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he makes a draw. He's playing sensible moves. He just needs to find maybe another 4 or 5 accurate moves to equalise this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Are you not concerned that if white took on d6, then the pawn on d5 might be a little bit weak after, say, something like bishop? I suppose it's knight a5, right?
Probably knight f5 is a good idea.
Knight a5 is a good option for black, even though knight in the rim is dim, but it all depends on the position. I think after bishop a4, I'm probably quite happy to trade in that scenario. Although then you get this slight improvement in structure, don't you? So
yeah, it's just slightly awkward, isn't it?
Slightly awkward. Is there any other way that black could meet this problem? Not seeing it. It's not screaming at me. Is there any other option other than knight a5? Somebody said, Leon Watson said, what about an elf? How strong is an elf? Do elves exist? Elves exist. Were you a fan of the Hobbit films, Nick? The Lord of the Rings? Anything like that?
I watched a little bit of them, but I'm not really into it.
You know, I had a dream last night about a plane crash, so it could...
Is that the Final Destination?
Yeah, we're talking about that. And I was actually thinking about this other film called Cliffhanger with Sylvester Stallone, where they go up a mountain, and these people have robbed this kind of plane that's carrying a load of bonds or something, and it crashes, and somehow these mountaineers, played by Sylvester Stallone and this other actor, are having to rescue these bad guys. So that was quite a good film.
Yeah, so somebody suggested that Ginger GM would have to use rope-a-dope strategy against Anthony Joshua. I don't think that's a very good strategy, though.
Yeah, you could do that in chess as well, can't you? Because often you lure the opponent. I mean, Karpov was kind of a roper-doper, I would say. He was also like a little bit like Muhammad Ali, dominant in the 1970s, and he would use a rope-a-dope strategy. He was a very good defender, Karpov. And then when people ran out of steam, have you often found that because you're quite a good defensive player, when people have been attacking you and the attack goes wrong, later in the game, you are able to counterattack them because they run out of steam. You use a lot of energy trying to attack. And if the attack doesn't go through, you use a lot of physical energy, and somehow you leave a lot of weaknesses in your position as well.
I mean, you've got to have quite a strong mindset if you're defending. You have to probably realise the moment when, you could actually go on the attack. Because a lot of people, if they've been defending all game, they end up just taking a draw as soon as they've got a chance to attack themselves because they're so focused on the defence.
He's gone for bishop b5, by the way, which slightly surprises me. So Michael Adams is playing very concretely. He's saying to Daniel, I don't think you have a simple way to equalise the game. I'm going to keep putting the pressure on with simple moves, and now you have to start calculating the king and pawn endgame, which is awkward because there's a lot of calculation involved.
Yeah, I feel like the king and pawn should be completely fine for black. I wonder if the idea of bishop b5 is to maybe play bishop a4 at some point.
Right.
And then he's got this idea of bishop b3.
Absolutely.
Which could be a little bit awkward for black. It's quite a sort of slow tactic. Maybe he was worried after bishop c2 that knight a5 was possible. And so he's trying to avoid this knight a5 move by playing a slightly funny move order.
I mean... just sneezing there. Sorry, yeah. Probably hay fever, but one of the things I've noticed, Nick, when you're playing against like the top players in the world, playing against people like Michael Adams, it's a little bit like fighting Mike Tyson, boxing Mike Tyson, right? It's like the pressure. The pressure gets to you because they're posing you problems on every move, and it feels tougher. The game feels tougher. It feels heavier. And maybe Daniel's getting that feeling now when he's playing the great Mickey Adams. But the game is a little bit dull at the moment. We'll come back to that game. Let's have a look at potentially the game on... should we go back to the game with Matthew Wadsworth, Shreyas Royal?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that Daniel's also 20-odd minutes down on the clock, which is quite important. So
absolutely,
he is suffering a little bit against Mickey.
So Matthew Wadsworth is white in this game because one of England's brightest prospects in Shreyas Royal, who was kind enough to come into commentary room yesterday. Shreyas did mention that his calculation is very good, so he's obviously got a lot of potential. In this position, white is playing very aggressively with what we see all the time now, this very early H pawn. So at the moment, white doesn't have any killer threats, but he's putting a lot of pressure on. How does black relieve the pressure? I quite like this position, or I quite like this approach by Matthew, sorry.
Yeah, but it's a bit double-edged as well because he hasn't developed the dark square bishop at all. He hasn't really got a very safe place for his king. So you can see how it could go either way, this one.
What's the candidate move for black, though? I can't see any candidate moves for black here. What would you consider playing? Maybe something like... because it's a bit awkward. Could you castle, or is that just too suicidally risky? Brad Buchanan said Karpov Muhammad Ali were twins separated at birth. Not sure about that.
If white can somehow get this queen over to the king side, he could create some dangerous attacking ideas with knight h7, but it just can't really get the queen over very easily.
Yeah, so let's say you took. So this, sometimes you just have to test your opponent. That you took, like you say, it's not obvious how you actually follow this up.
Queen f4, you want to play queen d6, do you?
Yeah, so Nick's idea is queen f4. The idea behind that is to bring the queen back to h2, but queen d6 is a good nullifier. I mean, I could play d3 and I'm probably not doing too badly, but I mean, you're looking around for something a bit more, I guess.
Yeah, you just want to get the queen into the attack somehow, which is not that easy.
Now, if black doesn't want a castle, what other options does he have? It doesn't seem that obvious to me. Maybe a move like c4 might be possible. Feels a bit slow. Maybe knight b5, Nick, sorry. I just wondered about that move as well.
Yeah, I was worried if you were overloaded there. Knight takes e6.
Yeah. Yeah. So Nick's idea is if you take with a pawn, obviously then you're rupturing your pawn chain. It's not very healthy. If you take with a queen, there's knight b5. Okay, so Shreyas is really in a tank here. He's really thinking. But he's confident in his analysis. A lot of people, I mentioned this the whole week, that the stronger the player, the better the time management. And Shreyas has a lot of confidence in his calculation ability. Therefore, he's not rushing into a response. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a slightly awkward position. It feels as though if you can just somehow coordinate your pieces, you could also cause white some problems.
By the way, Mathematical said, I think the first blow Joshua landed would end the fight. Yeah, I never would want to fight a heavyweight boxer. That's just not, but I think to like boxing, Nick, you have to enjoy being punched, because I've actually done some sparring with Simon like years ago. He's got quite a long reach, which you would expect because he's quite tall. But the problem was with the boxing, I realised I didn't really like getting punched.
Yeah, it's not very nice, is it?
When you get hit, it's just painful. So, same with chess. When you get hit at chess, chess is very similar to boxing because you can play really well, but then you get knocked out. I mean, okay, he's played a move, by the way. What move did he play? He actually went bishop d5. I did wonder about bishop d5. Trying to induce white playing e4. Very bold move there. I think he also wants to go h6 without giving white the option of taking on e6. Now, maybe this knight b5 move as well, potentially. But e4, then you go back. I think amateur players will just struggle to find bishop d5, Nick, because they reject it as being too slow on account of e4. But the problem is when you look deep into the position, when you play e4, you're creating a lot of weaknesses, and later on you cannot switch your queen to the king side because your queen's stuck out on a4.
Yeah, I quite like bishop d5. I think it's a good move.
Again, should we do the analysis game? What do you think? Murky position that I've never seen before. I'm going to get this wrong.
Go on, you go first.
I'm going to say tiny edge for black.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say white's better, but I prefer black as well.
Okay, so finally we agree with this.
So
It's taken us a
probably
whole
wrong.
week. Oh, tiny edge for white. But we weren't a million miles out. And you've got to
equal.
find d3 to actually keep that tiny. Yeah, I can see Shreyas winning this. So really that game on board one's wow, we're starting to see like a massive shift here for Adams. He's just made a big mistake. But no, hang on. It's changed. It's changed. So, okay, it hated Daniel Fernandez's last move. He went f5.
Okay, can we carry on this plan, bishop d6, and then I want to try and win that d5 pawn.
So his idea, by the way, Nick, is to be very concrete. He wants to go f4. He's threatening f4. Now, Mickey Adams, it was a weakening move. And I think in the middle game, you wouldn't play f5. But Daniel's reasoning that in the end game, you can get away with it. Bishop d6. And you want to do this. And just threaten bishop b3.
Because there's also rook e6 ideas as well. Yeah, rook e6 is a possible idea. I'm trying to think how is white actually going to win a pawn here?
By the way, we've got a comment from It's Over Anakin. For once, I'm watching the game. Great commentary too. I believe It's Over Anakin is a line from one of these Star Wars films, right? Talking about Anakin Skywalker. It might be from the third Star Wars film where he's somehow lost the high ground to Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then Obi-Wan Kenobi says, "It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground." You seen that film? You must have seen that film. Everyone's seen
I
the
don't
Star
know,
Wars
probably
films.
years ago.
You saw the original Star Wars film,
Yeah,
though,
of
right?
course.
Darth Vader. Empire Strikes Back is probably the best Star Wars film.
Are you a bit of a Star Wars fan?
Oh, I was born on May the 4th. So should
Oh, really?
be. Yeah, May the 4th be with you. Yeah, I think the best one was the second one, Empire Strikes Back, directed by Irving Kershner in 1982. It's a good quiz question for those of you watching at home. Without Googling, can you name who directed the third Star Wars film to be released, which was Return of the Jedi? This is quite an obscure general knowledge question.
You flexing your general knowledge muscles.
It's so obscure. Well, we haven't done enough movie trivia. You know, I like my movie trivia, Nick. We haven't done enough movie trivia on these podcasts. It was quite a bad film, Return of the Jedi. Not as good as first and second one. Okay, so Bishop E5, F5. So you're thinking about trade skis. Trade skis and Bishop A4, right? This pawn on D5 is very weak. It's a different type of game than what Michael Adams has been playing in this tournament. He is generally quite a good technical player, but he's had some quite bouncy games. Have been quite attacking games. Now he's having a different challenge, which is a technical challenge. But we'll see. So far he's more than up to the task.
I think he'd be quite happy with this type of position against Daniel, because if it became double-edged, he could get outplayed, whereas here he probably feels as though he's pushing for the win, but he's really got the draw in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Like you said, like sometimes he can maybe be a little bit cautious and take a draw. But in this situation, he feels like he should be pressing. You know, he's better, so he's not going to cop out too early. Okay. So what's the evaluation here? So after your suggestion, actually, this is already a huge advantage.
Oh, well, I missed. Oh, yeah, I forgot you can take and play C4.
You can take
everything off.
What you do is you take everything off, and then you play C4. I think Daniel's blundered this. Under the pressure of trying to win the British Championships, he's blundered this C4 idea.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Is that just winning? Might just be winning in King and Pawn Endgame.
Well, the evaluation is climbing big time.
Yeah, because you're going to force the bishop off for the knight, and you're going to have the extra queenside pawn.
Okay, so the point is, I think that after take, you go D5. And the point is that when you get your normal way to... King was on D8, this would be okay for black. But the king is just one square too far away. You take, you win the piece, and then you take on B7. I think Mickey might well find this.
It's quite a forcing line, isn't it? He probably is calculating it.
He's definitely he's crunching through the variation. How many variations do you think he's seen?
But actually, when you look at it, okay, we've seen it now. There's not that much to calculate, is there?
There's not much to calculate.
You swap everything off. So after C4, black will probably have to play a move like A6, for example, or what's he going to play after C4?
Well, the computer's saying no, it's changing the evaluation.
But if he moves the king, let's say he moves the king, why can't we just take the knight and then take on D5?
And then go into king and pawn, you think? With the queenside majority. So let's say I'll go king E7. You trade skis, and then you take, and then you start moving your king. And eventually it's going to say white has a winning king and pawn endgame. King F1. Yeah, the computer takes a while to catch up with how bad black's position is. So this could be a shocking development here. Not a shocking development, but a surprisingly quick collapse by Daniel Fernandez, having achieved a very holdable. The opening seemed to go very well for Daniel. But it's all going a little bit downhill very quickly.
It was like you said, he can force it into a king and pawn endgame, so
okay, let's see.
You have to be very careful about the king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, so why was F5 a blunder? So let's say you were doing this, then bishop A4, and then one option was just to trade and actually just go for like a dull position. That's probably knight E7, and yeah, you get E4. But I think maybe Daniel just doesn't like suffering. He would have just thought, this is suffering. White can just play for many, many moves. I haven't got an easy way. Maybe this is where Daniel can improve on his chess. We were saying before, you know, that patience is very important. Maybe the patience could be improved slightly. Because F5 feels a little bit impatient, like you're just trying to basically kill the game immediately, but it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, I imagine Mickey will spend quite a long time on this because he's got to analyse the endgame, but there's no real way for black to avoid this king and pawn ending, and when you take a minute to look at it, it just feels as though white's got the extra queenside pawn.
So, yeah, another line, yeah, you could, like you say, you just can't avoid this king and pawn. You're just going to take on C6, and it's actually just almost like a forced win, right? Just with you exchange everything. Is there any way that black can avoid that? Like, say, for example, if I take No, I can't even avoid it,
You
right?
can't do
Because this is
anything.
forcing, right?
Yeah.
This is all forcing. And if Mickey Adams finds it, wow, he's going to move to within touching distance of an incredible ninth British title, and within one win of Jonathan Penrose's record, which has stood for however many years, 40 odd years. Unbelievable. This historic scenes. Could be an 11-year-old that stops him winning. I'm getting the real hyperbole.
Super tits coming for him.
Yeah. Okay, so we leave that for now, and then we're going to quickly switch to there's a very important game as well that's happening on board 4 between Amit Ghazi and Super Tit. It's starting to look very good for Amit. He's traded on f5, and after rook takes f5, apparently knight takes c3 was a better move. After rook takes f5, rook g1 is looking very scary for Super Tit. It doesn't.
Should we analyse rook takes f3? And it feels
he's about to
kind of
play a move. He's
suiciding.
about to play a move, but he doesn't seem completely
he's not-
sure
he's
of
not gonna
himself.
play
He's
it.
going to move his king, I think, or maybe move his pawn. I think
his
he's thinking about
g7 pawn is weak. Can you see something about the g7 pawn?
G6 looks super scary with the potential of that bishop coming down this diagonal. Long term, that would be very, very scary indeed. I think Amit's going to win this game. And then got a situation where Amit's going to be in the Daniel Fernandez chair. I mentioned before how Daniel Fernandez had a bad record against Mickey. It doesn't seem like he's going to repair it today if Mickey finds that top line. Amit's going to be in the same spot. He's a really bad record against Michael Adams, like so many English GMs have. Psychologically, can he recover? But he probably will get a white. He's going to get a double white against Michael Adams, I would say. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he might do. I haven't really looked at the colour sequence.
Or Gawain Jones could play.
But let's just quickly just show rook takes f3. So rook takes f3.
Yeah.
Presumably knight takes d5, and
Sure.
this is looking horrible for black. If you take the knight back, the rook takes g7.
You want to
So
take with
let's
the pawn
take
or
with the queen, for
Let's take with
example.
the queen. Yeah, just to show the audience, this is just very, very bad, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's force mate coming.
You have got king e8. Can you force mate me after king
Oh, actually,
e8?
no, king e8 does stop force mate. That's true, actually.
But it looks just visually terrible for black. I don't think Super Tit will want to play this variation. But he was about to make a move. Now he's starting to wonder about it. So that's a good side for him going forward. Even if he loses this game, he's not an impulsive player. He does really think about his moves, does really think through. I think he's quite a serious chess player already. He's doing a lot of work on chess already. Like these kids, you assume they're just coming in off the street and they just don't do any work at home. But in fact, a lot of them, they're studying a lot at home,
I heard he had quite a few chess coaches. I don't know how many, 4 or 5 chess coaches. That's quite.
Have you got any chess coaches? Have you got anyone coaching you? Have you got like a team of seconds?
I need one.
Yeah.
They're probably given up by now.
I think this is the fashion. I mean, there's another famous junior, Argentinian junior called Faustino Oro, and I think he's got like a coach for the end game. He's got a coach for the middle game. He's got a coach for the opening. He's got a coach for probably positional games. He's just got like coach on everything, right? And all these like Grandmasters are coaching his future super Grandmaster, right? Seems a little bit like overkill to me, but I'm old school. What do you think, Nick?
I think our level, the most important helper would be someone with the openings.
Yeah.
If somebody could help you do your openings, that would be really useful. I think the rest of the game, once you get to our age, you either got it or you haven't got it.
Have I got it?
Sometimes.
Oh, thank you. That's the biggest compliment you've ever paid me. But actually, speaking of somebody helping people with the openings, I know Abby has a good friend of ours, Tristan Cox, helping him. Tristan's a lovely guy. He's currently living in Vietnam. So if he's watching the broadcast, shout out to him. Let's go back to Gawain Jones' game because we've had a lot of developments in that as well. We left it around about after f6. And we remember White switched back to c1. Black decided, ran out of patience and took on c3. Very surprising decision. I really don't like that decision at all. I think it's too bold. You have to be absolutely certain. I think Sawport is going to get punished. I mentioned this earlier in the week about you getting punished by the goddess Kayasa. he violated the rules of Kayasa yesterday by agreeing to a premature draw when he was a lot better in the endgame. And now he's getting a tough pairing against Gawain, who seems to be like punishing him by winning the exchange. And after rook f1,
I mean, black has got 2 pawns though, so it's not that clear. It might actually be.
not that clear.
It's quite an interesting sacrifice. He's actually sort of taking the game to Guain here, isn't he? He's trying to unbalance the position. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to get a bit ambitious here. I don't know if he's got any GM norm chances or anything like that. He
must have.
might feel like he's going to try and win this game.
Yeah. There is a young Turkish player that Shaq coaches that he considers a future world champion, says Kevin Winter. Yeah, I know there's a number of Turkish players. I think he's referring to Gomas. I'm not sure about the pronunciation.
Did he play a match with Svidler?
He won that match, I think.
Incredible.
Which is, surprising because Fiddler is, a former elite player, still very strong. He's like 2690, I believe. Yeah, Turkey have a number of very promising young players. There's also Edis Gurel. But England, we actually have a good crop of young players for once. So that's a good sign going forward. Because we've had the same elite players. I mentioned this on so many times during the course of this week, to the point where I'm boring you to death, just as I normally am. But we've got so many elite players that have basically been the same elite players, which is great. Obviously, you get the same. It's like the Cheltenham Gold Cup, right? Or the Cheltenham Festival. You see the same horses appear every year, right? We've seen the same horses appear in the British. But it's nice to get new names like Supratit. And also, let's mention, if we've still got chess.com on, let's mention the great Bod Hannah, who is playing a little bit further down. Let's see how her game is going. Where is Bod Hannah? We have to scroll down a bit. Board 25. Let's see how Bod Hannah is getting on. Rook d5 was just played by black.
But yeah, it's true what you mentioned. We've actually got a very exciting group of young players coming through for England now for the first time in quite a long time. And I wonder if they're getting maybe more sponsorship now, or maybe they're just a bit more help. But of course, there's a lot of actually quite wealthy people that are interested in chess. So, if they were to sponsor British tournaments, then I'm sure that would be very welcome, or British chess players. Are there any famous people who are into chess?
Well, one person I know that is quite a good chess player. I was reading this quite recently. Is the guy who founded PayPal, right? And chess players, of course, use PayPal all the time because we're always getting tiny payments from people who are paying us for chess coaching, right?
Yeah.
Is Peter Thiel, and he was actually quite a strong player, rated 2200. Now, Elon Musk famously dismissed chess recently by saying it's a simple game and computers are beating chess players all the time. It's not a very interesting game. However, Elon Musk was also one of the founders of PayPal. He put some money in and he helped to found PayPal. And he's good friends with Peter Thiel.
I think that Peter Thiel, wasn't he also a founder of Palantir as well?
What's that?
I think it's like a technology company, something to do with defense. So I think he was also a founder of this company. But Elon Musk's quite an interesting character because obviously he's in the news for political reasons, but he's had some incredible companies and he's quite involved in AI. But I think he's got this company, Neuralink, where he can actually detect what you're thinking and put that onto a computer screen or some kind of action. So maybe you can get some sort of implant to make you a good chess player. If you could have an implant to make you 2800, would you take it?
No.
That's very honest of you.
No, I wouldn't take it. I think it's cheating. I'm very much against all that kind of stuff because it's scary. It leads you down a scary path, right?
You probably wouldn't want something attached to your brain anyway. But
well, the whole theory in the future is you're going to be able to upload your consciousness to a cloud. However, that seems to me to be dangerous because let's imagine somebody doesn't like you or somebody's a bit crazy, hacks into that cloud, then sends you to a hell simulation. Do you know what I mean? That what
I
would
think
the hell simulation would be 9 days stuck with Gormally commentating on the British Chess Championships.
Yeah, this is my punishment. I like
This is
punishment.
you're sorry to break it to you, but you've been uploaded to the cloud for quite some time.
Yeah, I saw. I read this book about Magnus Carlsen and his life, and in the book, there's pictures of him playing chess with Mark Zuckerberg,
Oh yeah,
also playing chess with Bill Gates, as we mentioned previously.
sure.
And I think there's quite a few like wealthy people that are actually interested in chess. I was watching
Yeah.
some videos recently by a gentleman called Michael Saylor. Have you heard of him before?
No.
Bit unusual. He's
You're finding all these people I haven't heard of. This is you've
That's not
undermined
your
me here.
trick.
Normally I know everything and you know nothing.
So
But now
he's the head of
yeah.
this company called Strategy, which is actually crypto based on Bitcoin.
Right.
And he was
Is it
discussing.
spelled Saylor?
I think that's it.
Yeah, actually, I have maybe vaguely
You've heard of him. And he
Yeah.
was discussing about how he watched Magnus Carlsen playing chess online.
Right.
So I think there are definitely a lot of high powered people that are into chess. But
But there's more to life than money, Nick. Honestly, there's more to life than money.
did you really believe that? No, it is. Of course, money is not everything, but it would help. I mean, the total prize fund for this competition is probably under £20,000. Whereas when we watch the golf, the prize fund for the golf tournament going on is $20 million. So
I think it's a FedEx Cup that's going
Yeah.
on at the moment in America. And it's $18 million maybe or something like that. Favourites are people like Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy. So they're probably significantly richer than Magnus Carlsen. By the way, Bod Hanna's game, it looks fairly solid for black actually. I mean, it also looks quite solid for white. By the way, I think there's been I don't think Adams has actually found the best line. It's strange. He's not found that killer blow. He's still better, but it's strange that he didn't go for that line. Maybe he just missed C4.
yeah, he must. It's actually quite unusual. I think Michael Adams from 20 years ago would have found that.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel's sporting his best poker face, but I think inside he must be sort of like punching the air to some degree to think, yeah, I've kind of maybe, but of course I think you're still worse here, right?
Yeah, but at least you can keep the game going because you can't force the king and pawn endgame anymore.
That's right. I mean, we were saying basically that white could have won pretty much on the spot. Or, yeah, I mean, again, it's easy to be critical when you're looking at the engine. The players don't know, however strong you are, the players do not know that this is winning. I think Mickey does a lot of his evaluations based on judgment. A lot of his calculations based on judgment. He may well be getting tired as well. I mean, the problem with the British Championship these days, although it's only 9 rounds, it used to be 11 rounds, Nick. You don't have a rest day. Back in the day when we used to have 11 rounds, you used to have a rest day. And I think that's important for the older players to have that rest day. And, it's probably in favour of someone like Daniel, who's in great shape physically. He's much younger than a lot of these guys. And he's probably bursting with energy. But okay, there's a lot of water to come under the bridge in this game. And after King F1, how is Black gonna try and equalise the game?
Well, I guess if you've spotted the C4 idea, which I imagine Daniel will have seen by now, and maybe Mickey's seen it as well, because look, he looks a bit hunched over. He probably realises he's missed it.
He looks very uncomfortable there.
Yeah, he looks uncomfortable. I think he realises he missed it.
That's interesting. You spotted that.
First things first is just to obviously not allow that again. So
he's walked away from the board now.
yeah,
It's
he
very
never
rare.
does that.
Very rare. I think he's a bit. Yeah.
I've not seen him walk away from the board all tournament. Have you?
I have. Yeah.
Okay.
I have. I mean, but yeah, I mean, this looks kind of better for white, but it feels. I mean, one possibility is you could take on E3, for example, and then move the knight. Because obviously you can't move the knight immediately because of the pin, so you lose the whole exchange. That would not be a good idea.
After you take on E3, what does white take back with?
That's a very interesting question. I guess he takes back the pawn, but if you take back the rook,
Maybe King F7 that's
that's a good shot. I didn't see King F7. That's much better.
to stop all this rookie ideas.
Yeah, and then you're ready to go knight E7. And although your position looks a little bit ugly, there's no real obvious way for white to crash through. So this is a chance for Daniel. After the move King F1, it's only a tiny bit better for white. So if Daniel plays the next few moves accurately, he's probably going to get a draw, I reckon. And then Mickey will be slightly kicking himself. Of course, he's still in a good position. He's going to be tied for lead if he draws the game. So it's hardly, fatal by any means, but that's going to stick in your mind, isn't it? From the last 2 rounds, you're going to be thinking, hang on a minute, I had a chance. If he ends up in a playoff, the dreaded playoff that I fear so much, I don't want to play off, because I remember last year we were here for 9 hours. Me and Adam Hunt used to do the commentary with Adam. Sadly, he passed away a few months ago. But we were here for 9 hours. We started at 10. And then, playoff just went on and on and on. We might need to book in the hotel for the final night.
Well, we're just waiting. Let's see if we get there first. But yeah, he's making quite hard work of it today, isn't he? It'd be interesting to see how he reacts, because he's probably just noticed that he's missed the C4 move. I think they both noticed it.
Yeah. By the way, Glenn Fleer has had a quick draw with, I'm not sure about the pronunciation, Slatislav. I'm not sure about the pronunciation of his first name. But let's quickly go for this game. Why was it a quick draw? I think these guys need to fight a bit more. But it may well have ended in some kind of perpetual check. Back variation by Glenn Fleer. He's played this before, actually. He played this against me in 2015, the British Championships. That game also ended in a draw. Queen D2, Queen A5, Bishop takes H6. This feels like some kind of theoretical line. Knight takes H6. Are we still in the opening here?
I think this must be some theory, because they played so fast, didn't they?
Rook takes C3, Queen takes A2, Queen C1, Queen A5, Queen H6, no, H4, not H5, King G7.
I mean, Black's still got an hour and a half nearly on the clock.
Okay, so you can't go Rook F3. Yeah, I think they've prepped all this, haven't they? And he decided to bail out. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, it's a book line.
I'm quite surprised, actually, that Black went for this as well, because he's 100 points higher rated.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strange by both, I would say. I mean...
Because they're in that situation where if they want to win the tournament, they just literally had to win all their games.
I think a lot of these players, Nick, I think they just think they can't win the tournament. I mean, we've seen Keith Arkle playing the seniors. I asked Keith, why don't you play in the main tournament? You win so many tournaments. And he said, look, I'm good enough to beat Mickey Adams. That's partly the reason why I'm doing the commentary, maybe. Partly at the back of my mind, I feel like maybe I'm not quite good enough to beat these guys. So I think maybe they just feel that they're not good enough. Okay, so that game in the draw. A lot of the games seem around about equal. By the way, Marcus Harvey seems to have a slightly worse position against Peter Wells, so that's interesting. Let's have a look at that game. And we left it around about here. It mentions Queen B3 move, Queen B6, D3, Knight D7. Very, very normal stuff. Victor Korchnoi used to play this way as white, with the idea to bring the bishop to E3 and pester the queen on B6 and hoping for an exchange down the A file. Sorry, down the B file and open the A file. But the game went in a slightly different direction.
It's Queen C2 move. I'm not sure if I like that move. He's ended up spending a couple of moves moving his queen back and forwards.
Yeah, so I think maybe Marcus blundered that after queen takes. You have this move, bishop takes, where it becomes very dry after something like... Obviously, if you take with a pawn, your pawn structure is quite bad. So if you take with a bishop, Nick, then knight e5 is a problem. Knight takes f3 and also hitting the queen. If the queen moves, then we can trade skis, and I guess we got a fairly equal game, right? Not much going on. Maybe white could claim a tiny edge here.
But I'm not sure why he's trying to keep the queens on, because if black captures your queen, that's really what you're after.
I would have gone bishop e3 there, Nick. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
And it looks more... Because after queen c7, you have problems. If black does avoid it here, rook c1, slight problems down the c file. So queen c2 is a bit odd. It has been played before, however. It is actually a move, but bishop e3 is more common. And black took. Taking with a pawn is apparently a big mistake. Or not a big mistake, but it's not been played before. So we can imagine that maybe it's just not a very good choice. Yeah, it feels a bit weird that he's gone queen c2 back to b3. Feels a bit strange by Marcus. But we do know he likes to go his own way in the games. He likes to avoid a lot of the theoretical stuff.
The only thing I'd say about this game, like we discussed already, is that Peter does sometimes get a bit low on time. So he's only about 9 minutes down now, but if he gets quite low on time, that's really where Marcus could have his chances. So he needs to just stay in the game at this stage.
I agree. You made that point, yeah, but I agree with you. I think Peter Wells does make mistakes later on in games simply because he's so short a time, and you know, he's known to be a bit of a time trouble addict. So we have this position on the board. He's a good player, Peter, but he does get very short of time. So black has just take back on f5 with a pawn.
Yeah, and they've still got 23 moves to make to the time control. So a lot of moves left to play.
Yeah, I mean, let's say I played a mid like queen c2, because that queen just looks too passive to me. I feel like I want to activate the queen, even though that does allow the trade. I mean, there's many ways that black can be extremely comfortable here, but whether black can get a big advantage, I mean, for example, I'll probably trade here, Nick.
I think so.
And then probably put a rook on d8. And maybe queen b4 was another option. And then just play something like g6 and...
It can't be worse for black, can it?
Just looks very safe and you know, no danger whatsoever. So I would say a good result. I think he's played a move, by the way. No, it's actually white's move. Yeah, very safe here for Peter Wells. So he's doing well. What about your brother? Because your brother's playing this competition, trying to get a good result. And he's already got an endgame. So we left it around about knight takes d4, which is a theoretical line. And the main line was queen to d1. But queen h4 was played by Richard. I think you called that because you know Richard to be an aggressive player, right? He loves an attack, right?
He's always trying to get some attacking idea, but it seems as though he somehow forced to have the queen exchange in this game.
e6. Bishop went to g5, attacking the black queen on d8. And then after f6, the bishop dropped back to e3. f5 was played. Queen takes d8. Rook takes d8. Bishop takes d4. So white has some central pressure, but black has the bishop pair.
It was important to put the bishop on f6 there, because if you'd put the bishop on some other square...
There's a bishop takes e6 tactic. Very well spotted.
Yeah, so to watch out. Even bishop takes knight, you can play it, I think. Even if black play bishop takes knight after castles, I think you can play it now.
Right. Yeah, you just wanna take back, right? Yeah, that makes some sense. Yeah, so basically, very good defense by Kobe. He went bishop f6. He's been getting some good results lately, Kobe. He's been doing very well. So, you know, it's continued in this tournament. He's looking like a potential future IM at least, maybe GM as well. Rook e1. King went to f7. And it's now white to me. I think white has some nice pressure here, but whether you can do anything with it, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe one idea I was thinking of, Nick, was just to take and get g4. Is that one possibility?
Yeah, could do. You want to do something before black completes his development.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just say, just to show the viewers, if you faffed around and did this and just played quiet moves, I think black would be very comfortable. And in fact, might try to start playing for a win with the bishop pair. So I think white needs to do something very quickly. So after king f7, I'm proposing maybe to play concretely, and then go g4 and try and open up the position for... Although maybe you can just take, Nick, and then maybe poke the king over here and say, well, actually, although you've got some threats, they're not really that dangerous. Not sure.
Trying to look for an attacking move now, because if you take on e6, you're not stopping more pieces off, don't you? You want to keep all the pieces on.
I'm a little bit concerned here as black, I'll be honest. I just don't see what the next move is. But at the same time, maybe White lacks a knockout. I mean, by the way, Fernandez is really going into tank here. He's getting really short of time trying to work out. I mean, I think it's impressive the fact that he's not. I would have played a move by now. I would have panicked. But Daniel's really kind of taking his time trying to work out what the best way to continue with is. He tends to play quite fast. The fact that he's playing slow, when people are slowing down like this, actually is also a sign of maybe the opposite, that maybe he's nervous, right?
I think so. It's kind of interesting how Daniel was like looking away and Mickey was looking at the board.
Yeah.
It was actually Daniel's move.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Oh, that's an impressive achievement. Yeah. So we just had Jack Rudd in the audience. Who? How did you get on in your game? Jack won. I think he's desperate to show off the game, just for a change. Should we get Jack on? Okay, welcome back, everybody. Now we've got Jack Rudd here. You won your game. How many points have you got now, Jack, after that win?
3.5.
Brilliant. So what can you potentially get to?
I could get to 5.5.
5.5. And are you gaining or losing?
Losing. I lost to a 2092 in round 5.
So how many points are you losing?
Don't know. Haven't looked it up.
Okay, so this opening is like almost, it's kind of like King's Indian.
Kind of
right?
like a King's Indian, yes.
Yeah, and E4 was played. It's quite an aggressive choice by you.
Yeah, I just saw that White's pieces just look a bit odd after E4, E3. So
I agree
thought
with
it was
you.
worth a punt.
Because normally White would castle before doing all this B3,
Yeah.
B2 stuff. It feels a little bit like you're asking for trouble. E3 I like.
Yeah. So if he plays FE, I play Knight G4.
Absolutely, just to show that to the viewers, Knight G4, and this is very dangerous for White.
Yes.
You're hitting the problem is that you're hitting the knight as well.
Yeah.
So White doesn't have time to just play a move like Queen D2 because Queen would.
Yes.
So basically, F4 was played. F3, sorry, just to cover that square, which does make some sense.
Yeah.
So you went H6. Maybe he could have considered F4, but then,
Yes.
like I say, Knight G4.
I was expecting F4, but yeah.
How would he continue here? I guess he just moves a queen or something, right? But Queen C2 drops D4 pawn, so
Yeah, maybe he plays Knight H3. It's not great.
Knight H3, right? Okay. Maybe a move like C5 is possible?
Yeah. I was perfectly happy with this position, so
Okay, so he went F3, which doesn't look too bad.
yeah.
And then he went back. Quite
Yes, because
solid.
if he goes to E4, I think I was going to play Knight H7. And
Wow.
it's fun trying to work out how, possibly even Knight H5. It's fun trying to work out how to extricate White's knights from the centre.
Not fun for White, though, right? Not fun for
Not
White.
fun for White.
Okay, that's a good point. Very easy to miss. That F5 becomes a huge threat for very well spotted by Jack, who, by the way, is a very good tactician. So in the game, White played Knight H3 and White castled. Rook E8.
Yeah.
Knight F4. So it's kind of sensible by White. It seems to have recovered. Position
Yes.
looks fairly equal, you would say, at this point.
Yeah, well, I have long-term ideas of trying to get a lot of exchanges where the only remaining minor pieces are one of my knights and that bishop on G2,
Sure.
because it's very easy for that to get totally locked in.
Okay, so G4, very aggressive.
Yeah,
And you went back.
I think he just wants to get my bishop off that diagonal because it's getting in the way of his development.
So at this point in the game, you've got a huge lead on the clock. You're over an hour up on your opponent.
Yeah,
Was he looking nervous at the board?
he was, yeah.
He was looking nervous, right? Because I played you before, Jack, and it's quite. It can be quite intimidating, the fact you move so quickly at times. Like, you'll often have a move ready, you know, when I play a move, and it seems like you've got a move ready. It's like Blue Peter. Here's one I made earlier, right? And we were discussing time management a lot on the broadcast and the importance of time management. I said, you know, is it the case that you feel that you're an impulsive player, or that
Possibly. I mean,
have you tried to slow down, or do you think that that speed actually works in your favour and you're better off playing to your strengths?
I don't know how I would try to slow down.
Right. Okay.
As simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I often think that sometimes you can overthink it, and actually playing really quickly is. I mean, there's a player in the golf I quite like called Ludwig Aberg, and he tends to play very, very quickly. And there's also a guy called Ryan Fox who's a golfer. He plays very, very fast. So sometimes, you know, if you overthink it, you can start to, like, you know, the old saying by John Nunn was, if you spend 20 minutes on a move, it's almost always going to be a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, I'm babbling a bit. Right, let's go back, as I always do. Oh, wow, so he's decided, I guess he had no choice at that point, right?
Yeah, his knight is actually trapped. It's unusual in the centre of the board, but...
Right. So queen g6, queen d1, bishop b2, rook b2. Yeah, at this point, it looks winning for you. You're piece up. Knight came in g6, great move.
Yeah, and if he doesn't play f4, I just stick my knight there, and the attack just plays itself. So he's got to go in for this.
I like the fact that you went bishop f5, Jack, by the way. It just, you know, rather than moving the rook passively, which a lot of players would do.
Rooks, so.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about the rook on it. Yeah, bishop f5 is a nice touch. You're not afraid to lose that rook because you just, you're hitting c2, or you just recapture,
just
right?
recapture, I think I would have done. Yes.
Okay, so your queen h4, and this is just the queen is coming in. It looks
Yes,
so.
if he goes bishop g2, I play knight h4, and it's getting mated.
Wow. So this is what Jack has seen.
Yeah.
And here, I mean, I'm guessing king g7 is good, right? Was that played? Rook a8, I guess, will be winning anyway, but why not king g7 and then f6? And I guess he resigned here, right?
Well, he played g5 to allow me the mate.
Oh, very nice. So it's actually checkmate on the board. Is that the first time you checkmated someone over the board, or probably not?
It's the first time this tournament.
First time this tournament. So if we go back to the opening and maybe check with the engine, because obviously it's very common. It's actually already good for you. So apparently at this point in the game, if you go back further, he was actually doing
so I'm slightly better here.
okay-ish. Not a great position.
Yes.
But it seemed to go downhill. I think the mistake was queen d3.
Yes.
And a further mistake would be one. It was like a series of small mistakes because he was under pressure.
Yes.
And
And
then
I think once I played h5, it's too far gone because any way he tries to defend that pawn drops the knight because it's just trapped in the centre of the board.
So you have a lot of quick games. You tend to finish a lot before other people are grinding away into like 8-hour games, and you finish. Tends to be your plan after you finish your game? What do you tend to do, other than coming to the commentary room, of course?
Well, some of the time I've been doing game inputting work at the other venue.
Right, the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, because the other venue doesn't have any live boards, so they've got to
Oh, great.
get.
And how long does it take you to put in, say, 10 games? I
It-
assume you're quite quick at that as well,
I'm
right?
quite quick at that. Yeah, I've been doing it since '96.
Right.
So yeah,
That'd be Nottingham, right? Nottingham British.
Nottingham, yes,
Yeah.
was when I think Richard O'Brien was in charge of the bulletin.
That's right. I actually did some inputting in 1999 in Scarborough because I needed some money, some extra cash. And Richard O'Brien, who is no longer with us, was actually a big horse racing fan as well. And I remember Peter Hannon, who was affiliated with Charlton Chess Club, used to tell me about how Richard would come back from the racetrack with a huge wad of cash. But unfortunately, that wasn't repeated too often. But anyway, that was brilliant, Jack. Thanks a lot. I think give Jack a round of applause for coming on and showing off his game. That was brilliant. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back. Okay, it was really nice for Jack Rudd to come on the stream. He's a really talented player. We've got a number of talented players. A couple of very super talented players here as well. Ami Gartzi. So apparently it was a missed opportunity here. You reckon
I think if you go back a couple of moves,
even further, right?
yeah,
Don't tell me what it is and test me on it.
okay, it's not a forced win, but it seemed like quite a strong idea to go back one more move
Yeah.
after rook takes f5.
Right. I thought rook g1. Oh no, he's already gone rook
Instead of
g1.
rook g1, what could White have played here? He'd maybe a slightly stronger idea here.
Ah, right. I mean, I'm wondering about queen at f5 and then knight d5, but that's probably like absolute garbage. I mean, you can sack the queen because if black takes back on d5, so I'm looking at queen takes f5, e takes f5, knight takes d5, queen d5, bishop c4. But of course, after knight takes d5 in that line, so queen takes f5, e takes f5, knight takes d5, you don't have to recapture.
Yeah, black wouldn't capture there, but he'd probably play bishop e6.
Yeah. So, well, we were discussing, I think we were even discussing similar positions, and we were wondering about knight g5, Nick, but maybe there's some weirdness. I'm not sure, Nick. What is the move?
I think bishop d3 is supposed to be a strong move here.
Yeah, I wondered about that, but I just thought rook takes f3.
Yeah, so rook takes f3, bishop takes
Yeah.
h7, king, where does the king? King f8, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, knight takes d5.
Yeah.
If you take with the queen, I think
Bishop e4.
bishop, or even bishop g7 first, could be even stronger.
Oh, wow.
Because there's some checkmating idea. You can show that line. So if queen, yeah, maybe bishop g7 first. You can't take the bishop.
You can't take this guy. You can't take this little geezer because this is just checkmate. And if you go to f8, it's also checkmate. So basically, it's checkmate.
So black has to take with the pawn
So
on
that's
d5,
the pawn, right?
and now bishop g7 anyway.
Wow.
King takes.
Ami's missed his chance.
Queen g6.
King h8.
King h8.
Only move. You can't go there because it's mate, but you can go to h8 because you're covering the g8 square with your queen. But there's stuff hanging here and a huge attack. Queen h5, maybe.
I think rook g1 here.
Queen h5, yeah.
think
Not queen h5.
Well, I just kind of prefer rook g1 because
Yeah, rook g1.
it's quite
hang on, not
concrete.
queen g1. That was a mouse slip, right? I wanted to go.
So obviously threatening mate on g7. So how do you want to defend that?
Yeah. It looks super scary, right?
Queen h5 is also, or queen h5 or queen h6 are on the cards as well.
You know what though? I don't think it's really that relevant because computers just make humans look like absolute garbage in tactical positions, right?
Yeah, I mean,
However strongly human.
I mean, bishop d3. It is a move you'd look at though, bishop d3, but you might be a bit nervous, obviously sacrificing all that material.
Especially against a junior who's super confident and tactical, and you're like, if I'm not, I think the way he's done it is practically not too bad.
But he's probably lost some of that initiative because it feels like black's actually consolidating a bit here.
I agree with you. But
Black's back in the game now.
yeah, black's back in the game, and he's uber talented, is super talented. And they actually drew at Hastings about a year and a half ago, I think they were, the first round. And I can't remember if Ami was white or black in that game, but I think he was black actually in that game. But I remember him saying after the game, we were down to Weatherspoons and I was, getting tucked into a Godfather picture cocktail, jug. And he mentioned how he thought Supratit was a bit of a freak in terms of talent, because I also mentioned how I lost to Supratit when he was 9 because that was also at Hastings as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, because if he can still get results with players when he's 9, when he's 11, it should be quite
It's just going to
dangerous.
get better and better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be Adams level when he's older, maybe stronger. I mean, of course, sometimes it doesn't always work out that way, right? And we've had promising juniors before who haven't delivered on their potential, but he seems like the real deal.
Well, I mean, if he wins this game, that's 3 Grandmasters in a row, so
Wow.
that would be incredible.
I mean,
but
can you imagine an 11-year-old winning the British title? I think we should quickly, and he's about to make a move actually, Super. He's going to push the pawn? No, he's going to bring the knight back. He's put the knight back to f6. Sorry.
I mean, one thing I've noticed about Ami is that has actually achieved a number of good positions in this tournament. and failed to convert them. So,
Mm.
and again, we've seen him, he did have a very promising position, and he probably is still a bit better here, I guess, but it's much less clear than it was a few moves ago.
I agree with you. I think Ami is maybe getting a little bit nervous. You know, I think everyone, we're even getting nervous as commentators, and we're not even playing. Ami's getting a little bit nervous, but I'm hoping he's keeping it together because I really want Ami to be British champion. I think it'd be great, but it's going to be tough because he has to win. I think he really has to win this game to have a realistic chance. Would you say?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it'd be really good result for him to achieve the title.
No.
We're talking about for Ami, but obviously for Super Tit as well. I mean, Super Tit in the future will surely be British champion multiple times, I'd imagine. But
If he wants to be, yeah. But then he's still going to have to deal with people like Shreyas and Bodhana, who probably also have. Speaking of Shreyas, I think we should have a look at the Shreyas game. What do you think? Or should we?
Sure.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Shreyas game because we haven't looked at Shreyas game.
Ami did at least have time advantage, which could be in his favour.
We left it after bishop d5, and apparently the best move here was d3. But he took on d5. Black obviously didn't want to take back the pawn, even though in general you'd want to do that. But because the problem, I guess, was he was concerned about this, where you lose the pawn. So he decided to take with the queen. And now d3, which defended the knight because it's been attacked by the queen. And then knight b5. Queen c4. Yeah, it's kind of getting a bit dry after a promising beginning, but I think that clearly that Black has escaped from the pressure and feels like Shreyas is in a position to maybe push for the win now. Actually, this doesn't look very good for Matthew at all, I would say.
Yeah, I prefer Black's position here. I think
Absolutely.
there's no attack anymore.
Yeah.
And Black's got more central control.
I don't like the way that Matthew's played over the last few moves. I think now Black has a very promising position and he hasn't even had to give some material. The problem with this h4, h5 is great for the middle game, and now the end game is like, you know, you got all these pieces in attacking positions, but now there's no chance of an end game attack, and Black's going to start creating pressure on the queen side with moves like a5, bring the rook to b8, maybe c4 is an option. Not sure how you deal with that queenside initiative, which looks to me to be quite scary. What do you think, Nick?
I mean, he probably would like to swap off that knight on g5. I don't know how we're going to get that into the game. Looks almost a little bit stranded there.
Should we do the old,
Okay.
quite lazy again? So let's do the old, what do you call it?
With the analysis.
The analysis game,
evaluation.
yeah?
Yeah, go on.
What do you think here? I'm going to go plus 0.76 for Black. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I was about the same, about 0.7 for Black, I was saying.
Okay, right, let's have a look, see how close we are. Oh, we're not far off, plus 0.62, so we're not, yeah, but this is clearly a nice position for Black. Okay, right, so that's, okay, let's look at one more game, I think maybe then go on a break. They're actually pretty close on all the boards, which is interesting. Shreyas is actually the one who's pushing. Can we find a game which is Lorenzo Fava's worst against Roberson?
And there's a win already for Rajat Makar.
Wow. Let's have a look at that game. Okay, Rajat is a promising young player. He's from France, but he'd spent a lot of time in England. That's why he's able to play the British Championships. I think possibly attended school in London, Hampton School. So, knight c3 by white, and obviously that's inviting the Slav. The Slav would be to take on c4, but Rajat played e6, e3.
This is normally quite solid. I'm surprised Nigel lost so quickly.
Well, again, we saw that in the Stephen Gordon game that he played this bishop e2 move. And later he went to d3. Again, why not go bishop? This is the move actually that Jacob Connor Boswell played against me. Bishop e2, but I think the better move is bishop d3. And like for example here, the good move for Black is knight e4, I think. And after queen c2 f5, Black has quite good prospects on the king's side. This is what I had against Jacob Connor Boswell, or something similar. I think white can go knight e1 though. The engine was saying knight e1, knight d3, and eventually you can maybe kick the knight away with f3, and you've got control over this square. So it's not so clear, but
So transpose to a Stonewall Dutch type structure.
exactly. b6, keeping these options open. Bishop b2, bishop b7. He decided to avoid that. You know, I mentioned earlier that the Slav seems to be doing well for black. C takes, E takes, knight b5, bishop back to b8, rook c1. Coming in. And controlling some important squares on the king's side. White went bishop f1.
I mean, black's position looks already quite active, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think Nigel... The problem is you want to go knight e5 to make some progress, but that's just losing a pawn, I guess. So, you know, I don't see any obvious plan for white. And bishop f1. So he's actually attacking on the king's side without even having to play this bit f5, which creates a long-term hole on the e5 square. So a6, e8, knight g5, queen d2, h6, rook c8. Knight e1 looks a bit strange to me, but again, you need to come up with a plan. So maybe that was Nigel's plan to go knight d3. b5 starting to make progress. Knight d3, c4, very aggressive. Bishop b4, queen there. Maybe there's a c3 in here. Rook c7. Wow. Wow, what a move. What a move. So his idea is, I guess, Nick, that if you take with a knight and then...
You definitely get him play for the piece anyway.
Yeah,
With
I
two
guess that's
pawns.
what he did. Yeah, he did take. And then actually just went c3, which is going to bury the bishop. The bishop went back. c2. Wow, this is super aggressive. One thing I noticed about when I played Rajat before, that is he likes to play for the initiative. He's very good with the initiative. And he likes to try and find the absolute best move.
And this is actually quite awkward for white, because where does the rook go after c2?
Yeah, I mean, you got ideas like bishop a3, right?
Bishop a3 is a huge threat.
That's what he played. And Nigel just decided to resign. He wasn't very happy with his position. Maybe he could have played on.
Knight e2, I guess.
Yeah, I'm surprised he resigned, actually. Resigning feels a bit premature. But I think, Nick, there's takes and queen a3 anyway, and maybe it's just winning by force.
Yeah, probably.
Queen a3, game over, right? So where was the mistake? If we go back, how bad was this position? Actually was a little bit worse for white. A little bit like the Jack Rudd game. Maybe a series of tiny mistakes ended up putting white under pressure.
I
And
think
then,
there must have been a big mistake, though.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, actually, knight e4 was a mistake. Oh, wow. Okay, there's not much in it. No, it's actually saying it's the top move. So I don't understand why it's saying that's a mistake.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Maybe the computer's gone on the fritz. It's been here too long as well, right?
Queen f3 was maybe a blunder. You just have no move against c2, do you?
It's just a bad position. So I think really what we're seeing is the Slav is just holding up really well for black. The Slav is like such a great opening. I think you played the Slav yourself, right?
Yeah, this was a sort of semi-Slav.
I'll tell you what, Nick, I think we're going to go on a break now because we're going a long time. We're getting a bit fritzed ourselves now, right? So let's have a break for maybe 15, 20 minutes and then come back and big push towards the end and time control.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a lot of cagey games today. That often tends to happen at high level chess because it's very difficult to get the advantage now in the opening because players are so well prepared. So if you are to win the game, often will happen later. Michael Adams is trying to grind out a position. He had a winning game earlier. Apparently, the engine pointed out a win, but obviously engines are always pointing out wins. However, he's still trying to win this endgame, Nick. He's got a slightly better structure due to the pawn on d5. However, black is fairly solid. How do you think Daniel will go about defending this position?
Yeah, I think the other thing to note is obviously the bishop is slightly stronger when there's pawns on both sides of the board. So I guess objectively it might be equal, but it's slightly more comfortable to have the bishop against the knight with the pawns on two sides. Yeah, I think for Daniel, we probably try and improve your king, try and improve the rook. Neither of them particularly well placed.
So maybe a move like king f7 is solid.
Yeah.
Obviously if white goes for rook checks.
That's fine for black, isn't it?
It doesn't seem to be any danger that white will lose the game, I would say. Although, you can never tell in chess. However, is white here, do you think, got realistic chances of winning the game? Because the engine is saying that this is more or less equal, only a tiny edge, only giving a tiny edge. But this could be the famous Mickey massage. It's another one of Mickey's. There's so many catchphrases of Mickey. There's a Mickey massage. There's Slick Mick. There's the Spider. And there's Tricky Mickey. He must have more nicknames than any chess player in history.
It's probably because he's
Probably because he's very good at chess, right? And in England, we seem to love all these nicknames. What about... can we think of any other nicknames of chess players? What about Magnus? Has he got a nickname? Doesn't seem to have
You should think of a nickname for Daniel. Oh, you've got a nickname for Daniel already, haven't you? Is it James Bond?
Yeah, James Bond, Mr. Smooth, yeah?
Yeah.
It seems to be fairly level on this board. We'll come back to see if there's any big developments then. I think Nikita's going to have serious chances of winning this game against Yi Chen, but mainly because I've looked at the computer evaluation, says black's better. But he's pressing here. White's position looks a little bit passive, would you say that? The danger is if you try to open it up too quickly as black, then maybe this bishop pair would start to become very relevant.
Yeah, I think the light square bishop's really bad here. And white might be able to shut that one out and just trade off the dark square bishop. And just leave white with the bad bishop against the knight.
The bishop on b1.
Exactly. And then you can even try and attack on the king side. If you play
But how do you trade bishops though? Because if you go bishop a3, I just need a bishop. Say
yeah, that's true.
Obviously, it's white's move at this point. But I think one of the big problems that Yi Chen has, firstly, he doesn't have much time. He's got 16 minutes. He's got 23 minutes. Vitugov has got 16 minutes. So neither player has a huge amount of time here. And they've still got 10 moves to make in quite a complex position.
Can black sort of play something like queen e6 and he's still quite hard? I want to play g5, g4, but the problem is the f5 pawn's weak. If you play e4, which is the natural move. Yeah,
it's white's move, by the way. So let's just say he plays like a nothing move, like bishop there. Not the most committal. What Nick is essentially saying is you want to go e4, but then maybe you're opening up this guy. But then you are closing out the bishop on c2. So, I would say even after e4, it's probably not the most accurate. I would give white a bit of an edge.
Black, you mean?
Black a bit of an edge. I mean, seems to be that game's also in the balance. Gawain Jones, interesting developments, because the last time I looked, it actually said that Southpaw had a better position.
Yeah, I mean, normally like two pawns and a rook are better. Two pawns and a knight are better than a rook, normally.
Yeah. I mean, this knight is very active on d3. It's the octopus knight, as Ray Keane called it, on d3. It's controlling so many squares. Square on f4. b4 can jump into b2. Now the white pawn on d6 is weak. b6 is weak. Sorry, the black pawn. But black's structure is very, very solid. Pawn on d6, pawn on e7.
Yeah, it's actually going to be quite hard for Guain to win this position.
Very hard. Well, it might be hard for him to avoid losing. He doesn't look very happy there. He's got a little bit of a grim expression on his face there, Gawain. I think he's under serious pressure here, actually. I mean, to be fair, Southpaw's been one of the stars of the event. He's played very well.
Yeah, black hasn't got any weaknesses, has he? So.
Yeah.
if you end up trading the c4 pawn for the b6 pawn, then well, white's just got no real targets to aim for.
Yeah, so so it's quite smooth at the moment. What would be on your radar? Would you consider take that pawn? But
I
then
would consider it, but I wouldn't be too happy.
feels a bit depressing, right? This position for white, would you say? Not depressing, but just not great.
There's no. I want to try and get some trick done to try and win the d6 pawn.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, because if
Rook
you
d1 is a move you
yeah,
consider,
I'm
right?
trying to play rook takes d6.
Yeah, so let's say you went rook d1. So the idea is if the knight retreats, let's say it goes there, there's a rook takes d6. Okay, it's not threatening to take the bishop, but the rook is suddenly active. Black has lost a lot of coordination. However, I'd imagine there's a move. I'm not sure actually what that move is.
I mean, if you could get the d6 pawn, that obviously completely changes the evaluation.
Does he blunder this side here, rook d1? You think? Do you think he's blundered this side here, rook d1, Nick?
So I'm not sure.
Or is there a good resource after it? Rook d1 is knight b2, right? You could play
Then
this.
rook d6 anyway.
And then if I take here, how bad is this position?
We'll just take on b6.
With a rook.
Probably with a just checking there's no tactics.
Well, I'm not going for tactics.
Oh no, you can't play rook c3 actually because we play rook f6. Yeah, rook takes b6.
Yeah, but I want to go rook c2.
Yeah, you can't play rook c3 because of rook takes f6.
But I'm happy with rook c2 because yeah. I should just show that. Sorry. I'm ignoring you as always. Other than when you come up with valuations that are better than me. Rook c. What Nick's saying is that there's a trick here. That, to be fair, is very unlikely to fall into. But at this level, they're not going to fall into that. But rook c2 looks fairly natural. I don't see a great move for white. Okay.
Yeah, rook c2 actually is fine for black, isn't it?
So this is the key variation. That rook d1 would be met by knight b2, or one of the key variations, I would imagine. So Gawain's actually under pressure here to even equalise the game, I would say. He doesn't want to lose it at this stage. He can't afford to lose this game. I mean, is a draw fatal? Not necessarily, because you could still get 7. I think at the moment he's dropped 1.5 points. If he draws, he can still get the 7 and hope that that's good enough for a playoff. I don't think 7 is going to be better than a playoff. The best you can hope for is a playoff.
I mean, could it end up in a repetition with something like, let's say, knight b2?
Yeah.
Just playing down that line. Rook d6, knight c4.
Yeah.
Bishop c4, rook c4, bishop b6.
Nice.
Rook c2, let's say.
Yeah.
Bishop f2.
Ah, right.
Rook c1.
Okay, that's a very clever idea. Yeah, rook c1, and then if king h2, it sort of feels a bit scary. Sorry, feels a bit scary though. Feels like there might be a clever move here for black. You know?
And then rook c2.
Yeah, that could happen. I mean, there is rook f1 here, but rook f1, you can move the bishop, I guess. Bishop d4 or something. Yeah, rook f1,
that's a bit
bishop
double-edged,
d4.
to be honest. I don't think black really wants that.
Yeah, so
Then rook c2, and it might just be a draw.
yeah, we could get that. I think Sawpaw would be happy with a draw, even though he's better. But obviously, if he gets a winning position, he's not going to be happy with a draw. I think at this point, probably still be happy with a draw, given who he's playing. Given that he was happy to agree a draw yesterday from +2 with Matthew Wadsworth. Let's see how Matthew Wadsworth's getting on. Speaking of the devil, actually would just jump to that game in a minute. We've got a chicken. Very important game going on. We mentioned this earlier that we could potentially have an 11-year-old British champion, but he's really up against it now, and he's really short of time. He's got 2 minutes, and I think Ami is, potentially setting him up for a blockbuster game with. Ami has a terrible record against the top guys. That's the only problem with Amit's situation. Other than that, he's in a good spot, but he does have a little bit like Daniel Fernandez. He's got a bad record against Michael Adams. He's got a bad record against Gawain Jones. He's even got a bad record against Nikita Vitugov because he played him both in the British Rapid Play Championships, although he was actually doing well in that game, and he also played him in the recent English Championships and lost him in the final round. So that's the only. But other than that, I mean, Amit's looking really good in this tournament, I would say. You know, he's
So
potentially
maybe Ami isn't that good against the stronger players, then that's the main risk.
possibly. Yeah, but he has beaten a lot of the top players. I mean, I noticed in stuff like the World Rapid and Blitz, he's beaten some of the best players in the world. You know, recently in the World Rapid and Blitz team championships, he beat some very good players. So he can beat these players. I think just maybe the scar tissue kicks in when he's playing people like Michael Adams. By the way, we've had a move here, Rook D7. Super Tit probably not going to blunder, but his position doesn't look great.
I mean, Amit's looking for some trick, to do with knight takes bishop and later on bishop b5, but you just need to see if something works.
So let's just think about that variation. So knight takes, rook takes. Obviously, if you could magically put the bishop on b5, it's almost like the Michael Adams Fernandez game where that was having problems down that diagonal.
I mean, if you get the bishop on b5 and you had the b4 ideas as well, it would be quite dangerous. But
Bobby Fischer would love this position, Nick, because you got the light square bishop.
yeah,
Bishop c4. It's just bishop b5. It reminds me of these famous games he won against Taimanov.
but he much prefers the bishop over the knight, doesn't he?
But whether Amit would know about those games, I know he's a great tactician, but what's his knowledge of chess history like? I'm not so sure. But bishop c4, I mean, I don't know. How do you deal with that problem?
Rook d6, probably.
Rook d6. Yeah. And if bishop c4 anyway? Very passive for black, right? I want to go f4, f5. It's a simple way to play. I often think when your opponent's in time trouble, you can get tempted to play more tactical continuations.
Okay, let's just play rook e7, then we'll just try and stay on the dark squares.
You would defend this position well, I'm sure.
King f8, maybe.
Yeah, you defend this position well, right? But it looks scary.
It's still a bit unpleasant for black, but
h5 maybe.
yeah, because you're quite passive, aren't you?
Quite passive. There's no breakout, easy breakout. Maybe e5 is possible, but then f5 or something. Sure.
Yeah, you probably should try something like e5. Yeah,
Let's
it's a little bit uncomfortable.
Let's see what Amit plays. This is a critical moment. He's got a big time advantage, but he's still only got 22 minutes left himself. It's not like he's got oceans of time. He's not in Jack Rudd territory. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I mean, Super Tit has let himself get a bit low on time here. He really needs to. Well, he's basically playing on the increment, 30-second increment for the next 16 moves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but he's a very good blitz player. He's playing blitz all the time. He played blitz last night. There was a Holiday Inn tournament, which Yi Chen Han won with 8.5 out of 9. One of the players in our tournament.
Do you know what his online rating is for blitz, Super Tit?
No, but I think it's over 2,700.
Oh, that's quite impressive.
For 11-year-old, yeah. I mean, he's played in a lot of these Title Tuesday events. And obviously, we got Faustina Oro, who'd be a rival of his. Maybe Faustina Oro's about 12, who's well over 3,000. So I think that actually, a lot of these juniors, they just play a lot of blitz. That's one way of getting good. Yeah, so I would just take it. Is there any other options for white here, Nick? I don't really see anything better.
I think takes looks natural.
What about this move? Because here you can take. Sorry, so
Yeah, I think you just lost the knight.
You just lost the knight. Yeah. The time to sacrifice is gone. It could go back, but it feels too vague to me. I'm not really convinced about that move.
Yeah, after knight takes bishop, rook takes. Is there another idea to just play something like rook c3, for example?
Nice
I want to try to keep this b4 option alive after bishop b5.
Yeah, you're going to go here.
I'm not sure if it's really going to work though.
How are these two players looking on the webcam? Like Super Tit seems to have gone into kind of a zone, he's really meditating. He's really focused. Amit's looking a bit nervy.
I think
he's about ready to make a move.
Yeah, your rook e4 idea is probably better, but this is it's still a bit unpleasant for black, isn't it?
I would say plus 0.7. Are we doing the evaluation game again? I'm addicted to it now. What do you reckon? Plus 0.7, plus 1. No, I'm going to go higher, actually. I'm going to go 1.2. I'm going to go optimistic.
No, I don't think it's as high as that. I think
Really?
your 0.7 is probably about right.
Okay, so you're saying plus 0.7. I've gone higher. What about the audience? Higher, lower?
Nobody wants
And
to.
no one seems to care. Did you not watch The Price is Right with Bruce Forsyth? No, Play Your Cards Right. Higher. Lower. Okay, I'm saying plus 1.2 for White. Sorry, let's get the position on the board. After Rook D7, Nick is going plus 0.7. Oh, hang on a minute. For once,
It's in the middle, sort of.
still I'm in the middle. I think I've slightly won that one, right? What did I say? Plus 1.2.
Yeah.
And you said plus, so I've edged that one, right? Can we give that to me?
It says plus 1.05.
That's 15 below, and what's that above? I need to get out.
You
more,
want these
right?
annoying
I need
people.
to get out more, yeah. Okay, right. Interesting developments, but he's looking very good for Ami if he can hold it together. He has, however, bungled similar advantage before.
Yeah, he has some big advantages already to this tournament, hasn't he?
Big developments in the Wadsworth game. He sacked the exchange, or has he blundered the exchange? I think when we left it, we said that it was looking very good for black, and it seems to have developed along those lines. Although you do mention before on many occasions that Wadsworth is a fantastic defender in the endgame. He will need to be in this game. Has he blundered a knight takes a3? I wonder. It's possible he's blundered that move. He's not looking very comfortable on the webcam. But can he hold this position? Rook
I don't know, it feels almost too lost, this position, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't really see what the compensation is other than you got one pawn, but your pawns are double.
If you were like, say, just a pawn down, it'd be more comfortable than this situation where a rook for knight and pawn.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. I mean, one way that black can continue, obviously, it's white to move, but one way black can continue is, you know, if it was black's move, he would probably play something like Rook D7, maybe move the bishop. Also, options like F5 at some point later on and trying to activate the king. Yeah, it's looking grim for Matthews. So, you know, my prediction was that Shreyas Royal would win the tournament. It's starting to look quite good, right? So it's all going to hinge on this Michael Adams game. I think we need to go live back to Michael Adams game because it's really huge, massive for the tournament. Trying to big this game up, which is looking like a really dull end game.
Yeah, it's not that exciting.
It's not very exciting. I think we're going to be here for several hours in this Adams game. This is the one game where we won't be able to leave at 7. This is one day. We're going to be here still like 10 o'clock, right?
Should we look at some of the other games though? Because we have focused on the top few.
Absolutely. What about Stuart Conquest game? I think Stuart Conquest as well. Stephen Gordon. Yeah. Let's have a look at Stephen Gordon, see how he's getting on. Looking quite reasonable for Steve here. He's level material, I think.
Yeah, the light square bishop's quite passive, isn't it?
So we left it round about the opening, and he did go for the top engine move, which was E4. And bishop A3 was played, and obviously, yeah, bishop. Black decided to chop some wood, but passive position for black.
You know, when Garry Kasparov used to play chess, he'd like take off his watch when it's time for you to resign.
Yeah.
Do you think Seaver takes off his coat when it's time for you to resign?
Oh, Seaver, yeah. Mind you, that would
Takes off the duffel coat.
It'd take quite a long time.
Yeah.
Take quite a long time. It's quite a big coat. He's played a move, by the way. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Gary would do all that theatrical taking the. Nowadays, you're not even allowed to wear a watch. FIDE have like banned watches, I think, from a lot of the events because of the danger that, you know, you could be wearing some kind of smart watch. Wasn't there that game like a while back at Qatar Masters where Magnus Carlsen was playing about a 2500 player, and he got annoyed. Right. It was Watchgate, right?
Because he lost the game.
He lost the game basically. He threw a tantrum. Yeah, I saw that game. I don't think there was anything suspicious about that game. The guy just played pretty well and attacked him, and he won.
Yeah, this looks a bit more comfortable for white, I'd say.
Absolutely. I think
I'll create a flight spare quite soon.
We got to move. We got Rook D A8. Stevie G has played a move.
Queen C3, I think.
Do you think Stevie G has got a chance? Well, Stevie G, I think you say this is an upfloat, so the best you can get is 7, right?
Yeah,
but I think He's on the comeback trail, Stevie G. I mean, he's one of these people that drifted away from chess, but it's very hard to shake the bug. And you realise, being a GM is being that strong at chess is something of a gift.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a few games to kind of get back into the swing of things, doesn't it? And he seems to be, picking up his level again.
Black's gone h6, solid move. So it's White's move here.
I think White should move. I would move my h pawn as well. I might be tempted by h4, but otherwise just h3.
It's just a very nice position for White, isn't it? You can just improve. I think this is really unpleasant. There's no way to break out the bind. But having said that, maybe at some point you sack the pawn. I mentioned this earlier in the tournament. At some point, when you lose a backward pawn, it activates your pieces. You imagine if Black played here and you take here. Well, okay, maybe not straight away because of this rook c7 idea, but at some point that bishop might find itself on a really good diagonal. So Black wouldn't mind. Black would happily take off that pawn, right? That pawn on c6. If Black could take that pawn off the board and not fall to a rook c7, Black would feel very comfortable. But at the moment, that pawn is really smothering the bishop, so therefore it gives White something to hide behind to build up the attack.
Yeah, because in his last game against Ami, he got one of his bishops stuck, didn't he? And now he seems to have passive bishop again.
Somebody said, I saw Glenn Fleer give his smartwatch to his wife before he went to the board on Wednesday. Right. Is he playing? Maybe he was prompting him with the moves. No, I'm only kidding. Dan F is up on time. He's actually up on time. Here comes the Adams blunder, says Brad Buchanan. I think Brad Buchanan is a bit biased towards Daniel Fernandez as their fellow authors on Thinkers, but you might well be right, Brad Buchanan.
Well, I have noticed that Mike Adams seems a bit more nervous this tournament. He's taking quite a long time on his moves.
He's actually really, starting to, I think he's probably thinking about that moment earlier when he could have won the game. And that really stays in your mind. It's very difficult to shake that, right, Nick? Daniel's looking increasingly confident as the game goes. I still think it's more likely to end in a draw. I can't see. Maybe he might offer a draw, actually.
Yeah, he might do. He might do. Would you take it?
Offer a draw. Sorry?
Would you take it?
Oh, I'd take it. I'd rip his hand off. But would Daniel take it? Yeah, I think he would as well, probably. What about Magnus? Would Magnus take it with Black?
Yeah, Magnus would definitely play on, wouldn't he? Should we have a quick look at some of the other games, though? Because I think there's quite a few games we haven't got through yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. Yeah. What about David Eggleston? This is also an important game, right? Looking like an endgame at the moment. King f5 has just played. Looking quite good for Black.
Got the advantage here, doesn't he? More active king.
It's knight and a2 is quite a bad piece. I think Stuart's one of these people, Nick, that uses his experience quite well, especially against people like David, who's very theory orientated. Maybe a little bit one-dimensional as a player. If he doesn't hit with a theory, it somehow doesn't seem to be as strong, right? If he doesn't get the advantage, David, then somehow it feels like he can drift. And that seems to be what's happened here.
Can we look at this quite a critical line here? So if White plays king f2,
yeah,
can you get away with king e4?
So allowing this, but the knight is defended. No, sorry, I blundered the fact that king e4, right, yeah.
Okay, it's a bit risky, but I just want to see if we can get the king in.
Life is risky, my friend.
So knight e6, do you think?
Oh, hitting the pawn, right.
So probably have to play c6.
c6, yeah, absolutely. But what's the follow-up? What's your flavour? Tell me what's your flavour. What about a5, b4, Nick? Is that a terrible move? Is weak in that square? Yeah. No, I'm not really happy about that.
This could, I mean, it's a bit risky, but it could work out well for Black.
Yeah, it feels like I don't like David's position. I think we should quickly move on because, like you say, we need to get through as many games as possible. Glenn Fleer, we already said. By the way, Peter Robeson's won. Well done to Peter Robeson against Lorenzo Fava.
Should we go quickly to the next one? Elmira?
Yeah, let's quickly go to Elmira game. And Elmira is rook d8. You got rook a8 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, obviously materially they're still equal. I think Jonah's probably hoping to win this game, don't you think? Looks like he's got a nice time advantage. That pawn on e4.
Yeah. Although I would say, Nick, that it doesn't look too bad for White.
I mean, black wants to play c5, but again, the pawn on b5 is under attack, which makes it a bit awkward.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's currently white's move. Obviously, there's no threat of taking on e4 here because of the pin. So the question is, how does white improve the position? I mean, you could consider maybe a trade somewhere, like maybe here. If that takes with a bishop, which looks maybe most logical because you're still hitting the pawn, then I'm going for maybe e5. To be honest, the more I look at this, Nick, I actually prefer white. Weirdly enough, I mean, how would you evaluate this position? Are we going? No, not again, not again. You get sick of this game. I mean, the reason I prefer white though is just like maybe practically that you get this, and then you start pushing the pawn. You maybe get some attacking chances on the king side, even in the endgame.
Yeah,
He's got some pressure here, so he's played pretty well here in this tournament, Elmira. I mean, we've checked the evaluation. Yeah, it probably is about equal, maybe even favouring black. I'm probably losing my objectivity again. It actually is slightly better for white.
I wonder if black, because you want to play c5, maybe you should play with knight c4 at some point. It's a little bit unusual just to try and get the move c5 in. But okay, obviously that does weaken a d7 square. You can't play it now. It's black white to move.
Yeah, it's white to move. Yeah, maybe trade.
But yeah, that's the thing about trading. It does. But now you can play c5.
Now you can play c5. So probably that was a slight misplay by me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you should trade.
Oh, it was a draw on Gawain did draw, right. So that's a great result for Swordport. So Gawain really has to win his last two. I don't think
did it finish the way we said? I think it did.
Probably did. That was a great call. That was a great call. You're on form. You're on form. You seem to have got stronger as the tournament's gone on, actually, and I've got weaker. Every time you get stronger, I get weaker. Okay, let's go back to this.
Two with the rook, but it's the same drawing idea. Oh, so if rook takes, maybe just quickly show rook takes f2, which would be a blunder.
Yeah, that's a nice try because obviously king takes would really heavily favor that. It's just a winning position because you take, but unfortunately there's an intermezzo. Sorry?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Yeah,
somebody in your... What's your rating, sir? Excuse me? What's your rating? So you're a good player, yeah. I could say this.
This is William's dad. William, who you thought was going to lose today.
Oh, sorry. It's always horrible when they come at you to, you feel like you're hiding in the commentary room and they...
I tipped him to win.
Okay. So actually, maybe we should look at William's game, right?
Yeah.
By the way, we need to keep a big eye on the Amit game because that's critical. So, yeah, that ended in a draw.
13.
William Claridge Hansen versus... So Hansen's a Danish name, is it? German, right. Because there are a lot of Hansens who are Danish as well. But Queen d7... Yeah, you're right, actually. I thought maybe I overrate Lan Yao, yeah?
She's trying to play Queen d1. Oh, that's not even a perpetual, though. But...
it's not pulled up for white, but basically just a bind. Yeah, I agree with you. It just feels really bad. So if William wins this game, how many points is he on? 5. Wow, that's going to be bang up there. 5 out of 7. So he's going to have a chance for... Will he be on for a GM norm? What's his rating performance going to be?
Yeah, he let that one slip yesterday, didn't he? In the end game, he let the win slip.
It's actually... He's just blundered, by the way. Like, this is a terrible blunder because white can win at once with this move.
Yeah, I was looking at e6. I thought her idea was to play queen d1, but you can block with the bishop, I guess.
Yeah, that was a shocking blunder. Now, if you move the queen, Nick... Well, where do you move the queen to? Because if you go here...
Queen d1 was the kind of idea, I think. But...
so you wanted queen d1. With a perpetual check.
That was her idea, but then I think white can play bishop f1.
Bishop f1, yeah.
And now what do you play? Now the bishop's pinned. So the checkmate threat.
Wow.
Queen e1? Queen e1 maybe?
Queen e1, yeah. But there's queen b8, so I could take the bishop with check.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Okay, so not queen... What, queen d6?
All right, yeah. Nice try, yeah. Yeah. Maybe queen f2, though. Is queen f2 winning? Would the idea come in here?
That looks quite strong, doesn't it?
I mean, you are kind of holding on here, but yeah, I mean, it feels winning. So you're right. I think there's something. The other variation is if you go here, I guess you just really an horrible pin like Queen D4, Nichols. It just looks terrible.
Probably just long-term winning.
Yeah, and a Queen E7. There's Queen. Sorry, Bishop C6. I was thinking. Is that good? So it looks like William Claridge Hansen is going to win.
Bishop
Wow.
C6, you can just take it, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I've been here too long. I did keep blundering.
Yeah, but it does look like it's really good. Maybe
Yeah.
just
Maybe
play it
even
slowly.
Queen F2, right? Is one option. I was thinking
No,
Queen F2 to
you're talking about
F5.
after Queen D7, E6.
Sorry, yeah. E6, Queen E7.
Or did he play King H2 in the game? Sorry.
No, okay. No.
Let's just go to the live
No, I
position.
don't think so. I mean, he's thinking about
Okay,
it.
so,
So he's thinking about E6.
E6, Queen E7.
I think he'll try that.
And what's the finish here?
Well, so he'll either try Queen D1 or Queen E7. I can't see her playing any other move. If he plays, do you think if
Queen B8 maybe just to keep that bishop?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the thing is, there's one variation like this that you can't go Queen F6 because there's Queen C7.
Yeah.
So positional domination.
Yeah, it is.
So I think he's going to win if he finds E6. This is critical. He's played a move. Has he played E6? I guess he has. He's played. Wow. This is incredible. Okay, incredible level. Okay. So William Claridge Hansen could be moving to within half a point of leaders if board one is a draw. We could have a new British champion here with a German heritage, apparently.
Every time someone wins, you think they're going to be the British champion.
I've tipped. My goal in this tournament is to literally tip every single player, right? Hang on, what are we doing? Okay, Stuart, by the way, is winning against David Eggleston. He's completely winning. Crushing him on the queen side.
That would be a good result for Stuart.
I think we need to go to the Amit game because this is getting really critical now. And it's white to move, but Super Tit is defending unbelievably well. You know, we said Bodhana was a great defensive player, but it seems like Super Tit is also defending unbelievably well. Is there any way for white to make progress here?
Yeah, because his deep one's a bit weak, so I guess black's going to play 97 soon.
Yeah, and you know, okay, I mean, it's very hard to envisage a scenario where black is better, but you know, anything can happen in a chess game. You know, you played against like an 11-year-old whiz kid, you're starting to get nervous, given you had a big advantage earlier.
Can he pressure the e pawn at all?
Do you want to go Rook G5?
Or maybe yeah.
Or my
Rook
old
G5.
move, Rook G4, Rook G. Yeah, because you can't go King F6. Point that out, guys. Rook G6 is game over. King F7, but
Are
yeah,
we threatening to take the knight now, are we?
yeah.
This is slightly awkward for black.
Very awkward.
Knight A7. I don't know. I don't really like it, but we'll try it.
He's gone Rook G5. He's gone Rook G5, and it's Super Tit's move. So what can Super Tit come up with here? This is a massive moment. I think he's going to really burn into his clock now. He's still got 8 moves to go. He's only got 1 minute plus increment. He's about to make a move. Looks like he's about to move his knight. Maybe he's going to play your Knight A7 move.
He's just not sure.
He's just not sure. Knight A7 hits D2 and the bishop. He's really burning his clock.
Do you know Knight E7 is that a move? Knight E7, Rook E5, King F6, and you're on the D pawn. Is that a possible idea?
Yeah. He's got 50 seconds.
He's thinking about moving. No, he's looking around.
He's just thinking about the position in his head. Knight E7 is a nice try. It seems like Ami
He's quite nervous,
looks quite confident.
He's always gone for it. My goodness.
Wow. This is amazing. We could be looking at an 11-year-old British champion here, guys. This is unbelievable. Yeah. but it felt like Abby was quite confident. We even walked away from the board though, maybe to check on one of the other games, see if there was a result. So maybe the Michael Adams, we'll quickly come back to this, but it's a Michael Adams game.
97 might have been that, because you're now thinking about playing King F6.
Michael Adams' game, it feels like there's not really much going on, but actually it's almost like Black is starting to push, right? If Black gets knight f5, of course, the problem is you constantly tie down to his pawn, but it feels like Daniel's going to make a draw.
I think that's quite drawish, that game.
Yi Chen Han, still not much going on there, and both players getting short time. I think let's go back to the Amit game because this is getting critical now.
It looks like he's got an idea in mind. He's just playing d3. But now can you play King f6 though? Just hold everything together.
So he's gone d3. Yeah, sensible. We haven't got that move up on the stream. He had d3.
Super is taking a little bit. Yeah, he's playing King f6.
He nearly knocked the king over. Would that count as an automatic loss? Probably not.
I think if you were in a school chess club, they would try and claim it.
The structure is really horrible for Black, in my opinion, because you just don't have any pawn breaks. However, there's tactical ideas. So I guess rook g4, right? You kind of feel, I don't really want to run into a knight f5, so I guess he's going to go rook g4. That's
He's got some rook f3 ideas. Yeah, he's played that.
Yeah, and he has some ideas of going bishop c4, rook f3, right?
Yeah.
So Black to play needs to come up with something good. Again, looks like he's about to make a move, Super Tit.
But he's just very low on time.
Very low on time.
Oh, I thought I had a funny idea, but it doesn't work.
Okay. Well, if he can make the time control, he's got chances to hold this game. But he needs to, he's only got 47 seconds, 46 seconds, 45 seconds, he's really unsure what to do. I think he's going to move his D rook. He's moved D rook H8, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but now you've got this rook F3 idea, haven't you? Rook F3, bishop C4. Unless you're just going to play rook F6 and just don't care. What up?
He wants to go check and then bring his rook, make his rook active.
After rook F3, King G7, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no big deal here. But bishop C4, rook F6.
Yeah, it's actually defending fairly comfortably. So maybe Amit's missed a boat. I mean, we've seen him blown some wins. He really needs to win this game. This is like a must-win game for Amit. If he wins this game, I think Shreyas is going to be tied for leader after this round. Shreyas was my tip after last round, wasn't it? I will mention that. One of my many tips, because I went off the Marcus Harvey train after he lost. Sorry, Marcus.
Before the tournament, we both thought Shreyas was the most likely player outside the top three, didn't we?
Yeah, but Fernandez is still in it, and obviously Vitugov has got a good chance to win today. So it's going to be crucial to see if Vitugov breaks through as well, and maybe potentially joins.
Yeah, because it'd be interesting if Vitugov, Adams, and Shreyas are all leading. They've all played each other already.
Oh, right.
So there's going to be downfloats going on.
Yeah, downfloats galore. And of course, Guain didn't win today, so he's potentially maybe a point behind, right? No, half a point behind.
He'll upfloat one of them, probably.
He'll probably play Shreyas. No.
Not sure it's one of them.
Whoever the right colour is. Yeah, that's a good point. So that's what I was saying. I think Shreyas is quite likely to win a lot of games at the end. Okay, so we've got this position on the board. Rook H1. This is a very critical position for Amit now. He's now starting to get shorter time himself. Will we see any blunders in there before we've got 5 moves?
Well, bishop C4 just to set up a cheap shot.
I want to set up, rook F3 you want. Yeah? Yeah, if I move the king back with this idea, but then maybe rook G5, Nick. But then you go back, right? This is a problem. You go back. So it's almost like an endgame study, right? I think I like is bishop E8 a move actually, just hitting the pawn.
Yeah, I mean you could go rook H6, but I guess at least you're.
But then I go check. Then I go check, and when you go knight F5, I go E4.
Yeah, that's true. Bishop E8 is a tricky move, isn't
it? Maybe bishop E8. I just spotted that.
Check. You'd have to play King E6, which you don't really
want to play. This is a threat. However, there are ideas for Black. For example, he could come over here and maybe give a check.
Give a counter-attack, yeah.
He could do something like this. And again, you still go check, right? You can't move the king, surely. Well, you can go king e6, actually.
Yeah, e6 is a square.
It's a square, but then I take, and you can't ever take on b3 because of bishop f7 check. So maybe you could do this, actually, Nick. Maybe you could do this because of just the fact you're just hitting this board anyway.
Or you could just play king d7.
Okay, let's
I
come
feel
back
like
to
there
this
should
board.
be enough defensive resources, but it is a little bit tricky. It's just the time that's the issue.
Let's just see what's the engine saying. It's only a bishop e8 is a move, bishop c4 is a move. They're both moves, but they don't really give white big advantage. Let's have a quick look at the Matthew Wadsworth game because that seems to be coming in a critical moment. He's gone king c4.
Yeah, black's a little bit tied down to that a pawn, isn't he?
This would be a miracle save. If Matthew, it would back up what you were saying about him being a Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it's more
Well,
like
Magnus Carlsen never has to defend endgames. He just wins them, right?
Actually, when Karakin was playing against Carlsen, they called him the Minister of Defence, didn't they?
Yeah, this is
a bit like
this is
that.
the Prime Minister of Defence. Or the Chancellor of the Defence. He's gone rook a7, Shreyas. He's just waiting.
It's quite a good idea because now you want to play king d6 and you don't worry about knight b7 check.
I think he's going to win this game.
I think, yeah, this...
The rook against the knight in the endgame is very strong.
Yeah, I think that Matthew's going to really struggle to hold this.
He doesn't look confident. He looks very pensive here, very unsure of himself. We haven't seen all tournament. It's normally even in games where he's had bad positions. He's generally looked fairly confident. What is the engine
So when
saying
that king
here?
gets to d6...
It's just saying he's
yeah,
completely
just
winning
lost.
for black. So
Yeah.
we think Shreyas is going to win another game. So I was tipping Shreyas all along. There was never a Marcus Harvey tip. It was always Shreyas. Okay, let's...
But yeah, it's a good point that he's played Michael Adams and Nikita already, so that will really help him.
Stuart Conquest is going to be in the mix. The last time we had a British Championships, he won it. He won it in a playoff. He will be delighted to get into the play. It looks like he's going to win against David Eggleston.
That might put him in against someone quite strong next round.
Let's go back to it's a little bit Dolesfield, sorry. A little bit Dolesfield, this position, but let's think about what's going on, because it's really a critical game. If this game is a draw, the tournament is wide open. Suddenly Shreyas becomes as much likely to win, and Nikita becomes much likely to win as anyone. They've got two moves to reach before time control. What about a move like h4, Nick? But then that would weaken that pawn, and then you're in danger of falling for king f4. King f4 in general might be a threat by black.
I was actually wondering last move about knight f5, but he sort of, I know you sorry, it's just blundering the d pawn. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, he's got there. I think that's a good move by Daniel. King f4, he was. This is a sort of game where he could get a result because he's got good understanding, Daniel. You know, and when he gets a reasonable position, he tends to handle it pretty well. It's just when he gets behind that he could sometimes play a little bit impatiently, I would say. Maybe that's why the f5 move happened earlier in the game. But Mickey didn't punish it, which is unusual. Tends to punish big mistakes. He'll be very annoyed with himself if he doesn't win this game.
Yeah, but he has to be careful not to lose.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think, you know, he's starting to get a bit pressed on time. And the way the game has gone, the momentum's all favouring Daniel, I would say. Yeah, he's looking quite concerned, Mickey. 2 moves to go before it's time control. Very important moments here. I still think White is very safe here.
What move would you play now?
Maybe bishop d1. Because at the moment, black can't really push the pawns. You go bishop d1 though, maybe king f4 anyway. You could get some kind of perpetual check, but the problem is maybe the king hides on h4. And then the danger is that king h3 is coming.
Or g5, g4 as well.
G5, G4, yeah. This is, I don't think this is better for, the computer would never prefer black here, but yeah, it's still better for white. Yeah, this is massive moments here, because we saw earlier actually. Oh, by the way, this Super Tick game, critical moments in that game as well. Let's switch back to the Super Tick game.
Yeah, this was a bit more tense, wasn't it?
King D2.
If he makes it the time control, he'll be
It's gone
delighted.
Wow.
With no time.
I think Ami's blundered. He's missed E4. Look at his body language. He's completely confused by this move.
So if white takes on e4,
Yeah, what is the idea? Maybe you should blundered it.
Well, you got at least knight f6, haven't you? Knight c7, they've got bishop d3, so that doesn't win.
Yeah, so this is a very clever idea by Supertit, who's a great dynamic player.
Because there's some checkmating ideas. So, for example, let me just in that line, so it takes knight f6.
Absolutely.
If king c2, for example, knight takes e4, threatening rook d2 checkmate and the rook.
I'm worried for Amit here. I feel like it's very similar to Adam's game where he had all the momentum. Now the game is turned. Psychologically,
He has to play rook g3. He can't take that pawn.
he's played that bit. He's played rook g3. That looks sensible.
2 more moves for Supertit to make the time control now.
Okay, do you
But
think
can
he'll
he
make
do
it?
anything? I'm guessing knight c7 doesn't do much, does it?
Well, you're not threatening to take, are you, on e4 because of knight f. You still got knight f6, knight takes e4. Maybe now you make a move with the h1 rook. You play a move like rook b1. I think Supertit might win this game. You know, I mean,
These next 2 moves are crucial. Can he find anything?
I mean, what's the engine saying?
Rook a1, maybe. Yeah.
He's better. Rook a1.
Oh, there you go.
Rook a1.
Plus.
Rook b1 is also playable.
Is he going to go for it? He can hardly reach the rook.
It's too fine. Wow, he's found it. Rook a1, black's better. Unbelievable scenes. We could be looking at an 11-year-old British champion. It's unbelievable. Incredible. Rook a1, well spotted, Nick. That was a great move. Paul Bloom is going crazy and punching the air at this point. Paul Bloom is Supertit's biggest fan. Yeah, Amit looks very uncomfortable. I fear for Amit now. This could be the 3rd GM in a row. See, this is the sort of thing that should get chess on the TV, right? How many other sports have you got where 11-year-olds are beating adults?
He's got one more move to make. If he gets the time control without blundering, he's got a good chance.
Because a4 here, the problem is a4 I want to play, Nick, just to defend that pawn, but then I'm allowing these ideas, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable
Even rook a2
play
is
by.
an idea, just to knock the king back.
The thing about these kind of juniors, in basic positions, they're just very strong. These kind of super talented juniors. Where Supertit went wrong in this game was in a position where he lacks experience, like in the opening, opening sharp middle game.
It's true that I think their opening knowledge is always a bit weaker.
Yeah.
We saw that in the first game of Botano against Guain. They're not so good in the openings.
Once the game equalised itself, you see that Supertit was just as strong as Amit, maybe stronger. So, yeah, I think Amit won't lose, I'll be honest. I think he's still going to make a draw, but now he's under pressure.
It's getting dicey. Bishop c4.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's a good suggestion by our audience. Member of our audience suggested move bishop to c4.
How about rook a2 then? We'll bring our knight into
Rook
c3.
a2 check. Crucial moment for Amit, who's also not got much time.
Knight c3.
Knight c3. Yeah.
It's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Very dangerous, yeah.
In fact, it's almost...
You can't take because of the mate.
It's almost lost, yeah.
And black is threatening all sorts of moves, like, for example, just taking.
Yeah.
Push what, sorry?
Push d. You could
Oh,
maybe
that
do
makes sense, actually, yeah, because of black. It looks very shaky for white. This
It
whole
does, yeah.
position.
The whole position feels risky. Even like some b5 ideas that sometimes the
I
bishop's
think
trapped.
this is real serious
Is it?
pressure.
There's
there.
no... Yeah, what's he going to play? But, I mean, Supertit's got the easy move rook a2 if he needs it to get the time control.
Do you think nerves are affecting Amit? I think nerves are affecting. Even the great Mark Adams seems to be immune to nerves. Seems to be nervous today.
Amit gets a lot of good positions, doesn't he? But he's just not converting them.
He's not converting them, yeah. And he might regret that. So we've got 2 more moves to time control. We're going to stay with this game.
One move, yeah.
1 more move. Sorry, I meant 2 more moves, like 1 move for white and 1 move for black, right? Sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, it's good for Supertit if he can just. He's got rook a2 if he needs a move.
I think Amit should have tried my bishop c4 move earlier, Nick. Bishop e8 move, or your bishop c4 move, yeah, because like you seem to like allow black to escape. You let the knight out. Like say you went bishop c4 here, you can't move the knight after rook here, or bishop e8, you can't move the knight.
Well, you have to say that Supertit's play and time pressure has been really impressive.
Very impressive.
To create
yeah.
counterplay.
Okay, so you've got 1 minute 45 here, Rabbit. Very. Okay, the engine reckons you have to go bishop c4.
Well done.
Everything else is possibly losing. Or A4.
Even bishop c4 is not that comfortable. It's the best move, but it's not that comfortable.
He's got 1 minute
Bishop c4,
25.
rook a2, and he'll be able to blitz that out quickly. Amit's getting really concerned now.
Yeah, he feels very nervous, very nervous.
I mean, he's got to
Huge
make the time
moment.
control as well, doesn't he? He's only got 1 minute left to make this move.
Super Tip might get a GM norm in this tournament. I mean, if he wins this game, that's 3 GM norms in a row, right? He's also played Vitugov. He won't have to play Vitugov in the final round. So he'll probably have to play either Michael Adams, obviously depending on the result of that game, or Shreyas Royal. Could be an all junior clash, right? If he wins this game, if he wins this game, he could be tied for the lead.
Yeah, possibly.
Wow. But come on, Amit. Come on. I really want Amit to win the British, but it's looking a bit scary for him.
You'll change your tip again if he loses.
Of course I will. Yeah, of course I will.
What did he play? D4. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, that's a horrible blunder. Yeah. but Super Tit still has to find the reason. Keep switching between.
Even rook a2 looks strong. Yeah? But is there anything else?
I think he's panicked a little bit. D4 feels like panic because you're giving up the F4 square long
Would
term.
you take on
You could
D4?
just take on D4.
Looks
Take and then check, right?
The thing about taking is it gives away your c3 square after they take back. What about rook a? He's just going to rook a2. I quite like rook a2. Just keep the
He's gonna
options
win.
open.
This is unbelievable. We're looking at a history being made here, folks.
So
An 11-year-old British champion is potentially on the cards,
where's the king going now?
and he's giving Amit the stare.
Is the king going to c1? What do you think? Or I don't know. Where's the king going?
It just looks lost.
You can't go to d1 because you get forks.
I feel sorry for Amit here. Like this is he'll get other chances in the future. I think he's gonna lose this game. I mean, it's actually not that
Got to
bad.
go
It's
to E1.
minus 1.1. He'll be fuming.
If he goes to e1, if it goes to c1, it's even worse.
He'll be absolutely fuming about this game. Honestly, I think it's the pressure of trying to be British champion. It's got to him. Whereas with these kids, they don't have any fear, do they? Like Super Tit doesn't care. Well, he does care, but he doesn't have. You know, when you get older, you get all this scar tissue, don't you?
What's
when
the
you're younger.
norm situation like for Super Tit? 'Cause he could be just getting an IM norm almost straight away. Could get an IM norm with like a game to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he even got an IM norm already if he wins this game, right? With 2 rounds to spare.
This is super uncomfortable for Amit now. Even King E1 though, after Knight C3, what's the idea?
Yeah, Knight C3. He must have had an idea. Well, Bishop E8.
Bishop E8,
Maybe
this is
Bishop
the
E8.
idea. Okay, this is his plan.
But the problem is, I think that you take, right? You
Probably take
You
first.
take skis, and after you take on D4. By the way, we've got Rennie Butler in the building, the legendary Rennie Butler, the winner of the minor championship, and also semi-professional golfer. We're going to get him on the commentary in a bit as well. Well, we've reached the time control. Actually, let's go back to some other games. Maybe as this game has reached time control. Black's just played King G4. What's the assessment here, Nick?
I don't think much has changed. I guess White's a tiny bit better. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. There's a weak pawn on D5. This game's going to go on a long time. I think. I think Mickey really. I think he would have offered a draw by now if he wanted a draw. But I think he really feels that he needs to win this game. It's getting too close otherwise. Shreyas is right behind him. It looks like Shreyas is completely winning. Super Tit potentially might win. We need to look at the Vitugov game now. This is a really crucial moment with the Vitugov game. Because these guys, actually they've gone past the time control. This game is actually a bit of a grind. A typical Vitugov game where he's trying to grind down a lower rated opponent. It's quite possibly
not much
might...
really changed, did it?
Okay, so should we have maybe have an interview? Get something on the stream? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to come on the stream, Rennie? Are you sure? I wanted to get you on, mate. I've been rejected. Okay, so let's just carry on then. Okay. That didn't work. I thought you wanted to come on, mate. Oh, no worries. Yeah. Okay, so the Wadsworth game is looking lost, right?
Yeah, that's lost.
What's the winning plan, though? Let's say I put the knight on E5. Actually, can you win with rook check and then take the knight? Is that also a threat? Or is that just... No, that's not a good
losing
threat.
try.
That's a threat. Shows how poor my endgames are. But maybe knight e5, you can even move the rook down, right?
Would that rook
Rook
b5
b5,
maybe?
hitting both pawns. Yeah,
I think Shreyas is going to win.
Shreyas is going to win. Stephen Gordon is also on the verge of... No, hang on. This game's turned around a lot. I was going to say he's on the verge of winning. This doesn't look winning anymore. He's not...
Yeah, I mean, if Siva wins, he's tied for the lead, isn't he?
Wow.
But it should still be a draw. But
I
after
know
rook takes f5, which is the
Is
obvious
it
move, I guess
C5?
c5 is the move to
Yeah.
be concerned about.
So when we left it, Nick, it was something around about this. And we said that... was it maybe earlier? Around about here, I think White had a big advantage, right? Apparently d5 was crushing. h6 was a terrible blunder because of this move d5.
It's quite hard to see d5 because you're always worried about your own back rank, aren't you?
Yeah. So the main point is that this would just win for White. And there's actually not a good move here. So I'm slightly surprised that Stephen Gordon had quite a lot of time at this point, I presume, didn't find d5. Still fairly obvious. He should have found it, really. And then this game started to look quite equalish.
Yeah, I saw D5 before when I thought I can't figure out whose move it was.
But were you using the engine?
No, see here, that's decision.
Okay. I'm not sure I believe you.
He couldn't take it between, if he took it with the other.
Okay. Oh, that's a big blunder, apparently. But actually, this was also...
Well, he's actually played queen. He's wasted a lot of time because he's gone queen from c3 to b4 to b6 and then he's come back to b4 and back to c3.
Now, actually, that was also a blunder. He could have just taken. And this kind of thing is apparently... Really, you can start using these pawns, maybe h5, right? Can you go h5? No, that's a blunder, sorry. But queen d8 is apparently a lot better for black. Mainly because of a bad white king, right? White king is quite exposed. So he didn't do that. He went queen f4, which is understandable because he gets a very comfortable endgame. And actually, we've got the position on the board. Apparently, this is going to be a draw. c5, king f2. Yeah, that feels
King
very
f2 is
drawish.
probably
Yeah,
quite a straightforward draw.
he's going to hold it.
Yeah.
So it looks like this game's... Both players had chances. Both players had winning positions. We've seen that in a lot of games.
You can win the h pawn, can't you? c5, king f2, take on d4.
Yeah, but the point is that the bishop is
Oh,
hanging
yeah,
at
the
the end,
bishop's
right?
hanging, isn't it? Yeah.
Because it actually
Crazy,
thinks
yeah.
that black is... How on earth is black is...
No, the bishop's hanging. Yeah.
Black is
You-
not
you
better
can't- you
here,
can't bet-
come
yeah, I
on.
forgot about that.
Still a draw, of course.
Yeah.
Because even if you lose the h-pawn, it's rook,
It's
rook
just
and
a
knight.
Well, you can draw straight away by just taking the knight, can't you?
Yeah.
Instead of taking on d4.
Yeah, exactly.
Take the knight here.
So that game seems very likely. Yeah. So actually what Nick's saying is... Sorry, after c5 here, you just take the knight, right?
Yeah, if you wanted to draw, yeah, you can just take it.
Like rook takes maybe, yeah?
Yeah, this might be how the game ends.
And then take, and then king e4, and then black can win the h-pawn, but the king will come back, and a very easy draw. I mean, you could even go there. That's also a draw because, I'm not going to be able to move my king away and queen. So that looks like a draw. So that's disappointing for both players. However, Stuart Conquest won, so he's going to be half a point behind, it would seem. How many points is Roberson behind? Maybe he's potentially going to be up there. Marcus Harvey won, so he's maybe only half a point behind, depending on the result on ball one, obviously. It was still waiting on that game. This game looks, I would say, most likely to end in a draw, would you say? We looked at this earlier, it was giving White a tiny edge, but it's not much has changed since. Okay.
Still in the balance, that game.
Okay, so...
What about Richard? How did he get on today?
Oh, Richard's still going, right? His rook f5 was played by black.
Kubi's quite a defensive player, isn't he? I think he's normally quite happy to make a draw.
I think White is better here, but whether it's enough, not sure. What do you think? Definitely better, actually.
It feels like black should be okay.
Can you go, if you go rook f5 and I take with a pawn, there's ideas of going rook e3 maybe, but then...
I guess the h pawn's a bit weak there.
Yeah, yeah. So slight edge for Richard, but not much going. He might win that. He's probably not going to lose at least. William Carriage Hansen still looks totally winning now. Yeah, totally dominating position.
So what's the winning plan?
Good point. You asked some difficult questions.
Oh,
Maybe Bishop F5, Nick. But then you could take an H5. No, take an H5 and go C6. So
I was trying to work out whether Queen D6 was playable or not.
Queen
but
D6, yeah. The King of Fate. I think you have to play King of Fate, right? Everything else is just resigns immediately. Like if you take it, get the
taking King F8 is probably just lost, isn't it? Yeah.
probably lost. Just these pawns are huge. So one defensive plan for black is King of Fate. Now this would kind of be a repetition. So white's looking for a little bit more. Not clear how he gets it. He could go Queen D4, Nick. But then again,
I'm
you
not sure
come
if it
back.
changes much.
Obviously, doesn't change much. So yeah, even though white's just overwhelming, I'm sure the engine must give this completely winning.
Yeah, it must be completely winning. There might be bishop. There might be bishop takes H5.
King goes to G1.
G8. So okay, go back to the original position. I think.
All right.
If the queen goes to D3, it's in the bishop. What does he do?
To E3, you mean?
A3, sorry.
Yeah, the bishop's actually threatening to take on H5.
Oh, yeah.
But also, yeah, exactly.
I won't go to
I mean, yeah, I mean, white's better here, probably winning. I
Although
mean,
even in that line, you could then play C6 potentially, but yeah.
I'm too tired to work out why white's winning. It's going to be
It must-
lazy and turn on. Should we turn the analysis or would you keep
If you want to, yeah, there must be a clear win for white.
Okay, we've got to work it out, right? I agree with you. I think it's even Bishop G2, Nick. Bishop G2 and trade. Because then how do you stop the C pawn? Like this,
What if they take on H5? Then you want to just push the C.
I just
pawn
want it anyway. But yeah, but then you could.
in, probably winning.
It's probably winning. I think Bishop G2 is good enough. Bishop G2 is
There you
top
go.
move, yeah.
Or Queen D6, I think.
Or Queen D6, both winning. Yeah, it looks completely winning. So he's going to win. So he's going to be within the half point. Marcus Harvey, well done for Marcus Harvey. I shouldn't have given up that tip too early. I gave up that tip too early. Now he's won. I'm regretting it. Sorry for being disloyal. But I still think it's going to be Marcus Harvey or Shreyas. I said it all along. It's a 24. But maybe I should have changed that to a 2200 player because Super Tit is 2200 and he's potentially going to win the British off
I mean,
2200
if he wins
rate.
this game, that'd be an incredible result.
So this game is looking like, well, although, yeah, actually Simon,
Rook A7 ideas.
he wants to go Rook A7. But isn't there a bishop? Is it black to me? Why can't he just take here? Could go Bishop D5 check.
Yeah, that's actually quite annoying. Then is that even holding for white?
Well, I mean, hang on, let's go back. I think Simon's pushing a boat out here.
Is he going to play King H? Well, he's almost getting mated himself. Yeah.
Right here, my idea is here, and
Yeah, this is really horrible for white.
yeah, so if you take, so the point is that you could take and go for this opposite colour bishop ending, but that's like a free push for black.
But why did he play King G3 though?
Yeah,
He
it's
could have
very
played King
strange
G2, couldn't he?
I think he blundered. He was getting tired and blundering. Oh, right. Oh, we could get Taran on the stream. Do you want to get Taran on the stream?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to?
Yeah,
Taran?
sure. I'll speak to Taran. Hello, we got a lot of brilliant juniors in this tour. We've got another one here with me, Taran. How do I pronounce your
Yeah,
surname?
it's Kanyamarla.
I'm not very good at
It's a
pronunciations,
long one.
mate, right? But
Yes.
you had a game today against another talented young
Yes.
player, Jude Shearsby.
True.
So let's go for that game. Maybe you could explain it to our
Sure.
viewers.
So yeah, Jude is a pure King's Indian player, and from yesterday's game, I was playing with Gawain, and it was another King's Indian. So I was almost kind of running out of ideas about what to play. But then I wanted to play this interesting Bishop E2 H4 line.
Oh, because I noticed a lot of people play Bishop D3. Somebody played that against me recently in a tournament.
My sister played it against you.
Oh no, I thought you did it slightly differently. I thought. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, I know we got to a similar position against, but I thought it was a slightly different move order. But okay, I mean, I play so many games
But
now. They all
against
merge into
Gawain, I
one.
played Bishop D3. That's what I did.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
But Bishop E2. Okay, so basically very aggressive with H4.
Yeah.
And is this quite a fashionable line for White?
Indeed, and there's a course, chessable course by Simon and Richard.
Oh, right.
So I was following that one. Yeah,
Simon Williams and Richard Palliser, right? Exactly.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and,
they do a lot of chessable courses.
yeah, and my Simon is kind of like my childhood hero. Like,
Really?
Yeah.
You should say I'm your childhood hero.
I read your
Yeah.
book, Mating the Castle King.
Ah,
but
right.
I think I was watching a lot of Ginger GM
Ah,
streams
brilliant,
back then.
brilliant. That's great. Yeah, Simon's a very entertaining streamer, very nice guy, very friendly guy as well. So,
I've actually mentioned him at 4NCL. I used this idea and I told them that I played H4 once.
okay, so Rook E8 and then King F1, very aggressive. I noticed actually when I played your sister that she has a lot of aggressive opening setups with
Yes.
White as well
Exactly.
in every opening. So I think it's very important to be well prepared in the opening. A lot of my theory seems to date back to 1990s. It doesn't really progress since then.
Exactly. I think nowadays all the openings are use and throw. You just use them once and then move on to another one.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't say that to Mark Hebden, who just plays the King's Indian almost every game, right?
Well, I think from White's
Yeah.
side, I think it's much more. Yeah.
So this
Use and throw.
was this still in theory at this point?
Yeah, he's still in theory.
Okay, so Jude knew what he was doing as well because he tends to be fairly well booked up as well.
True. And here he went a bit off the book. So going in his chessable course, he was recommending Queen B6 here.
Right.
So Queen B6, B3, and then Knight E4, and
Okay. So the point is that you attack at this pawn,
And
you
soften up.
activate the queens,
exactly,
and then you soften up this long diagonal for the bishop potentially, and then knight e4.
exactly, yeah. And I can play Knight takes E4, and there's an interesting variation. So Knight takes, and I just don't care about my Rook on A1 and play Knight F3.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. And then if they take, you're getting this threat immediately of
Yes.
checkmate on g7. So what if they go knight e5 here?
I haven't checked it, but Indians were quite happy with White's position. I suppose maybe Knight takes E5.
Yeah, that feels like a good move because rook takes is running in maybe to f4.
Yeah, or
And
even Bishop F4. F4 is stronger. Yeah.
Maybe. But there's also d takes, but then the rook looks a bit suspicious. Maybe.
But the rook on d4 could be really annoying. Just be a thorn in the position.
Maybe Taran in this position, can you go here?
Oh, that'll be fantastic, yeah.
Because you can't take because of this mate. It's just a distraction technique.
True.
I use a distraction technique on Nick all the time. But bishop d3, because that rook d4 I could just take it.
Yeah,
that must be good for white, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so. I can keep my bishop on e4 and just, well,
What you're
still
saying,
it's still
what Taran's saying is bishop e4, and yeah, it's not 100%. Maybe, I mean, you'd like to go rook h4, but the bishop's hanging directly.
yeah, it's tricky.
It's a
Should
little
have
bit
checked
tricky,
this,
right?
yes.
But, okay, that didn't happen, right?
It didn't happen,
The
no.
most important thing is that didn't happen.
Exactly.
There's a fantasy variation, because he didn't go queen. What did he play, sorry?
He went knight e5.
Right.
So knight e5. And here I was already out of my book. I checked these lines, but they're so similar that every time I keep mixing it up. Over the board, I just felt like playing rook h4, but I think in my notes probably I had knight f3.
Oh, knight f3, yeah.
The basic idea is not really to checkmate Black's king, but rather trade all the pieces and at some point play a3, b4 and have this principle of two weaknesses where g7 is a huge kind of problem and then you have some queenside play.
So when you say notes, because a lot of chess players say that, they say notes. I presume you mean notes on your laptop rather than actually walking around with a notebook, yeah? Nobody walks around with a notebook anymore. Maybe we should. That's what I need to do. I need to use a notebook. So I get lazy and just use
But
it.
I'm probably one of the last in my generation that I used to get hold my NCO. I used to have Nun's Chess Openings book and then used to write everything down on my notebook.
Right.
Yeah.
Until how long ago did you do that?
Till 2017.
Oh, nice.
So I started chess in 2014, so yeah, 3 years.
So you learned chess in 2014?
Well, I started playing FIDE games in 2014. Probably 2013 I started playing.
So you learned chess when you were 2013?
Yeah.
And how old are you now?
I'll be turning 21 this October.
So I'm trying to think when 2013 was. That would have been 12 years ago. So you'd have been...
I was just under 10 years old.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you learned relatively late for juniors.
Yeah, exactly.
And did your sister learn after you, or did she...
Oh, she learned because I was playing chess and I got a lot of attention, so she kind of copied me.
Right. Okay, so let's see. We don't know how the game went, so I'll be interested to see what you think about the game and what actually happened.
Sure.
In terms
Yeah, things went a bit messy here. Now, it was complete mess here because I was expecting some queenside play from Black, but now there's
A6, right?
Yeah, A6 as well. But the nice thing is that I always have bishop takes B5 and maybe bishop takes E8 at some point. Of course, bishop A6 is there for Black. So the major threat here was knight E4 was a bit annoying.
94,
And then once Black takes, he can swift his rook to the queen side with rook b4, and this could be an inventive way to kind of...
I've noticed you have had a lot of sharp games in this tournament. Did you find yourself getting a bit tired because you've had a lot of topsy-turvy games, a lot of big battles?
Oh, yes.
And you also do a YouTube channel as well, so
Yes, I do.
you'd update. I do a YouTube channel, but
Yeah.
only out of necessity
No,
rather than out of...
No, I think your YouTube channel has some really raw advices that I think you can't find it anywhere. So
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
That's great. Yeah, hopefully I can bump it up from my current 5 subscribers.
You look
No, okay. Rook takes e2. Wow, that's a bit of a shocker. So
I expected this from him because that looks like the only logical way. My bishop on e2 kind of keeps everything together, but now I should be careful on the light squares.
So you took back the king, maybe? you
No,
took
I
back the
didn't
knight,
because king takes e2 and there's knight takes d5,
right.
and there could be an intermezzo with queen takes b5 check, queen takes b2.
So, yeah, just show that. So what you're saying is this. The king is now exposed, right? Yeah, and also the rook can come to e8 in some variation. Maybe just take back d5.
Even that should be fine too.
The rook e8 is coming. Rook's a bit
E8,
dangerous for white, doesn't
queen
it?
takes
It's very
b2,
dangerous.
yeah.
So, okay, so you took out a knight. That looks very sensible. By the way, I think the Stephen Gordon game's just redrawn, so that's another close battle. So rook d1, bishop e6.
Yes.
Rook takes, well, at this point, it's looking very good for you, right?
Exactly. I think we can go a few moves before. I was instead of bishop takes d5.
Oh, instead of bishop, yeah.
Yeah, I felt bishop takes d5 was too slow for Black. I was thinking of where was it?
Maybe rook e8, yeah. Is that a move? Or is this garbage?
Yes, I was thinking of queen takes b5.
All right, hitting the knight, yeah. Was Jude playing all this quite quickly? Because he tends to be quite a fast player, right?
Yeah, no, he was taking time, and I think we both were taking time. But queen takes b5, I was annoyed that so the g4 knight is hanging, so I could take that.
Sure.
So yeah, rook e8, queen takes b2. It looks scary. Probably objectively, I should be still winning.
Take this.
Yeah, takes, and now what was it? Yeah, knight takes g4.
Knight takes, right. And if he goes rook e8, you just go rook e1, do you?
Yeah, probably. Oh, in that case, then rook e8 is a bit stronger then.
Well, you do also have bishop f6, because after queen there, you have king g1.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So maybe I'm blundering again.
Yeah, knight takes g4 is only move.
Yeah, and then you take back.
Yeah.
And now if rook e8.
Now rook e8, yes. And
What's happening?
I was concerned that even though black is a piece down, the bishop's going to be really strong. And like one idea was, yeah, knight g1 I was thinking, but it looks so awful when my knight is protecting on its original square.
Because one of the ideas, I guess, is also you can increase the pin, so you probably need maybe
Indeed.
this knight g1
Yeah,
at
yeah.
some point. The queen can also defend the knight,
Yeah.
so it looks better for white. But
Yes.
I agree with you.
That's why I took, I think.
What was
I
the
don't know.
engines? Did you want to check the engine?
Yes,
Shall I
please,
check the
yeah,
engine? Yeah.
yeah.
No, it says you're completely winning.
Oh, really?
So maybe earlier, where was his mistake?
I think queen d7 is really awkward. You know, I
Queen
was-
b6, yeah. It's actually better for white anyway. But like you said, like maybe this.
But I feel Indians are overestimating the position just because of h6. But it's probably a fine position for both sides.
So you're quite well prepared. I'll have to. 'Cause I think I'm playing you in tournament Brighton coming up, so I'll have to be wary of that. Are you playing Northumbria Masters possibly?
No, I'm not.
Ah, phew. Okay, so let's see how the game. So it looks completely winning at this point.
Yes.
A4 was played. Queen AA.
Oh, I'd like to show one interesting variation just
sure,
before. So,
sure. It's nice to have you on, by the way. It's always
thank
nice to
you.
have players that people at home probably aren't that familiar with.
yes. Oh, my pleasure.
Hmm.
So at this moment, it looks like there's some tactics along this file. So I was thinking of rook takes d8.
Sure.
Oops.
Yeah, rook takes c8. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Is it?
Is this white's move?
Oh, it's white's move.
So
Yeah.
you went king g1.
Yes.
But you were thinking about taking
Yeah.
here.
Takes here. Queen takes.
Yeah.
Rook takes on g4.
Rook takes.
And now queen d3 doesn't really work if you're trying to get out of the pin and then recapture because queen b8 checkmate will always be there.
Right, right.
So knight takes g4. Bishop takes g4. Only
yeah,
move.
yeah.
Bishop takes f6.
Right,
Bishop takes f6.
right.
And it seems like I'm a piece up. Queen takes g4. But the nightmare is that bishop takes c3 and I can't recapture it back.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because of the. Oh, very clever. Wow. So you calculate all this in the game?
Yes. So that's why I
Wow.
thought, oh, maybe I have to play king g1. So to get this.
Ah, yeah, nice,
But
nice.
I was overthinking. Jude was saying that rook takes e6 wins on the spot. I
Oh, rook
missed this
takes
one.
e6. Yeah, yeah. Because sometimes you go deep down the line, you forget about
Exactly, yeah.
candidate moves earlier in the
True.
variation, right? So that was a very nice tactic. Rook takes e6, easy to miss.
Easy to miss, yes.
Because after queen takes, I think your idea is just to take here,
Just to
Taran,
take-
yeah? Very nice. So, yeah, but I think what you did was good enough, right?
Yeah, he had to, trade these pieces, trade.
But if he'd escaped later, you'd have been like regretting, why didn't I go rook takes e6?
Indeed.
So he's exchanged down here, and he's still got problems, the tactical problems with this pawn at h6. Gary Kasparov would have described it as like a Damocles sword. Do you know what a Damocles sword is? The sword of Damocles? Because I'm always testing Nick on general knowledge. I'm going to try and get more general knowledge questions.
No, I never heard of it.
It's something to do with it's this sword that kind of dangled from Greek history or ancient history, and was it Alexander the Great? Oh no, I'm thinking of the Gordian knot. Alexander the Great cut the Gordian knot. That I don't know. I'm going off on a tangent again. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so yeah, this looks like a very powerful game. I'm liking the way you played here,
And here, I almost kind of messed up. So it looks like 97
It's
check,
over.
and then there's going to be
It's
some
checkmate,
deadly,
right?
discoveries. But here, Jude played f6, which doesn't really help. But instead of f6, I was starting to regret after bishop takes b2. It still should be winning, but suddenly now king h8 is a square for black, and the
Sure.
c pawn is a bit scary. However, I think I was hoping that knight d4 should work with the idea of
D4.
queen takes d7.
Also queen f6 is.
Oh yes, yeah. I think it's still clearly winning. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks
The
crushing.
h pawn is it's such an
Bishop
amazing
is
pawn.
now out of the game,
True.
and you got a mate attack. So this is if you had a pawn in h2, it wouldn't really be that good for white, I guess. Maybe because black could go h5 and give himself a flight square.
True.
But this didn't happen, right? Because he went
f6.
f6, which is a weakening move. It's not really a move you want to play ideally, but obviously at this point, black was under huge pressure. Knight e7. You took on f5, queen e8, queen d5, king f8, bishop d2, took on f5, bishop b4,
And yeah, that's
and
really
that was the end of the game. So Taran, how many points have you got now?
4.5.
So you're going to be, if Michael Adams draws, which looks fairly likely, you're going to be a point behind, right? Potentially, you probably can't win the tournament now, because the best you can get is 6.5. But do you have a chance of a GM?
I played with 2 GMs, so I still need to play 1 GM, but I'm afraid that I'm not sure really. I haven't checked.
Have you got any GM norms?
No, I haven't.
But I think if you keep preparing like you're doing, and your sister's doing well, how is she getting on?
She isn't doing well. She's on 2.5. I've, yeah, 6. So
Of course, I played your sister in that British Championship. I felt a bit guilty actually when I played her in that British Championship rapid play, because back in the day we didn't have a playoff. Of course, it could have gone either way. By the way, I think that Wadsworth has lost on against Australia. Big result there. We also got super tips. So we've got so many good juniors dominating chess now.
yeah.
But anyway, thanks so much for
Thanks,
coming
Danny.
in. And what's the name of your YouTube channel, in case people want to check?
Chess ADC.
Chess ATC. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Taran. Yeah. Have a good day.
Finish this video.
Okay. Okay, everybody. Thanks, Taran, for coming on, and that was brilliant. Please check out his YouTube, because obviously he's trying to grow his brand. But we've had an amazing turnaround in Michael Adams' game. Cynics like Gormally had written the GOAT off, the GOAT of British chess. We could have, the older champion potentially against the new pretender in super tier or Shreyas. This could be the battle royale, but at the moment, if Michael Adams wins, he then stays half point clear. And as you said before, he might then get a downflow.
Or he might play super tip because he's already played Nikita,
Yeah.
who's I guess trying to fight to win. I'm not sure how he's getting on now, and he's already played against Shreyas, who has won.
So this position apparently has gone very wrong for black, and I don't like the way he's put his pawns on dark squares and frozen the pawns. So this is like strategical mastery by Michael Adams. This is a great move, actually, going a5 and then making this pawn a weakness. H4, right, so it's getting very complicated, but I might have gone king f4 there, Nick. I don't know about you, but I would have tried king f4 maybe with the
It
idea.
looks like the most natural move. There is one slight problem that when you play g5, there's some lines where you actually get checkmated. So
Right.
some bishop h3, rook f1, checkmate.
You can't go there immediately, actually, because it's check.
Yeah, it's true. You can't play that now.
Do you think Daniel was like maybe thinking about?
You think seeing ghosts? Do you think?
No, I think he was thinking about he wanted to refuse a draw. I think he's thinking that he's worried that Mickey's just going to repeat it.
But if that was the case, you could still repeat it
Oh,
once.
king
can't you?
f4
And
was the
then-
best move. Apparently, white was a lot better. So actually, black had already gone slightly wrong.
But no, I agree with you. King h5 feels like a very unnatural move, doesn't it? Unless something bad's happening, why wouldn't you put the king on f4?
So actually, this was the moment where apparently taking on a5 was a big mistake, because if you'd gone b5, then white would not have been able to employ the plan that he's done in the game. Often you find, Nick, I don't know if you agree with me, but little details in endgames are huge, right? It feels irrelevant, the fact that whether you go b5 or taking. I think Daniel is a great player. He's a very talented player, but if he's got a weakness, it's probably a lack of patience. A little bit like myself. He's very dynamic. Players tend to be slightly impatient, and I think taking on a5 to a dynamic player, the capture feels more natural than just to push and then leave yourself with this weakness on a6. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I can understand why he played it, because he probably thought by taking the a5 pawn might be potentially weak in some variations.
Yeah,
And by pushing, it's just permanently
yeah.
protected, and
It's so difficult.
it feels very uncomfortable even after you push. But
I agree. I agree. I mean, computer says it's equal, but you're worried that in some variations. I know at the moment it's not going to happen. There's knight on e7, but in some variations you're worried that a6 pawn. Anyway, we've got the position on the board. Daniel's played knight c6 with the idea that after rook a6, there's a knight check.
probably knight e5.
Knight e5, not knight b4 because you're getting the land of 2 pawns. But here this is more than acceptable, probably better for black. So you can't take the pawn immediately. However, there are a number of other moves that white play, like bishop c8, for example.
Then will black take on a5?
Oh, maybe
That's
I'm
it-
jumping
that's
the
his
gun.
idea.
Then. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. Maybe this isn't winning. Hey, Mark Adams, you just look very annoyed there. Maybe
This is some clever move here.
there is rook b7.
You could just go after the d pawn, maybe.
You could just go after the d pawn. And rook b7, there is rook f7, I'm thinking. Because if you move the king, let's say you go king h6, you're right, this looks very uncomfortable. Because here is just lost, I think. Because these guys are just going to come through, right? But let's say go rook f7, that feels, he has gone rook b7, so rook f7 feels like the critical variation. He could just repeat, but I don't think he's going to repeat here. I think he's going to try and win. What is the winning idea?
Daniel's played rook f7 already.
He's played rook f7, you have to go rook f7. So what is the winning idea? Is the winning idea something like bishop d7 or rook d7? Oh, maybe the idea, Nick, is rook d7, trade, knight a5, bishop e6. Is that one possibility? Or then you're slightly concerned later on when you take on d5 that allows the g4 trick.
Yeah, I mean, that feels a white's better, but still a bit double-edged.
Yeah, this is almost getting into endgame study territory. What do you think?
Yeah, I think rook d7 is probably most likely.
Should we check the engine? What does the engine think? Or is that too lazy? Oh, wow, he's gone wrong.
So he's
I think
messed
he's
up, yeah.
actually, he was looking a bit annoyed there. I think he'd suddenly realised I think he's
Maybe he
missed,
blundered this knight c6 move.
I think he's blundered it. Yeah, he blundered it. And it was completely, he looked very annoyed because suddenly he realised that this has all gone wrong. He's just blundered knight c6. It's very easy to miss knight moves, actually, I find. You know, there's many famous games in chess history where even very strong players miss knight moves. One famous game, I believe, was Kasparov-Karpov, or it might have been Karpov-Kasparov, actually, where there was a knight b8 missed. But Petrosian once blundered his queen to Bronstein by placing his queen on b6, funnily enough. And I think that he'd forgotten about a knight on c8.
So simply taking the rook and playing c4 here was
Wow,
overwhelming.
this is going to be really... So it's funny how Fernandez was losing earlier, and then... Sorry, yeah.
He's repeated.
Okay. Fernandez was losing earlier, and Mickey missed a win, and then he got another chance. Will he get a third chance? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's really... he'll be kicking himself that he's missed 2 clear wins already.
So the only way to try and win this is to play this, but this is very murky, right? You have to do this. You have to try this, but given like the game's carrying on here, and actually white is better, but you're potentially allowing 2 pass rook pawns. I think you play this, you try this, but it's very murky.
I mean, what's the clock situation? So he's actually down 11 minutes.
I think he
So
might
he-
repeat here. I
he's
think practically
considering-
he might repeat. He might just say, look, I've had enough of this game. And he's really thinking about this, Mickey. This is huge.
He's gonna play rook b7. Maybe go back to the live board. He's gonna play rook b7, rook f7, and then he's gonna decide whether to go for rook d7 or whether just to take the
He's
draw.
gone rook b7. I think he's going to go, yeah, this is a key moment. Rook b7, rook f7.
I mean, Daniel's got the right strategy. He just played his move straight away.
Yeah,
And just put the pressure back on Mickey.
that's yeah, that's interesting to think about the practical element of it as well. because I would probably have. Yeah. Do you think that's an important element?
Yeah, I think so. You would keep the time pressure on them so that if they do play on, they've got as little time as possible. But certainly Rook D7,
You have to play it. You have
starts
to,
bringing three
no,
results
he's
into
repeating
it.
it. He's repeating it. He's going to make the draw. I think Daniel can actually call the arbiter now.
He's kind of asked Mickey.
Yeah. I don't think that's a good result for Mickey, but he's still in the lead. He's still tied for lead. You know, that's missed opportunity, but you're going to get missed opportunities in the course of the tournament, even if the ones you end up winning. So, yes, disappointing for Mickey. Very disappointing. He should have won that game.
Yeah, I think Daniel probably spotted the winning lines as well, didn't he?
I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, basically,
Okay.
so what about the Amit Gartzi Super Tit game? I think you should take the next guess, Nick, because I'm
He's flagging.
I'm flagging. I've done about 3 already, right? 2 already. Is Paul Bloom there? Maybe if Super Tit wins, we should get Paul Bloom on the commentary. Talk about your but I don't know. Is this winning now? I think this is critical. I'm not sure this is winning. This game might end in a draw now. I'm not sure. Like, it's
Still
better for black, but yeah, it feels like there's a very high likelihood of a draw. What about the Nikita game?
I don't think he ever had anything overwhelming, did he? No. He was.
Amit's defending well, actually, since he's gone wrong. He's defended well.
And Nikita's actually struggling to win this game, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he really needs to win it, I would say. Because otherwise you got
Shreyas,
you got Shreyas ahead and Mickey. Is that the only ones? Maybe Super Tit as well potentially could win. Obviously, Amit could win that game as well. He's still, he's still not out of it. If Super Tit was to blunder, it's unlikely, but anything's possible.
I think Yishan's happy just to make a draw, isn't he? He's just trying to keep it solid.
Yeah, I think you should hold this. You should hold this, but it's awkward, right?
Yeah.
You should hold this. Maybe H4 is a move, right? No, I don't know. Like G4 is an option.
So I think we've got Michael Adams and Daniel Fernandez here.
Yeah, do you want to jump on, guys?
Sure.
Thank you. I think Nick's going to take you through because I've done about 15 interviews already today. I'm not slogging the guts out of me.
Okay, so we are joined now by Michael Adams and Daniel Fernandez, who just drew on board 1. Quite an interesting game. I don't know if you have had any thoughts about the game since you finished, or whether you were sort of quite happy with it.
Well, it was kind of a long game, very technical.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, obviously, at some moment, I guess I probably got chances, but it was balanced for a very long time.
Yeah, we actually thought you missed 2 clear wins in the game. I don't know if you if you thought that as well, but we could have a look at it.
I was still away,
Yeah.
I had no clue.
Okay. So just, I mean, were you expecting a Petrov today? I think you've played it before, haven't you, Daniel?
I've played it before, but usually with knight d6 on move 7. So I played this knight d6 and bishop f5 system before,
Okay.
but was discouraged from that by Mickey's game against Shreyas in the English.
Sure. Yeah, that was quite a brutal game. Yeah. So I guess presumably, if you
playing with no clue, but okay.
If you take presumably,
Well,
there's a trick, isn't
I
there?
think I intended to prevent bishop d6.
I think there's-
but I realised it's completely fair to prevent it.
I think this wins for black, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
that's the problems.
So
the bishop f4 in fact has very little point, but okay.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
But there was a key.
Instead of bishop takes f3,
Oh, sorry. Did we in this position?
I mean, it's not a major point, but if I just make some random move like rook f8, rook e8 at that point.
Sorry. Were you talking about
It could work.
in the main game? Are you talking about? Sorry, here you mean?
Yeah.
So
We'll have to be next to tricky one, I guess.
Or here, yeah. I think here your trick works.
Rook e8, then it might work because there's no rook h8 at the end.
okay, I see. So if you think if rook e8 here,
If I take on d6, but I'm not sure because you can also play bishop f3. So
you want to try this idea? Okay.
And rook e1 as well somewhere.
here it probably works. Yeah, I'd probably
Okay.
play rook e8 first.
But yeah, I guess you can always take on f3 if you need to. Yeah. So the key line, well, I think the key moment came in this position after you played bishop b5. This was quite nice, just building up. I think this was all quite normal. And yeah, I think after f5, we thought there was a clear win here for white by playing take, basically just taking everything off and playing c4. Don't know if you considered that idea.
Okay, but here I wasn't.
Because then how does black
No,
survive?
I was looking at it after f4 because I thought there was winning. So
Why is this winning? If I play king d8, for example.
King, well, then we just take, we basically go to this ending. I don't think you can avoid this endgame, which should be winning for white with the extra piece of pawn.
I'm not sure how winning it is.
Go b4.
That's quite a lot.
Because I go b4 a4 and then I just bring the king.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that was a kind of force. You could force the king and pawn endgame. There was no way for black to avoid the king and pawn endgame in that line.
Okay.
So
actually,
I've gone
probably
back
F5.
too far. So
F5 is a big mistake then.
I think f5 was a big mistake. Yeah. Yeah. So you could just there's no way for black to avoid it. There's just no moves at all. I think in this position that you can play to avoid the king and pawn endgame. So I think it's probably. Yeah, I think that was maybe a bit of a missed opportunity.
Oh, but here king e7, yeah?
And then if we just play the same idea,
Yeah, it takes and then c5.
you want to play c5 here.
Okay, this is why it's different, because with king on f1, then I win with king e2. But here it might be different.
I feel like it's winning for white. Can we?
Maybe I just play king f1.
You want to take?
I guess I need to take at some
I
point.
think it's just winning, isn't it? White's going to be in time. Yeah.
If you rush with the king, then okay. G5.
I think that's winning for white. Yeah. Yes, that was g5, king d3. Maybe we'll just push up on. Are you going? Or can we just? Let me see. We take here. You want to play king e5?
Or I take
Take.
Okay, then I guess this is not
King f3 now.
king h4.
King f3. King h4 feels too slow, doesn't it? Then we'll b4 or something.
Or king maybe king f3, king f6.
And then king f4 maybe.
Then okay, then d3.
Okay, it's not over yet.
It's not completely over. Yeah, but it's probably winning for white, isn't it? To be here.
You'd hope so. Maybe king takes
Probably.
take or
Let's see,
something.
it's probably winning. Yes, +4.
Yeah.
You have to still be a bit careful though. But yeah, it's winning. Okay, so king f1. Yeah, then. Okay, black's sort of survived. But I guess you're still playing for the win here, though, and you're still pretty slightly better for white. Do you think?
No, I mean, I hadn't really thought about d5, and then I did increase after this.
Okay.
Seemed quite hard, just like so many solid moves with d6, king f7, nothing much I could.
But you actually.
I mean, b6 was probably just more encouraging, because at least then my queen side is protected, but still very hard to do anything. I can only really sort of wait for something to happen.
Yeah, we thought you played this part of the game quite well because you seem to make life a little bit tricky for Daniel.
Yeah, it's always going to be a bit tricky with this knight on e7. And if I put it on f6, then white sets up a bishop f3, rook e5, I thought.
The problem is when that does anything in d5, because it's not. I mean, I thought maybe a6 was not such a great, wasn't objectively a great move.
So you think you should have just left the pawn on
I
a7?
mean, there wasn't. So maybe you could just go back 97 or something. Probably wasn't
Okay.
much happening, but okay. It's not so easy to win.
Could I even try
So
h4
just-
in some positions?
You want to play h4?
I mean, also pawn on a6 sometimes gets attacked by bishop e2, so it's a bit
Yeah.
target.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with a6, ultimately.
Yeah, because I think one move we were a bit surprised by. Well, I think this was actually a key mistake from Daniel. But we checked. You actually you're supposed to play b5 actually. Yeah.
Okay, but b5 doesn't look very natural, but it's okay.
Because this all.
b5 king d2 is also quite a slightly awkward move.
I thought instead of a5, rook f8 might have been really problematic, so I didn't want to give white an extra tempo to do that.
Yeah, but something like, I mean, I was never that sure about things like knight f5 or even rook e1 is also possible.
Rook e1, I thought bishop f3 check. Being somewhere rook e8 and a horrible pin.
Maybe king h3.
Rook e8.
So, probably immediately. Maybe there's also. Yeah, maybe rook f8. Yeah,
Possibly.
f8 was a better.
I was probably replying knight f5.
Yeah,
As a
knight
better, but I feel
f5
like I was
was-
maybe losing.
I wasn't sure about that.
So if we take.
Rook e3 check.
King moves and rook h3.
Okay. Well, can we go? Can we go? Can we get away with king c4?
Maybe.
We're gonna play b5 idea.
No, there's still
Sure.
some. Yeah, maybe it's lots of checks. Pawns and stuff. Yeah, okay.
Still
Maybe
complicated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I really. I think we both.
It's quite nice to keep control, I guess.
I mean, I think I thought maybe to go rook f8 after b5. Maybe it's what I was thinking that I had.
Sure. Let's try and
Yeah,
come around the back.
maybe then rook f8 because of this thing. Some rook b8, rook b6 ideas. I thought that looked tough because pawn on a6 was weak.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to be okay for black, but yeah,
Okay.
feels a bit. Anyway, let's go back to the game. So takes and then h. Yeah, this was a move we were a little bit surprised by. We thought you would play king f4 in the game.
Well, I thought of it, and then white plays king d2, and I didn't see a plan that I could do while white plays bishop h3 and collect my h pawn.
Yeah, you can play g5. I mean,
d5 bishop h3 anyway.
We have to be careful of that. Yes,
p3. I thought. No, rook
sorry, bishop, yeah, okay.
F3, rook g4 check.
King f3.
King f3, rook takes g5, sort of thing. Right, I rook e2.
check. It's not so straightforward.
That detail I didn't see.
King d3, you can check.
Try and come back to c2, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, well then I guess rook e2, rook h2. I mean, okay, after bid. Black has a passed h pawn, I think.
Yeah, it's
Simple.
not so straight.
Not simple, at least. I mean, yeah, maybe it's possible.
Yeah. If I'd seen this line, I'd gone for king f4 because it is a double natural.
Yeah, it's king h5 looked wrong somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, king h5 felt a little bit passive. But okay, so h3. Because around this stage, we thought white was doing quite well.
Yeah, okay.
I think we wondered if you'd missed knight c6 or maybe you just saw it.
No, I kind of saw it and then I forgot about it again. But okay, it's not clear what to play after.
Yeah, I think the we checked it with the computer, was just to take and play c4.
Really?
The computer thought was completely winning for white.
King King E6. Let's see what King E6 was. Oh, I mean, I just go King E3. Yeah, I guess I just, yeah, we're just take and go King E3, I guess.
Take care, yeah.
Yeah, that was, well, okay, I guess I take with the bishop, so it's to take.
Okay, I'll take the bishop, so yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason I thought King C3, G4, King E3. Or just G4,
You play G4.
take. But I just go King F3, King
Oh,
G3.
yeah, that just wins, isn't it?
No, okay, that was the whole, okay, 'cause
Yeah,
that was
it
the whole.
wins. Yeah.
No, okay, because otherwise it's obviously going to move to C4 because my king just comes to.
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
it was just the king.
Check. Yeah, C4 is the winning move. Yeah, so maybe it was just two chances you had, I guess, to win the game. Both involving C4. But yeah, after that, it was not much going. There wasn't much to play for. I think your only chance to play at the end was to go for this rook D7 idea. Did you consider it at all, or not really?
I kind of, yeah, felt the. No, not really.
Fair enough. I think
I felt the moment had gone somewhere.
Yeah, we thought it was getting a bit double-edged after rook D7, but
Yeah, okay. Actually, that's maybe
I think it was supposed to be about maybe
take.
yeah. So
Guess, take and what?
bishop E6, I guess.
6.
Do I rush with G4? Or is it not necessary yet?
You want to play G4 now?
Thinking about it.
Probably have to take with the bishop, I guess.
I think I have to take the pawn.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I guess you got
bishop
this
is-
move later, haven't you? Yeah.
Bishop is always on that. The G4 is quite silly. So
I
maybe
forgot about bishop D5 as well. Some
maybe I need a good square for the knight first. To knight C4. Yeah.
which would be knight C6, knight C4, do you say?
Instinctively, I'd play knight C4 and then knight B6, but maybe that's mistaken.
Or bishop.
Bishop C6, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit double-edged, isn't it? But so you're gonna go C4, C5 quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean it's not so clear, I guess. Maybe A5, C4, A4,
And then what's this
C4,
then?
A3, I guess.
And do you have to take, or can you walk across with the king?
I can go King C3, but then I thought knight C4 maybe.
That's nice.
Yeah, I can't play King E3. Yeah, actually, no, maybe now I did manage to lose.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you
don't
take
know, I
the
mean,
piece up and
I guess,
it's
but
then perpetual.
I guess there'll be some checks. Still,
Might be winning, not sure.
still be winning. Yeah, there aren't many checks actually.
It's Queen F1 maybe. It looks a bit uncomfortable there.
Yeah, King D2. Okay, it's not.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be.
Okay, I mean, there's probably some. I mean, I'm not sure knight B6 was the best square.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be okay for black here.
I guess E7 is
It
the
was
other
just,
square.
it's just a way to play on.
E7 is the
I
other
mean, it's
square
not
you can choose.
even clear of G4,
Knight E7.
so silly. 97, yeah.
We'll move bishop F3 again.
I'm not sure that G4 is such a bad idea. Anyway.
G4 here.
Yeah, even G4 here, I'm not sure, just to get the H pawn going.
You have to really bring the knight in now.
You
don't
probably have to move. Yeah, you have to move the knight now.
What's that? If I play H3, is that disastrous?
So H3,
Take H2. C4. Yeah, C4. Looks a bit
is.
Because I'm going to give king c3, king b4.
Yeah. It's still very tricky for me.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be okay for you. I'll just cheat and see what the computer says here. Yeah, it obviously takes bishop e6, knight
Oh, I see. It wants to bring
c6
the
or
knight
knight
to
b7.
f4.
Yeah, so knight c6 takes knight d8. That's quite natural, isn't it? Or knight
But
e7.
maybe knight e7 to put the knight to
Yeah.
f4. So
Oh yeah, okay.
that looks quite sensible.
Yeah, so it should be okay for black, but still, if he wanted to play on, I guess that was the way to do it. It's sort of keep it solid anyway. It was quite an interesting game. Probably a couple of chances, but apart from that, it was quite balanced.
Was it balanced if I played king f4 instead of king h5?
I think he was slightly worse there.
Okay.
But it wasn't.
And you also go knight f5.
Which whereabouts the
Somewhere after the time control.
so
I think I did some kind of. So, yeah.
yeah, it's a b5.
Take.
Yeah, so still worse after king f4.
No, yeah, though, I think knight f5 you could play maybe.
Oh. Yeah, so check and then I presume we
Yeah,
take
h6.
h4.
Well, okay. I mean, you get to take on h3 at least.
Yeah,
Maybe it's still supposedly good for white, but doesn't look so obvious.
yeah, you're still going to find some good news to
Bishop
this.
b7. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
but then at least black is playing some live pawns.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting game. Well, thanks a lot for taking the time to come and show us your game. Did you get a chance to see the game between Super Petite and Amit at all? Because we were watching that game and okay, maybe it's okay now. It looked like Super Petite was almost about to win. Maybe Amit's going to be okay now. He could potentially be your next round opponent, Mickey, if he wins. We'll see. It's probably going to be a draw now. Yeah, it's looking that way. Anyway, thanks a lot for taking the time to show us your game, and yeah, good luck for the last 2 rounds as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we back on? Yeah, it was really interesting to see these two great players, Michael Adams and Daniel Fernandez, talk about the game. One thing I'd say about Adams, he's so strong that he just outplays people, right? Just naturally. So it's, great result for Daniel to get a draw there, I would say. By the way, just went into the main hall, and when I looked at the demonstration boards, they weren't actually showing Super Petit's game. They were showing Yi Chen's game against Vitugov, and Simon Williams' game is starting to defend. By the way, I think this game is starting to maybe head to a draw. Let's just switch to your brother's game, because your brother is possibly on the verge of jumping into contention as well. Very interesting. He seems to have improved his end games a great deal because this is winning, I guess.
It looks very uncomfortable for black, doesn't it?
Pawn on h7 just looks like a winning asset for white.
I mean, it's quite good for him to have the rook to the side of the pawn, because normally your rook's stuck in front of the pawn. And in front of the pawn, there's a lot better drawing chances, but when the
I
rook's
mean,
to the
just to
side...
show that, I mean, if white was to blunder the pawn like here, just to show that variation, obviously this wouldn't happen because black would take the pawn and not play that move, and obviously then white would queen the pawn. But if you had something like this, what Nick's saying is actually this might well be a draw. But in the game, now I think white can just maybe just slowly bring the king across, Nick.
Yeah, it feels like it should be winning.
Yeah, I think it must be completely winning this, but I think I did check earlier and he was winning. So Richard's only going to be half a point behind, but we'll probably need to win both games to get into play. What do you think? Or do you think that? I mean, I think actually looking at the way the tournament is shaping up, I think that Michael Adams and Shreyas will score at least +1 from here, I would say.
We think one of them could score +1 anyway.
I think one of them's going to get at least, because they're going to get down floats. It was a draw, actually. What we're saying is
It's a Super Tits game against Amit.
we did end in a draw, right? So that's still a great result for a Super T. He scored 2.5 out of 3 against GMs, which, you know, is amazing at 11 years of age. It's just phenomenal achievement. And possibly not today because we've had so many interviews already, but I think we're going to try and get you later on the stream, Paul, later in the tournament, maybe talk about the early days of Super Tit. We could write a book about it, right? The early days of Super Tit.
I think Amit's quite relieved in the end to get a draw, don't you think?
Got a bit of a smile, cheeky smile on his face. Amit's not out of it because Amit can still get 7. We feel that 7 might well be a playoff. It depends on how. I think Shreyas could finish strong and get 7.5. To be honest, I think that's a possibility.
I mean, Amit's got into that drawing right now, hasn't he, where he's drawing all his games.
And speaking of which, I think Vitugov is also struggling to win a game. However, he's still trying in this game. I think there's realistic. You know, interesting thing about this game, Nick, was at this black took. Now, why did white just exchange? I guess he just felt there was just too much suffering, right?
Yeah, that's not a guaranteed draw, is it?
No, it shouldn't be. Because I think one problem that you look at that and you say, well, opposite colour bishops, yeah, good chances. But black's got this anchored F board. Now, you could get a variation like, well, where I'm seeing where the bishop's getting squeezed and you ended up losing the B3 pawn is one potential
I think this is
headache.
very uncomfortable for white.
Very uncomfortable. I just show a sample variation like bishop here, king here, bishop here, desperately trying to defend the pawn, king d2. So I think Yi Chen definitely did the right thing, right? He decided to simply play for more for activity. He went king f3. He kept the bishop pair, and the game is still going. Sorry? Oh, they're coming in.
Okay, do you want to take...
Yeah, I'll take them. Do you guys want to come on? Jump on, please, for the commentary, potentially.
Yeah.
Just sit around here. Yeah. I think we need the webmaster. Do we need a webmaster? Oh no, we can just carry on, right? Do we just carry on? We don't need a webmaster.
This is the screen.
Okay. Which game was it? So it was. Okay. Shall we just get straight into it, David? Right. Very lucky to be joined here by 2 sensational players. Got Amit Gartzi, who've been rooting for the whole tournament, obviously, Amit.
Thank you.
And you're one of England's newest GMs, and someone who's trying to become a GM in Supratit Banerjee. And what did you think of, obviously, your opponent today, Supratit, just wiped out 2 GMs. So were you quite concerned going into the game?
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't really want to play him. I'd rather have had Adams or someone else because, you know, obviously a bit less pressure on those moments, right, with those guys. But obviously probably expected to do well in today's game. But equally, I know Supertit's very, very talented and very dangerous as well.
I think you both miss chances in the game. Obviously, as you know, the rounds go on, people get tired, and you know, mistakes will happen. We've seen that in several games today, actually. So it's getting very nervy. But we looked at the theory. Apparently, A3 is the top move, although H4, which is suggested by Nick, is also playable. Was this preparation with A3?
I mean, actually, I saw H4 before the game. And I was aware of this this F5 idea that I played in the game.
Oh, you can play F5 here?
I don't think I do.
Or later on?
I think if you go knight G5, then I can go F5 at certain points.
So basically, White has a very solid setup.
Yeah.
But he's looking to attack on the king side. Rather than just, I mean, you could play a developing move like bishop e2, but that's kind of insipid.
Were you expecting this?
I mean, you played it in round 1, so I'm not really.
Yeah.
But I did look at it.
Okay, cool. Because yeah, I mean, I had a very similar position in round 1. I forget the exact move order, but yeah, I mean, I thought a6 was a bit slow here. So
yeah,
I thought I had I looked at something around here, not really in preparation for today's game, but for round 1.
what about bishop b7?
Yeah, I thought bishop b7 was more.
Yeah, knight G5.
Yeah.
And then, right, yeah,
That's
that's
probably
scary.
because you can't get f5 in.
Yeah.
What?
I don't think G5 is right. I didn't think bishop go G5.
Yeah, bishop takes g5 can't be right now.
No, it
Yeah,
looks very unpleasant threat there.
Yeah.
And you clearly don't want to go here because of knight e4.
Yeah, it's sort of
This is
position.
just crushing. So, what other options does Black have then if bishop e7?
I mean, I think f5 must be correct.
So you
straight away.
should go f5.
Yeah,
really.
I was really happy to see a6 at the time. I thought White was doing really well after g4 actually. Maybe
So you,
I think so.
so
but
you,
I don't also know the
you were
theory.
afraid of bishop e5, super tip.
Yeah, because I wanted my pieces to be like on these squares. So I
Right.
was a bit annoyed.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so the game continued. So a6 and then g4, very aggressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so f5. This is
I have to do that.
you felt like this was forced.
Yeah, I mean, other options didn't. I mean, suppose e5. E5. I thought queen e4.
e5, yeah.
Queen e4,
Queen e4, and then maybe protect the knight with bishop e6.
and then knight g5.
Knight g5, attacking and
Yeah.
this double attack.
Or I could start with knight g5 too as well, maybe, right?
And
after
again,
e5
you have the
after-
same problems,
But after
right?
e5 directly, after e5, I don't even know if I need to go queen e4. Maybe I can just
You
start
just
with
start with knight g5, yeah? Because if knight f6, Abby,
then maybe it's knight c4.
yeah, threatening
Yeah.
again the bait attack.
Yeah,
It's all very scary for
it's
Brown.
all coming quite quickly.
I would
But
be
I
terrified
mean,
by this.
maybe Black can hold on with knight takes g4 f3 or something. But I don't really. I mean, it's quite scary to play. Isn't it?
I mean, if you go knight g5 there, actually, we go back. So if e5,
It's after
yeah,
e5
e5 to
knight.
e5. So knight g5, I mean, can I like g6? Okay, g6 looks a bit ugly actually.
Yeah, I mean, again, it might be playable, but it felt like White must have something here like bishop g2 and stuff. Yeah, so it feels like maybe something's going. But you're right. I'm sure you'll still continue to be very
It's just
tricky.
a
but-
difficult position at the end because you think it's very quiet, this system, but it's somehow White's creating serious threats on the king's side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, so a6 was played and then f5.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty much.
I think this is all forced now.
Yeah.
Rook takes f5.
Rook takes force.
was it actually knight c3? Something,
Oh, that's a move, yeah.
maybe that was a better option.
Maybe. I mean, I think just bishop takes. Maybe.
And then take on f5.
Rook g1.
Oh, rook g1. Bishop f6?
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2, right. Yeah.
And bishop takes c3 should just transpose into.
It's very similar to the game, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think White missed another option here. It's actually rook g1 was actually a mistake, apparently.
Ah,
I mean,
right.
you missed something more promising.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought rook g1 is wrong actually, but I'm just trying to. Maybe you can go knight d5.
Knight d5, yeah, okay.
He
Pawn takes d5.
Knight g5.
Bishop takes g5.
Pawn takes.
Queen takes g5. Bishop d3.
Yeah, something like bishop d3, but you didn't take the exchange.
You guys are going too fast for me, so you're definitely going too fast for the viewers.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's
So
fine.
I think we were analysing knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight g5.
Oh wow.
Bishop takes g5, super suggests bishop g5, so knight g5. So I was going to take it and maybe go queen takes g5.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there might be something here, but I wasn't. I mean, obviously.
100% because you're worried about the light square comp and maybe d4 closing the bishop.
Exactly.
I mean,
I've obviously got quite a lot of tempos here, so maybe castles and yeah, go on.
yeah, no, I thought
Yeah, this
I was
does
going
look
to
a
do
little bit
something like
scary.
in the game, but I was just hoping that I get d4, and I was just hoping I have enough counterplay.
But the computer move, which is quite hard to spot, Nick pointed this out. I think was it bishop d3? Yeah, it's quite.
That's above my
Yeah,
pay grade.
above your pay grade. Yeah.
Bishop d3, so can I just get knight d4?
Knight b4.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a correct point actually. Yeah.
I was.
Was it take first? The bishop
I get the
d3?
three pieces, right?
We're getting confused about it. Hang on, let's just check.
No, because if knight b4, you can take on f5. Right?
It was bishop
I take on
d3.
b1 and take on
Because
f5.
knight d4.
I get
Take on b4,
And then you sack.
Okay,
take on
got three
f5.
pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of a strange line, right?
Okay, but the other obvious move, rook f3.
Rook f3, yeah. This is the point. Yeah. Now you have knight. This is very tough to spot, though. I think it's kind of obscure that you have to go
Okay,
here and then you
and
take.
e takes d5.
Yeah, then you take on h7.
King
King
h8.
Then bishop take on g7.
Takes. I saw something similar in the game, but I didn't really.
Queen check and then rook g1. Kind of a computer move,
Rook
computer
g1.
line.
I felt a bit slow.
Well, yeah. But Queen g7 doesn't feel slow. So.
Well, now it's looking like it's working, right? Queen f8, queen h5, I guess, right?
I mean, I was hoping maybe just queen f8.
Is that right? Yeah,
Queen
just
f8, yeah.
queen f8, queen h5 just wins, right?
Okay. What I saw in the game is without rook g1, because then I have bishop g4.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Okay, I think suffice to say I did not see that.
Very easy to miss. I mean, people are missing, much easier stuff than this.
I mean, I suppose that's quite, it's quite thematic, I guess, with this sort of stuff. But obviously, I saw a weak pawn on g7 develop the rook, get out of the pin off the a8 to h1 diagonal.
Yeah,
So
I
I
mean,
thought it was
rook
probably
g1 looks like a natural attacking move, so you ended up getting this kind of situation again where white was pressing a little bit, but then suddenly it turned around.
Well, yeah, I mean, completely. I thought we were playing. I was quite happy we played quite a slow game, and I know Super Tip was taking quite a bit of time, so I'd assumed that I would find some way to take advantage of the weaknesses, but
I think Super Tip defended very well.
yeah.
I mean, as you would expect, it's good. You're very good Super Tip in simple positions, I would say. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would think so.
And nice move by Hammy, and yeah, it's kind of like a Bobby Fischer ring.
Actually, one thing, if you go back, maybe instead of knight takes e8.
Knight c8,
Yeah, I was wondering about knight c8.
rook b7.
Rook b7. Seemed like didn't look like a rook e4.
Rook e4, yeah?
Rook e4, bishop g6.
Yeah.
I mean, you're hitting this.
Knight d6. maybe?
Yeah. And now you've got bishop
Yeah,
e4
knight
and bishop d5, right?
Probably getting away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black has to defend is definitely true. I mean, I quite like the way that he played it because it reminds me of these old Bobby Fischer games. Where you get the bishop.
What do they call it, Danny? Old man chess, right?
You know, as old as me. I mean,
No, but I mean, like, I think.
you'll be doing
But I think White. I thought White had quite a nice position here, to be honest. So
Yeah.
when I evaluated this from way out, and obviously Super Tip was already, I can just see on the timestamp, maybe down to 2-1.
Absolutely.
So I think
At
to
this
hold,
point, we fear the worst of Super Tip.
so to hold on and then to turn it around completely prior to the time control was quite an amazing turnaround, I thought. For him, so
I agree with you. We were in shock, right? And
So
I
I
actually wrote a blog editing today. I said it could be the first 11-year-old British champion. When you look at a game like this, it seems to be realistic.
oh,
But
I thought it was only moments away from
Wait,
losing today. So yeah,
Actually, if you instead of rook g4,
yeah.
can you go like rook h3?
with the idea of here
Yeah.
and here,
Yeah.
and then creating an attack.
So now,
Because the attacking is a little bit shaky.
yeah. I mean, obviously, I would do this if I had.
Maybe knight d8 and then put the knight f7.
Yeah, but I'm definitely.
Still just check.
No, this is looking.
I don't know.
Oh,
if
but
it's
it's still
possible.
just check. And then
But I mean, maybe I could get king g8 after rook h7 check.
so this is very thinking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe after rook h7 I go king g8.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't want to do this in the game, but
And maybe we might come out e5 initially. Or knight g5 now.
the
I mean,
problem is being f4.
F4 is a good move.
Just wrapping the game, wrapping the knight. Yeah, it looks a bit scary.
This would have been quite nice actually, but again, I'm not sure.
I don't think I do.
I'm not sure that's forced. Knight a8 is probably a bad
Yeah,
move to do.
I was probably going to play what was I going to play? King f6 maybe, because it's hard to target my pawns.
But then maybe rook f4, right?
Rook f4, I mean king g5. I
Oh, well.
mean, I'm not getting mated.
Are you not?
I think I won't get mated.
Rook f7?
Rook f7, rook d8,
Sorry.
rook e d8.
Well, now you're definitely getting mated, aren't you? Bishop e2.
Oh, the idea of f4.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's left. I mean, okay, maybe king.
That would have been a nicer end to the game than what happened.
Maybe king f6. Yeah, this is looking a bit.
I'm intrigued to see if rook h3 is top move, whether your instincts are right. It's not, but it's probably a good try.
But it's not like the advantage here is serious for black, right? It's not serious for white right now, yeah?
No, it's
It's
0.6.
borderline serious.
0.6.
0.6.
Okay, 0.6. I mean, I throw away a lot worse than that. But yeah, I mean, I think,
Can happen.
I mean, obviously in the time control, I probably felt like it would be even harder, but
I think
he played very
I think
aggressively.
the moment came later because here, yeah, I like that move super T. You played rook h8 fairly quickly. You obviously had to get a very short time, but I thought that this king e2 was fine. Rook h1. Me and Nick was just maybe this was the moment where because in the game you went rook f3 and then rook g5, which I think was not the best. Actually, I think maybe did you consider playing bishop c4, bishop e8? I wanted
I was trying to make both of those work actually, bishop c4, bishop e8, and rook f3 in some sequence. After bishop f3, let me just remember.
I think I was thinking king g7.
Yeah, he's got king g7 at the very least.
defending the pawn. So it's passive for black, pawn e5 is weak, then you're defending. And if rook f3, then rook f6.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's hard to.
Rook g5, attacking the pawn again, looks a bit obscure, right? For white.
I mean, maybe a good rook. Okay,
Even rook h8 could exist here maybe,
Rook h8, attacking that.
and then just king f6. And I felt like black was wriggling out against.
What about bishop c4? I think that was actually the top move, but it wasn't giving white a huge edge by any means.
I mean, I think
By this point, I think your advantage was non-existent.
well, it was the tables were definitely turning. So.
So actually, it was amazing in how it turned around again.
Well, I think the thing about Super is he's not going to defend passively for too long. He was ready to go on the power, ready to look for more than just holding.
E4 was a brilliant move.
You didn't play that.
I did.
You played that, yeah. I mean, I think I saw it, but obviously already things were tending.
Yeah.
I mean, after knight d5, I was already starting to get quite scared actually. I mean, after knight
Were you
d5,
nervous in the game? Were you nervous in the game?
so if you take it back for one move before king d2, I think at this point it was clear to me that things had gone horribly wrong now.
Did you miss knight e5 actually?
I think I missed knight d5 and just how everything is so quick, and I think you saw everything instantly, but suddenly the whole e4, knight c3, knight e4, everything's just coming in, and I thought, God, it's time to resign almost,
Okay.
which is a bit of a turnaround, I thought. But
G3.
yeah, I mean, I was quite lucky even knight c7 doesn't just win on the spot, I think.
I think there was moments, but apparently the best move here is I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was a4. But it looks dangerous for white anyway.
Well, I mean, a4, rook a2, king c1, knight c3, I couldn't really even feel like, I feel like I can't even move a piece, right?
No, but rook h2, king e1.
Yeah, I think that's
Oh, okay, king e1 is definitely better. Yeah. Agreed, yeah.
Still looks scary.
But I think.
But
I
again,
don't think
again,
it'd be
so-
knight c3.
Knight c3 anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Didn't know.
How do I play this?
Should be winning.
No, d4.
D5.
Okay.
D5.
Difficult to find. This
But I
is
mean-
like a study like defense.
I think if I had the time control before, maybe I would. I mean, I saw d4, I think, after the time control, if I'm not wrong. Or no, that was my 40th
It
move,
wasn't
actually.
losing, but now it's maybe not as good as a4.
Okay, but I thought this was losing.
Yeah, this should be. She must be.
Actually, there was some. Okay.
I must be losing, right?
Yeah, no, not this one.
So what?
It's
Okay.
borderline losing.
Now it's starting to feel like at least my king is becoming active, right?
There was one very important moment later that the engine. I mean, again, I can't point this stuff out. I'll just have to rely on the engine, right?
It's a tricky position.
I think it was no, maybe it was there. I think here was there was a better try. You should take.
Yeah.
Take
Bishop
bishop.
d6.
Then rook f3.
Yeah.
Very cool, really.
But okay.
There's some tactical problems. I don't know what the tactical problems are, and I don't understand them. But apparently, this is about.
Yeah.
So bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Yeah.
King d4.
No, not take the pawn in that. Oh, maybe take c4.
Also,
Yeah, king f6 looks good. King f6 looks a nice move too.
because if rook e4, then you take a knight f5 check.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Can you go king e4 immediately? Is that?
No, but then king f6.
Yeah, king f6.
Oh, the double attack.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
of course. Yeah. So this, I think, is why I like to do, because then you suddenly.
Yeah, no.
And then it basically borderline winning for black, I think. But
Yeah.
again, it's engine recommendations.
But I think here, obviously, with my king on c5, I've started to dream again that I might survive, right? I mean,
Yeah. because
clearly
it's
when I
taken,
was
it's-
when I was I thought maybe 4 moves, but 5 moves back, it was almost close to dead, but was it not?
I
You
mean,
mean close to losing?
Yeah, I thought I was just
after
locked.
the time control.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was. I mean, my king's confined to like e1, but
You probably played
I
the
thought it was like -2 or something, but I don't know. Okay.
No, it actually says, yeah, maybe you guys played more or less the best moves, but then
Okay. Okay.
it was just around about here that rook e6 was fine, bishop e5 was a mistake apparently, very tricky position in defender, right?
what should I have played?
Rook g1 was better, or
Okay.
still a lot worse.
Makes no sense.
But at least now I thought I had bishop d7, and this is okay. To
Yeah,
a
but the
reasonable. I
problem
mean, at
is
least.
you have to find, if you don't go knight to 3, then it's not really, I
Yeah.
think that's quite tricky to define, because it feels like the bishop's suddenly in a good square.
Yeah.
No, I thought knight g3 made sense.
Yeah,
But-
it is finding rook f3 because
Okay.
because if you take it, sorry, if you start with,
Black to move.
yeah, I mean if you go king f6, then it's surely
Yeah, it's probably better for white, I'd say.
yeah. So yeah, I think you know you played a great game. I mean it was
So, what was the final position evaluation? Was it just dead or?
maybe
It's only a bit better.
pretty
to
much
be honest.
close to draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the final position, I don't think there's anything you take.
I was actually planning. I was thinking about rook e8 actually. I hadn't
I was
decided.
doing knight f. I was no, rook
I hadn't decided against
I
rook
didn't like
e5.
this. Yeah, I thought rook e2.
Okay, but now king a5,
Take on e3.
b4.
Knight f5.
I guess a knight was sat for the ball and you
I have
could make
two
it more
pawns.
worse.
Yeah. I was tempted to vaguely consider whether I should play on or something, just for the sake of trying to. But bishop d7
Yeah,
maybe.
sometimes you
Oh,
throw
bishop
the
d7
dice.
maybe 3. Sorry.
Sometimes you should throw the dice.
Bishop d7.
But okay, but in the final position, it's close to equal, right? So
I offered a draw right before the time control. Secret said no. I think when it was trending badly, and now I think he offered a draw at the end, and I was also aware of the fact that
never offer draw, guys. Never offer draws.
well,
Just beat everybody.
tactical draw offers are okay. I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, actually, here I don't know. It's like it's knight f5. I'm just wondering what's the best combination because I'm convinced this is drawn.
No, I'm sure you're right. Yeah. If the computer only gives plus 0.6 or plus 0.4 or something, then even less actually. It must be a draw. But maybe you could argue that white has created.
I mean, maybe king c5 is what I thought during the game. Actually.
You could lose this, you know, in people and stuff.
Yeah. The bishop can be quite scary.
Yeah, it could. I was like, if you weren't going to accept, I was going to maybe do this because I shouldn't exactly lose this, but I'm not sure. Like the bishop is really
Well, I mean, I don't think you should lose this. I mean, you've got still
yeah.
quite a bit of play with the pieces, and it's probably going to be a pawn up.
So guys, just sorry to interrupt, but who do you think you might play tomorrow? Because you both can. Have you got a chance to? You certainly got a chance to deny am assuming.
I didn't think so actually because I haven't played in more any different federations.
No, I think that's okay in the British.
In the British, it doesn't matter. Apparently,
Oh, then I
what Annie is saying. Because
Don't think about it. Yeah, you're more than a chance.
probably best.
then I won.
Maybe also a chance of getting a GM link as well, right?
Well, yeah, I'll definitely try.
I'm not sure if that's I don't know if that is that mathematically possible. Yeah, maybe it is. 2 out of 2.
I think it is.
Okay, well, there
So
you
you
go.
guys are half a point behind the leaders. Who can you potentially play in the next round? Because what colour? You were black, so you could play Michael Adams in the next round.
But he's on 5.5.
Yeah, but I think he's played a lot. Played Nikita. He's played Shreyas. He's played with those people who are ahead of you in the season.
Good play.
You could play him, so that'd be an interesting clash between potentially, I guess, for a future British #1 against Mike Adams, maybe the current, well, he's actually British #2 actually.
No pressure on him at all. No pressure on him at all.
Actually, I think Michael Adams is going to play in the Sharper Marciach actually.
Oh, stop, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's high rate, right?
I think I might play Yichin or Gawain maybe.
Oh, okay, that'd be interesting, right? Okay, what about you, Annie? Who do you think you might play?
I mean, I guess we just finished the game. I don't even know the results across the
Yeah.
board, but I assume people on half point below may have also caught up. So I assume there'll be a fair bunch of people on 5. Or
Yeah.
but actually, surprisingly, no one's running away with that. I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess all to play for.
draws today, so you haven't really got any ground guys. I mean, honestly. Sorry, one final question to before I let you go. Nick asked you, because I know you play a lot of Blitz.
Yeah.
What's your rating on chess.com currently?
2770.
Wow, I was right. I said it was over 2700. That's amazing. Okay, so I'm going to have to get on chess.com and get that in here. But, yeah, thanks a lot, guys, because a lot of people at home don't know you people, don't know these players, so it's brilliant to have you on the stream, and good luck in the final round. Potentially, both of you got a chance to be British champion, which would be an amazing achievement. Thanks again. Cheers.
Cheers, Danny. Well played.
Hello, welcome back. It's amazing, Nick, to have so I keep getting, I'm so tired now, I'm getting names confused. Ami Garci, who's, you know, a lovely guy and a very talented chess player as well, and also potentially future British #1 and Super Tech, potential future world champion, I would say, you know, based on his current results. And Super Tech Banerjee, that was amazing. What did you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed by Super Tit. I think of all the games, this one is probably the one that's really kind of caught my eye. But I mean, obviously, he won against Simon and Marcus Bowl. But yeah, he played really well in this game.
But one thing I noticed, when they were discussing the variations, they were more or less on a par. You know, they were throwing variations back and forth. So Super Tit is obviously his calculations off the scale for someone of his age. You know, it's kind of scary how good he is, right? So anyway, brilliant. That was brilliant. And Super Tit has a chance to be British champion, which would be an amazing achievement for an 11-year-old. But he's going to probably have to win at least one more game to potentially get in the playoff. We've got Michael Adams is leading with Shreyas Raw. So who do you think they might play tomorrow?
Well, obviously, they played each other, so they can't play again. So they're going to have to down float. Nikita has actually played both of them.
Right.
So he's the top seed, so he can't float up. So the next one is Guain. So presumably Guain has to float up to one of them.
Cool.
So Guain was white today, so he'll be due black.
Right.
So I'm guessing Guain might be black against Shreyas. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds like a logical pairing. And what Super Tit was saying is Michael Adams might play Shawpaw, who's Polish, which would make sense because he's the right colour.
So is there anyone higher ranked than Shawpaw?
That he hasn't played.
He
I
hasn't
mean, there's your
played.
brother, Richard, but I think he's wrong colour. Sorry, there's Stuart Conquest.
Yeah,
Stuart Conquest could potentially play Michael Adams.
Yeah, that could happen actually.
That'd be a big clash. But you know what? Michael Adams has an absolutely stonking record against Stuart Conquest. I was checking this out. He just destroys him almost every game.
Okay.
I know he's got a good record against most people, but I was looking at the record and it was really scary for Stuart. So that would be a good pairing for Michael Adams, I'll be honest. But he's shown a bit of vulnerability last couple of rounds. So not the previous round, but this round he's shown a bit of vulnerability by failing to convert a winning ending. So maybe he might, what I was saying earlier, that some of the older players might get a bit tired, and Shreyas or Supertet with a younger energy might end up winning the tournament.
Yeah, but if Michael Adams can play against Stewart, for example, and his rival on the same score group, Shreyas, has to play Guain, I think he would definitely be happy with those pairings.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Because I say I don't think Stewart has a great record, but having said that, he had a nice game today and he won the same tournament in 2008. So I can conceivably see a situation where Michael Adams wins tomorrow. If Shreyas gets taken out then by Gawain, or if let's say draws, I mean that's quite a likely possibility. But Shreyas is, I would say, is playing just as well as Gawain at the moment. Then you've got a situation where Michael Adams might be a half point clear and going to the final round, so people would need to win to catch him up.
Yeah, I think realistically, all the players on 5 points need to win both games. So I think all the clashes we get on 5 points, they're just going to have to go for it. Both players have to go for it.
I think Richard could end up playing Vitugov with black. That could be a possible. Or Vitugov could get white against Marcus Harvey as well. What do you think about that? That's a possible. Or Amit as well is also there in the mix, right?
Yeah, I mean, Amit might get away with it because he's got quite a high seed, so he might get away without playing Vitugov. And to be honest, he actually hasn't played any of the top players, but then some other people haven't played any of the top players as well. So a few of them have kind of snuck through without playing any of the elite guys. But yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see. We'll see the pairing soon anyway.
Anyway, I think we're gonna end it there. Thanks again, Nick. Tomorrow's round will start at the usual time at what time do we normally start? 2:30, right? Yeah. But the final round, I should get that in early because in case people get oversleep or whatever, will start at 10 a.m. I believe. So that's final round to potentially accommodate a playoff and also the prize giving as well. So it could be a very long day, the final round. I'm hoping there's not going to be a playoff. So I'm hoping somebody runs the tables from here. We don't get a playoff. I really don't want a playoff. That would be disgusting. So anyway, please tune in tomorrow at 2:30. Thanks again to everyone for watching the commentary.
Okay, thank you.